check. Check this.
Guys, if anyone did not give your attendance down, please get down and give your attendance and get registered there.
Good morning, everyone. Let's settle down, take a deep breath, because you're about to go on a very wonderful journey for the next 8 days or 7 days left. But, you know, my colleagues will give you a full briefing of how this is going to go and what you will see in the 8 days. But how many people want to be part of the future, which is going to be basically high-paying jobs? When you graduate, you want to be ahead of everybody else. You want to, join a team of brilliant thinkers, innovators. And how many people think they are here because they want to do that, or somebody told you to be in the room? If you want to be part of the future and learn new technology, skills, and to be part of what we call Web3, please raise your hands. If anybody is here for any other reason, we will not be offended if you leave. Here's why. There are thousands of other students who are willing to take your seat right now, who want to get the jobs in the future and who wants to take, this opportunity. So I can promise you, we will be very happy to have you do something else versus be here if you don't want to be here, because there are hundreds of other students who want to be here with us, and with you and in this group. So, so thank you so much for joining us this morning. Just to introduce myself, my name is Abhishek. You can call me Abhi. I'm founder CEO of IBC Media. But just to give you a little bit color on my background, I'm a Harvard Business School MBA. But before that, I was a student like you. I graduated from Institute of Aeronautical Engineering with my bachelor's in 2005. And I was part of JNTU in Hyderabad. But I was very much sitting in one of these seats not too long ago. And then the journey took me to several places. I did my master's in aerospace engineering. I did work for an aircraft manufacturing company in the US. I lived in the US for 15 years. And then I moved back. But before I moved back, I went to Harvard for MBA. I dropped out of Harvard to start 2 companies, exited 2 companies, and we'll get into more of that when we talk more about how to be a Web3 developer. But exited 2 companies. So, the last company I did listed for over 4,000 crores. And then today we want to basically make more entrepreneurs like me out of you. Because I fundamentally believe another Abhishek can come from anywhere. And it could be you right now in a few years from now. So the whole idea of sharing this time and education with you is to prepare you to make sure that you're ready to do the same journey, I and several others like me did. But I cannot do this alone. I need your support. I need your discipline. More importantly, I need your commitment in this journey. So we do have a set of activities for you for the rest of these 7 days. And then beyond that, just to give you a summary, is we are trying to create opportunity for you where before you graduate, you should have a job. And not just one job, and not just any job. You should have multiple jobs and the highest paying jobs. You may ask me how. And one of the ways to do it today is to learn and demonstrate skills to the employers. Education alone is not good enough. You getting top grade in your class is not good enough. Will you get a job? Yes. Will you get some job? Yes. But are you looking for some job or are you looking for the highest paying jobs? Highest paying jobs, right? Are you looking for one job or you should have multiple offers before you leave this college or any college, right? Multiple. So the idea here is we don't want you to have any job. We want you to have a highest paying job in the industry. Now, just to kind of give you a sense of why you are here to learn skills. Skills that you probably didn't pay attention to or some of you have, but let me just identify those skills. One, you want to learn Web3 industry skills. What is industry doing and how are you going to fit into that industry? And which industry is growing the fastest and what is required to go be part of that industry? Two, technical skills. You will basically learn technical skills of how to engage in this industry. Three, you will learn some of the basic skills that you would think everybody should have. How many people know how to Google? How many people know how to Google? You know what? I'll tell you honestly, we all think we know how to Google, but you will learn how to Google here. You will learn how to Google what is relevant. Not videos, not where the restaurant is, not where the pawn shop is. We will learn how to Google from a job perspective, from an industry perspective. How many people know how to do YouTube? Come on. You cannot lie in the morning. You know how to do YouTube. You don't know how to do YouTube? Have you ever used YouTube? Then raise hands. You know how to do YouTube. I guarantee you none of you do, because here's why. Because you will learn how to use YouTube for your own benefit when you go forward. What to learn, what to look for in YouTube to help you be part of this industry. How many people use social media, Instagram? Right? I've seen all of your accounts. I've seen all your pictures. And I love them all. But here's how you will use it forward. We will use a different format of social media. We will make sure that we promote you as a thought leader. You need to learn how to build your social profile, and more importantly, how you will be part of something called communities, the developer communities and the industry communities like Web3. Right? So you will learn the basic skills of social media. How many people know what Discord is? Right? So one of the things you will learn is now to be part of more constructive communities that will help your career. Right? I'll tell you, you will be able to find a job if you're part of the Discord communities. You will be able to raise capital for your idea if you're part of the Discord communities. So you will learn how to do Discord, right? So the other thing that I want to point out is you will also learn how to make friends that you have never. Let me ask you, how many people are sitting beside somebody they know in this class? Raise up. I know, everybody. We do it, everybody does it. But you know what? You are actually losing an opportunity to build a network. How many people want to be my friend? Right? I want to be your friend too. But here's what I'm trying to say, that you're losing out an opportunity to make friends with 300 Abhisheks sitting in this room right now, because you don't know who is going to be what in next 10 years. So make sure you make friends with 300 Abhisheks in your seat right now, by making sure by the time you end this program here, you know all 300 of them. These people in this classroom can be your friends, can be your investors, can be the one getting you a job later on. You don't know where this is going to go. We will put you on a rocket and it'll shoot you in the sky, but you will all become different stars. Some big, some small, some much bigger, but you need to make friends with everybody who you have in the room here. Right? And if I were you, I would go sit in between two people I don't know. That's how you will build, friendships. If you basically will sit with the same people you already know them. So take that opportunity, take that leap, take that risk, to be with people who you have not met, and these friendships will go a long way because, you will be part of the IBC Global Leader Program Batch 2. All 300 of you. So there is a lot to cover. We have some exceptional people who have a lot of industry experience speaking with you very, very soon, talking to you about the program, talking to you about what you will learn in this program. But trust me, don't waste your time here if you're not interested in yourself. If you're not interested in your own future, then don't waste your time and take this opportunity from somebody else who can use this opportunity to be here in this room. We can help you to go to Harvard, we can help you to get a high-paying job, but we don't want you to take this opportunity from somebody else. If you are here, I expect that you give your 100% because we are giving 110% to make this happen. But if you're not going to help yourself, then none of us can help you achieve your dreams. So please, give a round of applause for yourself for being here. Because trust me, I want, and everybody in my team wants you to be extremely successful in your careers. And your success is our success, but we cannot do justice to any one of you if you guys are not committed to the program and committed to the direction we are shooting. Now, just to give you a sense, what does it take to get the final job in the industry? One is, has anybody been part of any hackathons before? Raise hands, guys. A few? Yes? Okay. Now, this hackathon is a little bit different, where we give you education, we give you technical skill set, you have a mentor who will help you build, unlike the other hackathons. I honestly tell you, you don't have to be a computer science student to be successful here. Yesterday we heard there was a doctor in Web3 doing extremely well. So there are multiple roles, like even to build a company, you need marketing, you need sales, you need, front-end development, back-end development. There's a ton of functional roles that you can be part of. So don't, by the fact that you are already here, you are ahead of several thousand students who don't know what Web3 is or will not know what Web3 is after a week you spend with us. So everyone, again, I'm super excited to be part of this crowd. With that, I would invite Deepak to take over the session. But, before I do that, I want all of you to stand up. Raise your hands and say, I want to be a Web3 developer. It has to be just a little louder. I want to be a Web3 developer. I want to be a Polkadot developer. I want to make 300 friends. And I will do it without any miss. Right? So that, guys, we all are making commitment to each other. Please sit down. And with that, we will continue the session. Deepak, thank you so much. Again, good morning, everyone. Thank you, sir.
All right, that just made my job a little harder. So, right, a day could not begin with a better context setting. So, thank you, Abhishek sir, for that. Now, we will call upon a speaker, a part of IBC media team, a person who has basically thought this through from start to the end in a very intricate manner. He spent sleepless nights and made a lot of people work from morning till night to make all of this happen. And I'm proud to have been associated with him and work with him in the past couple of months. And he comes with a massive technological experience. Guys, this is something that you should definitely care about, because when I say that in the past 20 years, our next speaker has been at the every change that has come. He has seen all of it, has been at the center of it, and has been part of that transformative process, right? So getting an insight into his knowledge, into his understanding, and what the future will hold about blockchain and Web3 is going to decide a lot of things about how you will proceed going further. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Mr. Praveen Thakur, COO of IBC Media. Praveen sir, please come on stage.
Can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me? So, good morning, all of you. So, now, with the background that Abhishek has set for all of us, see, I come here with one objective. Now, all of you would have got a sense that blockchain is something which is happening, which has happened in last 15 years, right? And this is going to be there. Now the question is, like Abhishek mentioned, whether you really want to be part of this journey, because the world is going to be blockchain. Of course, there are various reasons for that, and we will be talking about all of them in the next few days. But the important point here is that it is very, very important. No, I take it back. It is necessary for you to learn blockchain. Make sense? Okay, so we could be going with very little energy for next 8 days, and the outcome that you will be getting will also be, I would say, ineffective. So what I want, one thing from this class is extremely high obsessive energy level. Can you guys promise that? Yes, sir. Right? And I promise you one thing, that I will try to make a blockchain so simple for you that you would say that, what people were talking about, the complexity was not correct. And that's going to be my effort, guys. I promise to you that you understand blockchain in such a simple manner, and that gives you a foundation to build further upon it. Make sense, deal? Is it a deal? Yes, fantastic. So let me take you through a few slides right now in which I'll be showing you what all these 8 days will look like for you. Okay? Okay, so now yesterday many people talked about blockchain, and before we reached blockchain, we had several stages, right? We all know that until some time there was no web, right? HTTP came into existence at some point in time. And, that really made our life little easier. I don't know if a lot of people in this room would appreciate when the initial blockchain, web started. How did it start? I remember, in those days where it should not go off. the typical website access was people were going and reading newspapers, there were wikis, right, where you go and it was just, browsing information, right? And I can tell you that itself was very, very transformative. And that changed the way the whole world started sharing information with each other. But in those days, setting up a website, putting these complex, complex technological stuff was very, very complex, right? And then, of course, there were security aspects, the navigation that happens across the different websites, servers, all those things were very complex. But still, it really had, massive value for the society. Then we went to Web 2.0, in which you all are very familiar, conversant, where the information became two ways, right? Where, you are, consuming information, you are creating information as well. Now you will ask the question, how are you creating the information? You are creating information in terms of, for example, social media platforms, where you give your contributions, right? I mean, you write blogs, you contribute videos on the YouTube, you upload, your content there, right? There are many ways in which you contribute. So the question here is that Web 2 was very, very important, where the information became two ways. You are the contributor as well as you are the consumer also. Consuming information, contributing to the information, all those things were there. But one thing became very, very apparent, that the people who are contributing to the content, they were left somewhere behind. For example, if you are, contributing to a website where you uploaded a video, fantastic video, and the platform is earning, for example, 100 rupees by doing, there are several ways these platforms earn money, right? Advertisements, etc., right? So, for example, if the channel or platform, if they are earning 100 rupees, a very meager percentage of that comes to you as the content creator, correct? That's how all these big platforms make a lot of money. So now the question, people started thinking about it, boss, I am the creator of this particular content, and I am only getting 5%, 7%, 10%, 15%. Where is this 85% going? And why should somebody who has created a platform keep 85% of the content, of the profit? That is not acceptable, correct? Do you guys agree? Yeah? Now there only comes to rescue this Web 3.0. Yesterday you must have heard some speakers talk about the read. Web 1 is basically read, only read. Web 2 is read plus write. And Web 3 is basically read plus write plus own. Now this ownership thing is something which is all driving Web 3. We'll talk more about it, right? But do you guys get the basics of things so far, right? Okay. How exactly we are doing this? Now Abhishek talked that, he talked about salary, massive salary. He talked about being a part of the community, right? He talked about being a part of an ecosystem which talks technology, which breathes technology. My background is, I am an engineering graduate. Of course, I completed my engineering in 1996 from the state of Jharkhand. And I started my career with Tata Steel. If anyone of you know, I was one of the, early mainframe developers, Tata Steel has its plant in Jamshedpur, and I was managing their, I was working in their mainframe department. And from there, shifted to, I worked for a company you must have heard of, Satyam Computers in those days, right? So I was in Satyam Computers for around 10 years. I was, taking care of one of the biggest projects for them in Bhubaneswar. From there, I went to US, and I was in New York and Indiana, stayed for some time. Came back to India, and then I was heading a mutual fund, software platform company for around 10 years. And after that, I was working in, heading the, Europe region, for, the banking and finance vertical for one of the companies. Then I also have started my own company, which is in agriculture. So I'll talk about that later. But the point what I'm trying to say is that with the experience that I have, and Deepak was talking about, of course, yes, I have seen the technologies change I have seen mainframes getting obsolete. Believe me, mainframe used to be one of the hottest technologies when I started my career. And I've seen mainframe people talking about legacy software. And I think we have Selvaraju here who talked to you yesterday. Selvaraju will be, he would have experienced all of these things. So mainframe became, obsolete technology. And then of course, mobility came. Then came your IoTs. Then came your cloud, social. If you have heard of the term SMAC, S-M-A-C, social, social media, mobility, analytics, cloud computing, all these things definitely change the way this information world is behaving. Do you guys understand that? It's very important because before the mobile systems came, nowadays can you imagine a business starting without any mobile app? Can anybody think of that? No? But this was not at all there when we were working. Mobile was, when I first got my mobile phone, I did not know, how to operate it. Nowadays, you go and talk to a kid who is 2 years or 3 years old, he or she will be conversant in mobile, right? That's the time we're talking about technology. So what we are trying to do here, that one thing is that we say that, I don't know whether any of you will collect with me. Has anybody, drawn water from a well by a rope? Have you done that? Anybody has done, raise your hand. Okay, so many. So you will appreciate what I'm saying. So when you are, taking out water from a well by a rope is such a soft thing, right? But then it gives a mark on the wall. If you don't have a pulley, if you have a pulley, then I am not talking about that. Even you get a mark on the pulley also. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, that's the power of practice. What we are trying to do here is that we have a series of hackathons. Now, hackathons are, pretty broad terms in my opinion, where you kind of go and learn things, you go and build things. If you really see the way we have designed these hackathons where, you will be oriented towards the technology and you will start building. How will you build? You will say that, I have just got exposure to the technology. How will I build it? We have people like Selvaraju who will help you build. Even when you are writing hello world application in any language, you will be helped to build. Once you migrate to the next, session, you will start getting that independence. And this process, you will realize what is the most important thing in this process. Can anybody raise hand and tell me? What is the mantra of success in this whole 6 hackathons I'm talking about? Can anybody say that? Sorry? Networking. Okay. What else? Consistency. I was looking for that word. Sorry? Don't worry about saying anything, please. Just say anything, whatever you want. But be mindful, right? Communication. Very good. What else? Hard work. Patience. Practice. Sorry? Curiosity. Yes. Knowledge. Yes. So, say it louder. Zeal to learn. Absolutely. Now, all these things that you're talking about are extremely important for you to become successful. Believe me, the whole outside world is waiting with both of their arms for you. What are they looking for? Skills. How do you build skills? We are giving you this platform. Can you, if I give you a sharp knife, can you use it properly if you don't know how to use it? Can you? You will cut your hand. We are talking about, this is a very, very powerful, sharp knife that we are giving in your hands. And this is, of course, it's not that sharp as, you can cut your hand. But what you can do here, if you are not using it properly, you will be wasting this. And that's what Abhishek was talking about. That there are people. Now what we have, see, you can always go and watch a video here and there. I don't deny it. But the program, the curriculum that IBC Media has come up with, this program is a very, very thought through designed very, very well-designed program. And you have to be able to use it. Okay, so primarily we are talking about three things here. One is the on-ground 8-day program that right now we are witnessing in Vizag. The second is online program where much more technical in-depth sessions are being taken, which has got a program, and I will request my team to share with you, which is hosted by Mr. Selvaraju himself. He comes with 30 years of experience in the industry, and you can imagine you would have got a glimpse of that. He will talk to you soon. And third is basically the online program I talked about, which is your consistent program parallel to this Vizag program. And the third program is basically your CEP program, which is Continuous Education Program, which is also hosted by Mr. Selvaraju. Okay, now you will get to know more of those things, but let me focus on these 8 days for now. We talked about upskilling, we talked about recruitment opportunities, and I will tell you, we work with blockchain companies, very, very closely, and we have seen that everybody needs skilled resources. Why and how? I will talk about in my next sessions. But one thing you should keep in mind, that all of these people, companies need extremely sharp, talented, skilled developers. I was talking about yesterday, I don't know how many of you were, you heard that yesterday, that I was talking to, in one of the panels, I was talking to one of the founders, and he surprised me by saying that, sir, I am in grade 11th. And he has already built a product. There is another company which I always talk about. I have spoken to Deepak on that. They are called InstaDApp. Now those people have the founders. One founder was around 17 years of age and another was around 19 years of age. Both brothers. The age is not a bar. Can you learn it? That's the question you should ask. Is it too difficult? Yeah, I mean, easy things are not so valuable. Easy things are not so valuable. You can always get something lying here and there, but if you really want gold, then you will have to go to the mine. Right? You will have to put value, you will have to get those mine, the minerals or whatever you talk, and then you have to process them, and then you get something which shines. Agree? Right? So this will not happen just like that, believe me. But if you are consistent, somebody talked about consistency. Who talked about consistency? Raise your hand. One of the most important things is consistency and a hunger to learn. You need to be hungry. I think in my capacity, I don't think people are expected to code, but I was talking to my friend Deepak Singh, that I still code a couple of hours a day in the morning. I do coding. Can you become better coder? All of you are better coder than me. The point is that you have to become that rope which leaves a mark on that boundary of that well. Understood? Silence. What does it mean? What do you read from this? Are you doing introspection? Yeah? Very, 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 very essential for you. Okay? Now we talk about, you already are aware of this, right? So we are, you can't take 10,000 people in a room and talk to them, right? I mean, that's practically not possible. So we have selected 300 people here whom we think should make it big. And it is quite possible that if you are really on this journey, some of you make very, very big, and I'm sure some of you will make it very, very big, in next few months. I'm talking about next few months. Have you ever done the popping of the popcorn in your own house? I try to do with you put some ghee in pressure cooker and put the corn and cover it. Have you tried? Anybody tried here? Yeah? What happens? One popcorn comes first. Correct? These are all experience I'm telling you. Then second popcorn comes. then third popcorn comes, all they start popping one by one. Now my question to all of you here, who wants to pop first? Who wants to pop first? And that should be a race. And this race we will talk about when we talk about blockchain as well. How do you create blocks? How do you create consensus? And then we'll talk about that, these things in technical language parlance also. Okay. We talked about one of the important things is that ideation. How do you come up with business ideas? Can you come up with business ideas which are, mind-boggling, like your Ola or like Zomato in the first iterations? Not possible. What I challenge you today here, that in next 2 days, Deepak, is that a good target? Okay, so let me say target first. My target for all of you is that everybody here should come to me, Deepak, with 15 to 20 ideas you can build on blockchain. Now can I say 2 days? Monday when I see all of you, I want you to put your ideas, what you can build, what you want to build in blockchain. 15 ideas, the more the merrier. The more the merrier. Come up with, so let me give you a challenge. Monday morning, I want all of you to report to Deepak with 15 to 20 ideas, for you to start building. Is it acceptable? Okay. Then once you have this ideation, then you have the technical sessions I talked about. Some of them we'll go through today. Then we have got test deployment. What does it mean? This is just life cycle. I will not spend too much time on this. When you start building, then you will understand all these things. What happens basically that once you, like if you have done any programming, you first do the deployment in test environment, right? Similar to that, in the blockchain world, we have got something called testnet, where the tokens are, they are not the real ones. And once you have, done the testnet deployment, you test it, then you go to the production. Okay. Okay. Now we have talked about it. I talked about CEP modules. One where we talk about orientation, we talk about technical sessions, we talk about building sessions, and finally you will be, you will be coming up with the products which have real business meaning. Okay? Okay, now this agenda that I'll just quickly walk you through, that yesterday we were having, orientations, we were introducing you to the blockchain. Today we will be talking about some key stuff in blockchain, okay? My objective of day 2 would be to make you start thinking in the language of blockchain. You start appreciating what is going on, so much of noise all around. What is happening in this blockchain? And I think that will be a very good start for you guys. Do you stop there? No, I would not want you to stop. I want you to go and do enough research. Like Abhishek talked about Google, YouTube. I'll tell you, today's internet is full of information. The requirement is for you to be able to find them in the right way with a keen eye of curiosity. Internet has so many things, all the information, but you should be able to find them. Okay, and then we will be talking about how exactly. So I was talking about one of the blockchain companies, and 2 founders. They met in one of the conferences. Try to attend these meetups, conferences. They will open your eyes. And so these 2 founders met in one of the conferences. They kind of made a fantastic bond among themselves, and they formed a company, and that company became a $1 billion company in 1 year or 2 years. Can you form that bond? Doesn't matter whether you are from the same college, doesn't matter anything else. Could you find your, company partner and build another $1 billion empire here? That's what Deepak will be driving tomorrow. And then, as you know, Polkadot is one of the most important blockchains today, which is called Layer 0. Now, you will not understand layer 0 right now. How many of you understand layer 0 here? Please raise your hand. If not, then I will say that after few sessions, all of you will be raising your hand that I understand. That's what is the objective of this program. Okay? Then we'll have business ideas. We will be discussing with you. What do you think? How could you change the society? Could you have imagined Ola or without Zomato, how the life was? Has anybody, has the recollection of those days where there was no Zomato? Do you guys remember? I think you guys all are born in the Zomato and Ola era, I guess. Right? No? So you guys understand when you were hungry, there was no Zomato or Swiggy, how would it be? You will be going and required to cook yourself, right? Nowadays, do you do that? It's just one click away, correct? So that's the point. So how do you generate business ideas? How do we take them to the maturity curve? Very important. And finally, we will be identifying some best ideas here. We will be selecting some people who are good ideas. We will make them present their ideas in the form of PPT, and Deepak and Selva sir will help you do that. But then we will be shortlisting few people who will be required to come and present their ideas in front of a jury panel. And let's do that. And I'll tell you from our experience in Hyderabad, it was so surprising that some of the kids or students who came on day one, they did not have any knowledge of blockchain, but they were presenting ideas like pros, right? But they were pretty serious about it. So I am hoping you all will also be able to do that. Okay? So this is a deep program. I will not go into too deep. We will be, uncovering all these days one by one. We are on day 2 right now. Then we'll have day 3. Then we'll have day 4. We have lined up some very, very interesting topic. A business cannot survive if you don't have finance in it, if you don't have economics in it. Would you agree? Would you agree? Right? So we'll be covering them. So ideation will be focusing a lot, and finally we will be having the presentation from all of you, and then we will be finishing this. There are so many rewards we will be talking about. These are the rewards which are basically for all our leaders who are helping us make this program. There are some criteria and all. I'll just skip them for now. There are, of course, if you are doing excellent, we will be recognizing your college as well. So there is a reward for your college. Now, finally, this is a Discord channel, and I would request all of you to be a part of this channel. If you know about Discord, good. If you do not know, then you can approach our team here who can help you to install Discord, because this is the place where everything is happening in blockchain. So you cannot afford to miss this channel. Okay? So please join IBC Media Discord channel, and we will be sharing with you more information. Okay? So now tell me, did it give some perspective about next 8 days? Right? Are you all excited about it? That's the first question and the only question I have. Right? Are you looking forward to this? Yes, sir. Fantastic. So Deepak, I think I'm good with this now. I wanted to start with, the blockchain journey for you to be able to appreciate how did blockchain start? Why did somebody think of blockchain? Right? Do you know who is Satoshi Nakamoto? Yeah? Who founded Bitcoin? Why did he do that? I mean, was he having so much of time that he thought of doing something and he did that? No, there must have been some reason, right? There must have been some reason, right? Okay, so let me start the presentation. Are you guys all excited? Should I start the next presentation? Yes, or you want break right now? No, sir. No break. Okay. So Deepak, why don't we start? Okay. So I'll need your help in putting my presentation. Okay.
Sir, not so easy. Before we start with the next session, guys, let's hear it up. I mean, I got excited. I don't know about you all. Yeah, so we'll put on the second presentation.
How many of you, how many of you remember or know even about 2008 global financial crisis? Okay. Can somebody explain that to me? I mean, in whatever you understand. In 2 lines, 3 lines. Okay. So, yeah, go ahead. Somebody was saying something here? Okay, never worry. So, I'll tell you. So, the global financial crisis that happened in 2008, why don't I play something and then show you instead of me, telling you something. Deepak ji, will the voice come? No. So I am trying to show you a video which summarizes the 2008 global financial crisis. And then we will build upon that. How did Bitcoin came? Why did Bitcoin come? And what happened after Bitcoin has changed the whole world. Why did Bitcoin come? After Bitcoin coming, then there were sequence of things that happened which changed the whole world, which gave a new dimension to the whole world. That's what I want you to appreciate, and everybody in this room today, I want you to appreciate it without any exception. Then only I'll be happy. Understood? Yeah. We're just fixing the cable thing there. How many of you are from mechanical engineering branch here? Okay. How many of you are from comp science? Computer science? Most of you. Wow. And information technology, IT? Okay. Anybody from non-circuit branches? Such as mechanical, civil, right? Okay. See, I think one thing that I have realized, guys, in these last several years that I have been working, one thing I have realized that branches don't really matter a lot. Yes, I think a particular branch gives you some advantage for sure. But other people who are not in those branches, they can also compensate that by doing some hard work. In fact, I have seen, the syllabus of many branches, and I see that it all depends on what is your learning appetite. Ultimately, that's what it matters. What exactly do you want to learn? Now, there are 2 types of people. Okay, one type of people is basically who are basically who are good in following certain things, using some technologies which are built. But at the same time, there are some sort of people who are always busy in creating something new, like engine, right? The question is that you should, and I think both are good. I'm not saying one is bad or, worse than other. Both are equally good. But you have to choose, you have to decide what exactly is your preference. Okay? So let me try to play this video. This video will give you some perspective.
Welcome to Crash Course Economics. My name is Jacob Clifford.
And I'm Adrienne Hill. And today we're going to do something a little different. We're going to explore one moment in history in depth. We're going to talk about how the 2008 financial crisis happened and the government response to it in the United States.
So let's get started. The 2008 financial crisis was a big deal. Ben Bernanke said it could have resulted in a 1930-style global financial and economic meltdown with catastrophic implications. But what happened? Why did it happen, and why aren't we all huddled around burning trash cans, forming a raiding party to go steal gas from other tribes in the wasteland? By the way, if you're actually doing that, you probably didn't hear we survived the financial crisis. Things got better. Seriously, put down your crossbows.
To explain what happened, first we have to do a quick explainer about mortgages. And you might already know this, but basically someone that wants to buy a house will often borrow hundreds of thousands of dollars from a bank. In return, the bank gets a piece of paper called a mortgage. Every month, the homeowner has to pay back a portion of the principal plus interest to whomever holds the piece of paper. If they stop paying, that's called a default, and whomever holds that piece of paper gets the house. The reason I'm saying whomever holds the paper rather than the bank is because the bank, the original lender, often sells that mortgage to some third party. And the reason I say often is because this happens all the time. I've had my house for 9 months and 3 different banks have had the mortgage. Traditionally, it was pretty hard to get a mortgage if you had bad credit or didn't have a steady job. Lenders just didn't want to take the risk that you might default on your loan. But all that started to change in the 2000s. And before we go further, a quick aside here. The story gets complicated fast, and it's a fascinating story, but we're trying to keep it relatively simple. So I've asked Stan if we could put some additional resources in the YouTube description. And Stan said yes. Thanks, Stan. Anyway, back to our story. In the 2000s, investors in the US and abroad looking for a low-risk, high-return investment started throwing their money at the US housing market. The thinking was they could get a better return from the interest rates homeowners paid on mortgages than they could by investing in things like US Treasury bonds, which were paying very, very low interest. But big money global investors didn't want to just buy up my mortgage and Stan's mortgage. It's too much hassle to deal with us as individuals. I mean, we're pains. Instead, they bought investments called mortgage-backed securities. Mortgage-backed securities are created when large financial institutions securitize mortgages. Basically, they buy up thousands of individual mortgages, bundle them together, and sell shares of that pool to investors. Investors gobbled these mortgage-backed securities up. Again, they paid a higher rate of return than investors could get in other places, and they looked like really safe bets. For one, home prices were going up and up, so lenders thought, worst case scenario, the borrower defaults on the mortgage, we can just sell the house for more money. At the same time, credit ratings agencies were telling investors these mortgage-backed securities were safe investments. They gave a lot of these mortgage-backed securities AAA ratings, the best of the best. And back when mortgages were only for borrowers with good credit, mortgage debt was a good investment. Anyway, investors were desperate to buy more and more and more of these securities. So lenders did their best to help create more of them. But to create more of them, they needed more mortgages. So lenders loosened their standards and made loans to people with low income and poor credit. You'll hear these called subprime mortgages. Eventually, some institutions even started using what are called predatory lending practices to generate mortgages. They made loans without verifying income and offered absurd adjustable rate mortgages with payments people could afford at first, but quickly ballooned beyond their means. But these new subprime lending practices were brand new. That meant credit rating agencies could still point to historical data that indicated mortgage debt was a safe bet. But it wasn't. These investments were becoming less and less safe all the time. But investors trusted the ratings and kept pouring in their money. Traders also started selling an even riskier product called collateralized debt obligations, or CDOs. And again, some of these investments were given the highest credit ratings from the rating.
Okay. So I wanted to give you a perspective of what was going on in 2008. Now, there are a lot of technicalities here. A lot of financial. I don't want you to be worried about these technicalities. But if you describe the whole scenario of the world economy moving towards 2008, there were few very, very important points for you to consider. First point, the banks were giving loans to people, and I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. The banks are trying to give loans to people even if they are not worthy of giving the principal and EMIs back. It is a crime, right? It's a very wrong thing. Guys, please say yes or no. Yes, right? Now, why is the bank doing that? Why was the bank doing it? Because what bank does, bank gives, say for example, 1 crore rupee to me, mortgaging my house, and after that what it does, and per month I am expected to pay principal plus interest. For example, 1 lakh rupee per month. Okay. Now what does bank do? Bank will sell that loan to somebody, to some other lender who is willing to take that risk. Now what will say, I have taken loan from from the bank. Bank gave me the money, and bank will sell that loan to somebody else. Now that person will receive the EMI from me instead of the bank from where the loan started. Do you guys understand that? So what I did, I gave so I'm a bank. I gave the loan to you, and after that you have to pay the EMI for next 30 years. Correct? Now what I am doing as a bank, I am selling this loan to Deepak. Now Deepak is going to receive the EMI from you in the future, right? Now what is my interest here? If you are being able to pay the EMI for next 1-2 years, after that I am fine. I don't care whether Deepak gets the EMI or not. Do you understand this? It is very simple maths, right? Now it is Deepak's problem. What will Deepak do? Now Deepak is another smart guy. I'm just taking an example here. Deepak buys the loan from me, and Deepak takes his commission in that, and Deepak sells that loan to Mr. Selvaraju. Now what did Deepak do? Deepak earned some money in that, some interest, and he has washed his hand. Now it is Selvaraju's problem, not my problem, not Deepak's problem. Now this went to several layers. Nobody knows which bank originated the loan, what was the condition of the borrower, whether he was having the capability to give money back or not. But it doesn't matter to that bank. Then there are a lot of credit agencies. Now these are very complex financial terms. We can talk offline also, but that you can go and do a study about these very interesting concepts. Okay. Then what happens? That there are agencies which are required to certify whether this particular, they are called instruments, they are called mortgage-backed securities, MBS. Now whether these MBS are good investment tool or not, now these agencies, they started certifying everything as top class investment. So people are confused, people don't know what is happening in behind, right? So this became a very complex network or web where nobody knows who is selling what, who is the first person who started, what is the credit worthiness of the borrower, etc., 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 etc. Why did this happen? Everybody was just looking at its own profit, nothing else. The whole system had to collapse. These are the issues of the centralized systems, where centralized systems, they definitely are too concerned about their own benefit, right? Now, all these things were going on, the 2008 crisis happened, go and there are so many beautiful movies on this 8 crisis, you will definitely understand these things better. But what happened, then this person who is called Satoshi Nakamoto is a person or group we don't know, but this guy comes up with a beautiful idea of removing all the intermediaries from the equation and saying, if I want to send something to you, you need to send something to me in currency. You don't need a bank. You don't need a bank. Guys, I need confirmations from you whether you are studying, you are with me so far or not. Right? Any problem so far? Fantastic. So now what happened? Satoshi said that I don't need intermediaries here in between. Let's do transactions with each other. And that is called Bitcoin. Bitcoin is using the underlying technology of blockchain. So Bitcoin is the first decentralized application of blockchain which came into existence, right? And this was very powerful, very, very powerful. This changed the world. Now Bitcoin had, how did Bitcoin, was the technology used by Satoshi completely new? Of course not. Satoshi did a very brilliant job of looking at the technologies which were already existing, and he used all of them to bring Bitcoin. What were they? Very simple ones. The first is basically, hashing. We'll talk about them, hashing. And then of course you have got these cryptographic tools are beautiful tools where one is hashing and another is basically, what we used is private public, asymmetric private public key pair. Now these two were the base technologies which were used, and this resulted in complete elimination of intermediaries, and there could be any sort of intermediary. That is the essence of Bitcoin. Yes? Okay. Now, Deepak, how are you doing with respect to time? Okay, so of course I cannot finish in 10 minutes, so yes, sorry. No, I think maybe I can do later also. Yeah. So guys, I think we are doing, we have 10 minutes for now. We'll have another speaker, but with the time, I think I would like to continue this later, right? If we are not able to finish it right now. But okay, so let's get back to the point. So, okay. Now, so what happens here that basically you are, so let's talk about it. So what we have talked so far, that you use hashing, you use private public key pair, and then using these two technologies and some other elements, okay, you make a khichdi out of that, and then that becomes basically your blockchain, right? How does it happen? Very interesting thing. So let us start understanding the basic concept here. What is a blockchain? So blockchain is basically chain of blocks. Good answer? No. So blockchain is, that is true. Basically, blockchain is a chain of blocks in which the first block is called Genesis block, where things start. And every block here will have some transactions. For example, person A gives money to B, B gives to C, C gives to D. There are so many transactions. All of those transactions will be put into a particular block, right? And then taking everything together, we will create a hash. There are more details. I am simplifying it here. You create a hash. Then what you do, then there is going to be the next block. What will next block do? Next block will also have its own transactions, etc., plus the hash of the previous block, right? And like that, this continues. Now, we have not covered hashing here. I think I'll cover that in some other sessions. I have got few other sessions also. But what I'm trying to say here, that by doing this process, what you do, that if you go and change one transaction, now if A becomes greedy, okay, I am receiving instead of $10, if A is giving me, if I'm writing, $100 here, then the hash will change. If the hash changes, all the subsequent hashes will also change, because if this hash changes, this hash is included in the next block, right? The next block hash will also change. So the next hash will also change. The whole blockchain becomes invalid. Now that is where we call also, these are immutable. Once the transaction is written, you cannot change it. Okay? So Deepak, I think, do you need me to give closing comments right now? Okay, so guys, I hope whatever we have covered in last 45 minutes to one hour, it would have given you some perspective. Like what I was saying, that, like Abhishek was saying earlier, the idea of IBC Media is to, demystify the world of blockchain for you. And we will always make sure that when you leave this room, you are at a different level altogether. Only thing is that work hard with us, and what I told earlier, that while I will cover the technology for you, I want you, all of you, to come to Deepak by Monday with 20 ideas, business ideas each. Can I expect that? Yeah. So Monday, I'll see, 20 ideas from each one of you, and we will continue the rest of the day session. I will be talking further on many of these subjects to make it more interesting for you. Thank you.
So guys, I'll just, so this is going to be your Gita of blockchain and Web3 for working with IBC Media. So you have to be compulsorily on the IBC Media Discord server because that's where all the communications will be happening. So I'll keep it on over here. We are taking a strictly 5-minute break. Just go if you want to go to the washroom or freshen up. So just strictly 5 minutes, you'll be back and we'll start with the next session. We don't want the speaker to wait. I'll keep the code open. You can just come scan here so that you don't miss out. All right guys, see you in 5 minutes.
Hi guys. Hey, we'll have this informal conversations throughout the week, and obviously, I'm gonna take a seat, but I think I can see you better as well. So while we have this 5 minutes break, I'm gonna steal these breaks from all my mentors and tutors here and trainers here because they don't like me taking the program time. So I respectfully sort of steal this time from them to speak with you. But we will be teaching you a lot of the skills I told you. These guys are taking care of the technical side. But I thought that was a fantastic view of what went wrong and what was the sort of the genesis of blockchain. And it became $2 trillion since 2008. It became a huge deal and it's growing on a daily basis. So, a lot of people who thought that was too technical, but like, Praveen pointed out, the important thing to take away was something broke. A lot of people lost their money because somebody abused the trust. How many people know that we pay taxes to live in the cities? How many people know that you will pay taxes when you start earning salaries? And when and can somebody tell me what is the amount of tax you pay in India if you have a job? 30%. You know how much is it in New York or San Francisco? 45 to 50% depends on how much you earn, right? So imagine if you're making 5 lakhs in salary or 50 lakhs in salary, 25 lakhs is going to the government. How many people want sharing? We have over 10 help you get leadership skills. Leadership skills are very important. We'll talk about that. It is one of the key skills to have to get a job, by the way. How many people know what leadership is? To have to get a job, by the way. How many people know what leadership is? So we'll talk more about it. I see few hands. But leadership is not management, by the way. How many people do you think you need to demonstrate leadership? To have 10,000 people doing marching on a beach? No. That's not leadership, right? That is a leadership, but that's a different... No, but I'm going to check how many people have joined. Yeah. Guys, people can leave and come back, no problem. In this 5 minutes, I'm going to ask you if you had a chance to join Discord. So by the time this 5 minute ends, I want everybody to be on Discord because I'm going to take a quick roll check if you have joined Discord or not. You're on Discord? You joined? Awesome. So everyone, please make sure that you join Discord. Are you guys on Discord now? Awesome. Discord? Awesome. Chairs could be more comfortable, right? Hello, everyone. How are you? Can you guys see? Are you guys on Discord? Do you know how to join Discord? Yeah. Did you join Discord? You will have to join Discord. Everyone, every student. Discord, are you guys on Discord? Oh, but are you on Discord though? You should join Discord. You guys are on Discord? You guys are on Discord? Everyone? Yes, sir. 50 तो नहीं आएंगे, 2 और डाल सकते हो यहाँ पे, 1 और डाल सकते हो आगे. All right, guys, I think we have a few minutes before our trainers take over. Let me see some show of hands. How many people participate in the college annual functions, like programs? Oh my God, really? Whoa. Let me speak and let me ask the questions. Okay, so we do have some performers. Let me see a show of hands of all the people who have participated in dance performances. How many people have done dance performances? Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm not going to ask you to dance. Whoa. I'm not doing any partiality. Hold on. Thank you. How many people have participated in like drama or skits? Dramas or skits. Okay. Whoa. Keep it down. Like, I think there is just one person who starts talking and it's like a vibe that goes out. I want to point out that one person who suddenly starts talking after every question I ask. So, and I'm going to catch that person. So, how many people have actually done like direction? Like some sort of choreography or direction? Okay, there. Why are the hands like this? There's like, there's a dinosaur called Rex. Who knows a dinosaur called Rex? They have like arms like this. So raise your hands, guys, properly. Okay. How many people here like movies? Okay. How many people like to meet movie stars? Okay, the reason I say that is, by the way, one of the projects we did last time in the hack was we got a movie star to the final day, and this movie star basically tokenized his movie. So one of the projects that we had was 3 teams working on tokenizing a movie for this movie star, and he basically came and gave that project to this team. So, interestingly, I will check around if there are any movie stars here in Andhra who would like to come and tokenize a movie for them. So, all right, let me see, what other qualities do we have? How many people here have played dumb charades? Okay. How many people here have traveled more than 3 cities in India? How many people have traveled alone more than 3 cities in India? Okay. Whoa, I think I found the person. Hold on. Keep it down. Okay. So I think, like I said, we will have more conversations. I'll get to know each of you by the time we leave. But guys, this is the time, I can tell you, there is no better time. And I'll tell you how bad I am at all of this. But I can tell you, I have traveled more than 80 cities globally alone in the last 2 years. And I'll tell you how to do that. As a Web3 developer, by the way. And you will not pay for it either. So, how many people want to travel the world? Okay, a lot of people, yeah. So I'll tell you, one of the benefits of Web3 is you will travel the world. And if you don't travel the world, I'll be honest, you will not drive the full potential of what you will become as Web3 developers. So one of the requirements is you will travel the world. With that, I'll hand it over to Deepak. We'll continue our conversations.
Thank you very much, sir. Guys, a huge round of applause. I mean, he doesn't spend so much time with us. So I'm a little envious now. Okay, so now we'll begin with the next session. And this is basically a talk on how to become a Web3 developer. and this is going to be extremely important for you all. And to speak on the subject, we have Mr. Tushar Ojha from Subsocial. So Tushar has already held sessions with us earlier, and trust me, it was one of the best sessions that we have ever had. And his explanation of the subject, the coverage of intricacies, and how it will help you becoming a Web3 developer is going to be extremely important. So I appreciate the fact that Tushar is here with us. We could not have a better speaker than him. Thank you, Tushar, for joining us. Guys, a huge round of applause for him. Sir, would appreciate if you can begin.
Yeah, you all can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. So hi everyone. I'm really happy that everyone here is full, passionate and interested and looking forward to it. So today we're going to learn about how you can become a Web3 developer in 2023. So 2022 is almost about to an end. So let's focus on 2023. What things you need to have to become a Web3 developer and what path you can follow. Of course, there are infinite ways you can do something, but let's find out the more milestones that we have to achieve in the way so that we can become a good Web3 developer. So I myself started Web3 a long time ago. I have experience with development and tried a lot of things in this space. So I'll guide you through with my experience. I have not followed any particular course or anything, but I have learned on the way by building stuff. So Web3 is all about building and creating stuff. So let's see. But first of all, I would like to talk about what is Web3, because this term has been used so much. It was first coined by Gavin, founder of Polkadot and co-founder of Ethereum. So if we talk about Web3, so like you can understand about this, like 3 is the version, of course. So you can understand about the era of Web 1, Web 2 and Web 3. So Web 1 you can think of it as like read-only material. Like today if you go to Wikipedia, you read stuff. So there were mostly static websites where you can just consume content, learn about something and grasp knowledge. So Web 2 have been like that, and it was not even meant to for normal people to utilize. It was meant for military purposes and sharing information inside a closed organization or that sort of thing. Web 1 was meant. So after that, Web 2 came in, with which we saw social media, blogs, Wikipedia, which is updated now, where you can also post stuff. So read and write, both things were possible with Web 2. Today, what we explore most of the times through our social media apps is an example of Web 2. So in that thing, it's really good that I am able to create content and I am able to share my knowledge across people. I can communicate with them. These things are going really good. But after some time, since these powers are being held by centralized organizations, today I'm creating my content on my YouTube channel. All my videos are being held by YouTube. If I'm writing my tweets, I'm creating blogs. So all of my content that I'm creating for my community is being held by these centralized organizations. So this is not really great, because there have been problems where these centralized organizations can take down my profiles and delete my content. And actually, it's just that I'm writing the content for them. I'm not owning the content which I'm creating. So the whole thing was missing from Web 2, which is now introduced in Web 3. So in Web 3, we have different wallets where you take the custody of everything you do on this space. So imagine the internet where if you want to send someone transaction, you are literally holding that funds. No one else is holding on your behalf. If you are creating some content, if I created a blog post, I am having that blog post with me. If a website tries to, not show my blog and want to take down my blog, I can use some other website to show that blog. So basically, I am holding my own content. I am taking the custody of the things that I create on the network, and I am a part of the ecosystem really. And this is decentralized using the technology which Web3 uses is called blockchain. So let me quickly, I know you might be aware now, since there are a lot of sessions IBC and other mentors are taking. I hope you all know about blockchain, but I'll give you a quick walkthrough about what this thing is. So you can think of blockchain technology as a system of taking records, information which is decentralized and which is basically impossible to change or hack. So think of it like if you have been familiar with data structures and algorithms, so you can think of it as a linked list where all different, like there is a particular node and then it points to a different node and like this way there is a chain created of these nodes. And in blockchain terminologies, we don't call them as nodes, we call them as block. And these blocks have certain properties and are pointed to the next one. And this is how it this works, like this creates this block. Then there are some lot of algorithms and technologies and consensus mechanisms which are used to ensure that this data, which is like this block data, like every block and the record of blocks, is being stored in a decentralized fashion, and everyone has the same copy of this data, and everyone can prove that this is the correct copy. So for that, there are tons of mechanisms and consensus mechanism that everyone can agree on to one copy, which is like examples could be proof of work with Bitcoin users, proof of stake, proof of history. There are tons of algorithms and mechanisms like this, with which we are able to create a decentralized world where anyone can run a node and take a copy of this blockchain and contribute towards adding a new block and hence get rewarded for this. So this reward comes from gas fees, and there are tons of concepts like this, but the whole idea is that one general copy of blocks which is sequential and which is very deterministic, and after that everyone can have that copy and take this as a source of truth and believe in this copy. So this is what blockchain is, and like if you want to take a magnified look, what is actually inside a block, which I am saying in English we call it as a node. So if you think of a blockchain as what's inside a particular block. So inside a block there are a couple of things, like depending on different blockchains, there are tons of blockchains now in this multi-chain world. So if you think of like a standard or a common example, so in a block you will see that there is some property called data, where we hold a list of data. So in case of, let's say, Bitcoin, there could be transactions from and to, these properties and value. And so this data is being stored in this data column. Then there is a hash which is generated for this particular block, and there is also a previous hash of the block. So if you see on the first block of a blockchain, the previous hash value is 0. That means this is the starting of a blockchain. So this block is called as Genesis block. And to create a new block, all the people, all the different computers which are running this blockchain and which are trying to contribute to a new block, they are called as miners, and they give their computation power as an expense to add a new block and hence get rewarded for doing that. So they all are, in sort of like proof of work methodology, they are trying to fight to add a new block. And for that, they have to solve a mathematical problem. In this case, for example, the mathematical problem would be how many you should have X number of zeros in the starting of a new hash. So based on the data, the previous hash, I want to generate a new hash which has, let's say, 6 zeros in the starting. So if you know about hash system, so hash system is basically a one-way functions where you pass some data, and based on that data, it can generate a fixed size response, and this response, this string, like hexadecimal string or anything, that has that is of fixed size, and that can be the same. Like if unless and until the data doesn't change, this string will be the same, and you cannot reverse it. From this string, you cannot get the data back. So these are one-way functions. So these algorithms and these complexities are added so that everyone can find and compute. To mine a new block on blockchain, on Bitcoin blockchain, you have to, it takes 10 minutes to do that. So there is a ton of problems with the standard Bitcoin systems, like you want to scale, you want faster blocks to be added very fast, and you want tons of things like that, which were not possible with Bitcoin. Then there were Ethereum and other blockchains evolved, which allows you to, use this machine's computation to even run some code on it. So essentially, these all fight about creating new blockchains have been there for a long time, and almost you can say, this market is being settled now. So there are two types of blockchain development. Like if you want to be a blockchain developer, there are two specific types which are very different from what you do day to day, and what you can do. Basically, there is core blockchain development and there is blockchain app development. So if you think about blockchain core development, that means you are working with languages like Rust, Golang, C++ to contribute and create new blockchains and add features to the blockchain. So we got the initial idea of how blockchain can be used to solve real world problems from Bitcoin, then and Ethereum, and then we keep on improvising and keep on adding and solving major problems like scalability, security and these things from these blockchains. So if you want to contribute towards creating a better blockchain as a technology, you can use this thing. And the second aspect of this blockchain development is where you as a person try and care about the users and create some real world use cases. For example, like there are projects which allows people to file, like recent project of one of the Indian state government, that you can file complaints on chain. So these types of projects, these types of applications which uses this blockchain technology and leverage the power of this decentralized world to solve some real world problems. So that is app development. So today, this time, there are requirement of both, but most of the people today do app development and there are very few people who do code development. And these both things can go hand in hand. Like if you want to pursue both, then you can try, but more easier to start off with app development. That's why I emphasize on this. And the fight for being a, building new blockchains and stuff like that has been, getting to be settled. And there is a huge scope for creating useful and productive apps on blockchain. If you want to still build a blockchain, how you can use it? So in Polkadot ecosystem, it believes in the system where all the different, they could be like, since there are tons of blockchains available right now, I'm going to show you like a list of those. So you want to make this, like with Polkadot ecosystem, they believe that we can create a system where these blockchains can interoperate, use data and share data and like call each other's methods. So for that there is a framework called Rust. You can use this Rust framework to do this thing, and it will give you everything you need to create substrate framework which you can use to create these new blockchains called as Solochain, Parachain and these things. So you can create a new blockchain of your own using the substrate framework, and the programming language for which it used is Rust. You have to learn that. So yeah, and there is something called Ethereum virtual machine. So when Ethereum came in, so Bitcoin was already there and it was solving a real world problem related to transactions. So Ethereum thought that why can't we use this machine's capabilities which this miner is running right now just to solve mathematical problems? Why cannot we use to run some code on these machines, because these machines are already very powerful. There are different banks available where you can get some loans based on giving some collateral on chain. There are social media, there are games, and there are tons of things. Games is also very important. People don't take it as serious as other fields, because, but still, if you think of why do you get onto, like if you ask yourself why do you get onto a machine for the first time, it's probably because you wanted to play some games on it. So so there's some chains which are using, like Social is one of them, and tons of other chains, Astra and them. So you can basically use the right on top of them some, if you want to have some sort of extra. All these chains have different properties and different methods of themselves, and then on top of these chains, if you want to write some custom code as a developer, as a blockchain developer, you can write some custom code. These codes are going to be run in the machine. So in case of Ethereum, these code which you write are called smart contracts, and these contracts are running on the Ethereum virtual machine, which are taking the power of these nodes which are mining. So you can write some smart contracts. These contracts are very simple in use case, and they are targeted to solve small problems. So these are very simple. If you see like the contracts and how they look like, these are simple, but they has to be very secure, because you cannot, once deployed, you cannot change the code. This is on chain and going to stay forever. As yeah. And so for Ethereum, in case of Ethereum, we use Solidity to write these. In case of Substrate or Polkadot ecosystem, there is like Ink, which you can use as framework to write contracts in Rust programming language. And then you create a front end, which is basically a website, as you see this website or any other website which you have been exploring so far. So in Web3, we also use Web2 components, but the purpose and the underlying backend is very different from any other Web2 project. So we use the front-end technologies of Web2 like React, if you are familiar with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We use all of those, and then we connect our websites and our front ends with the smart contract and the blockchain. And we also use something called as wallet. So wallet basically is your gateway or your entry pass for this whole ecosystem of Web3, where you take the custody of the data you generate and the activities you do on chain. So from this wallet, you hold your assets like NFTs, crypto, and everything, and all the actions you do are also mapped to your public key and private public key. And you have a private key which you make sure is always secure and don't share with anyone in mnemonic. So from that, you can generate the public key as many times as you want. And this is basically your entry for your users. This is the gateway, and your front end, in the front end, as you have been building regular websites, you just have to do two extra things. One is you have to connect your front end with this wallet using some libraries which are already available. And then you have to also use this front end to connect to the blockchain and the smart contracts, for which also there are now a lot of libraries available to do so. So this is how you are able to create a dApp on a blockchain. So if I say, if you want to build something on chain, on build on top of a chain, then you need to have these things for sure. I would say that you should have experience with website, the classic website development using Web2 technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript. If you know React is good, and if you know a little bit of Node.js, so that you can write and deploy smart contracts. You can learn these over time, of course. This is not like you go and grind these things from the day one, and then these are something which you have to learn as a part of Web2 before building something meaningful in the Web3 space. And of course, you should have the passion to never stop building. I'll talk about it later as well. So now, what are smart contracts? So I said, like, smart contracts. I hope everyone is following so far. All good? So we saw in this picture that there is a blockchain which everyone creates, and like you can also create your own blockchain. And on top of that, there are custom codes which you deploy, which is called smart contract. So now we are seeing actually the definition, the classic definition of smart contract, that what it is. So these are simply programs that are stored on blockchain and that run when predetermined conditions are met. So basically the code you write as a contract, basically to execute that. If you get these inputs, you do these things. You transfer, you take funds from this account, you transfer to this account, you do this thing, you do this thing. So these are the smart contracts. These are very simple in nature, but can solve some very meaningful things. Like there are DAOs, decentralized organizations that run very much relying on smart contracts. There are banks which are built on smart contract that you deposit a stable token which whose price doesn't fluctuate, and then you can take as a collateral, and then you can take some inflationary or like the token which is more fragile and which changes the prices. So you can lend these tokens and you can bet on, like you can trade and do tons of things because of these smart contracts. So if we talk about Ethereum, then for that we use a programming language called Solidity. If you see the code right now, it's very simple. With this smart contract, what we are doing, we are having one variable. So this code output is going to be, it's going to generate a bytecode and it's going to store on the chain every time, and it's going to run these methods. So what you do is that I have in this contract, if you see, like this is very simple to understand, that we have a number which is of u into 56 size, and then there is two methods, which is store and retrieve. So store, basically this number is now a state value. So every time anyone is going to call this contract and call the retrieve method, they will basically get the same value which is stored in this number. So anyone can change it, anyone can see it. So this is very open. Now you can add conditions that only a certain wallet can change it, only the contract creator can change it, and everyone else can read it. So this is how it works. Like if you just store it as a state value, so everything you want to store on chain, you have to pay some fees for it, so that these miners who are running your code can get rewarded and can get incentives. So for that, your users pay something called as gas fees. Which is very common in all of the blockchains today. So they pay this fees as a crypto token, and these and miners get rewarded for that. And there's something called block reward as well, but yeah, I'll see about that later. So this was about smart contracts. Now, if we see, there is a very common thing which everyone wants to have is a roadmap. Give me a roadmap to how can I become a Web3 developer, and give me a single, like a straight line path to achieve something. Honestly, I don't believe in these straight paths, because I believe there is not a straight line, but everything is a loop. So you have to get into the loop of being a Web3 developer, where you be around the Web3 people, and like since you already are motivated enough to be in the Web3 community, so be in the community, talk with people, just listen what they are saying, what they are talking about, and follow some YouTube channels, follow Twitter accounts who talk about Web3. So eventually you will automatically get interested, and over some time you will learn more than anyone who's following a straight roadmap. But still, if you want to see your straight roadmap, how could look like, or if I can define it for you, how I imagine that. So first you have to understand what is blockchain and why blockchain. I explained you what blockchain is, and it solves real problems. So you have to take a deeper look into blockchain and how we are leveraging blockchain technology to solve some problems. Then you have to set up a crypto wallet and understand about different crypto wallets. These are, very fundamental things that you should have, and you should have it very right. So watch a lot of YouTube videos from different sources, so that you acquire more knowledge about it. So there are crypto wallets like Polka.js wallet, WebApp wallet, and there is Talisman, there is MetaMask, there is Phantom. So there are wallets for which some wallets support different chains, some wallets support different chain. So yeah, just study about those wallets. What is a mnemonic? How it is created? How private key and public key works? Just read about these things and learn. There are YouTube channels, basically, which you can follow, like Whiteboard Crypto. Simply explain. These YouTube channels explain you in 5-minute video about how these things are the fundamentals and the terminologies in Web3. Then you have to understand the working of a smart contract and how to write a smart contract, whether you choose Rust as a programming language for writing smart contracts in Ink, or Solidity for Ethereum. You have to learn, and at the same time you have to start writing these programs and try to experiment with them. So for Ethereum, there is a remix ID where you can online just write and test and compile it. So as soon as you get onto this, it is very easy, I would say. Writing smart contracts is not very hard initially. So then it's very important for you to also understand about, as I said, the terminologies of Web3 and the things which are already now become the standards of Web3. For example, ERC20, what is the difference between a token and a coin? You should understand these things. You should understand what is NFT and how it is, why people are valuing it, how does ERC 721 standard works, and things like that. So there's now there are standards and set for these basic things already in place. So basically you have to just take a look and understand how things work, right? So for this also, just see the theoretical part, that why these standards were required for tokens. The reason is dexes, but yeah, what are dexes, and just see the terminologies, then try to create one for yourself and understand how the working is, and then think of how I can use the existing things to solve some new problems which are there in the market. It's not matter of it doesn't matter if these problems are only in the Web3 space. You can think out of the box of where I can onboard Web2 people to solve their problem using Web3 technology, and how Web3 is very useful, and only Web3 can solve this. Next, you have to learn about how you can connect your smart contract, how you can connect your front end to these smart contracts. For that also, there are tons of packages which are available with which you can connect to smart contracts, interact with them. You need to see about that. There, if you are in Polkadot ecosystem, some chains don't even need smart contracts, because in Polkadot ecosystem there are different chains. There are tons of chains which interoperate, and these chains have specific issues to solve. Like in case of Subsocial, it's a social networking, the chain specially designed for allowing people to create decentralized social networks. So, and there are chains for finance, and there are chains for different sort of things. So, and NFTs as well. So, sometimes you don't even need a smart contract, and you might need it to write one layer top conditions for that or something like that. So yeah, in EVM based things, these chains are really standard. They are hardly underlying changes are there or technical, but mostly driven by contracts. And in case of Polkadot ecosystem, you have specially designed chains as well, because the substrate framework allows us to achieve that. Then you need to do, you are already on step 6, oh my god, that you need to build projects, participate in hackathons as much as possible, become part of Web3 communities, because in communities, when you are in communities, you will be around people, and you don't even need to, you won't even realize how far you have went in building Web3 and being a part of the whole ecosystem. If you are involved in the right communities, around the right people, building multiple projects and trying and experimenting new things, participating in hackathons, because Web3 is very much driven by hackathons and the builders, because this is a technology business where developers are the most crucial part of this whole ecosystem. So you have to be involved as a developer and build multiple projects and experiment and try new technologies. Yeah, so it's not like there's just one or two technologies, there are tons of technologies. So you have to explore your hands and and try it out. So that was it. That was the most of the theoretical part about Web3, how you can become a Web3 developer. But what, you are in 2023, you are early to this ecosystem. When you get on to and start building, you'll realize you are not early, you are late. Because every day you'll think, oh, why cannot we have YouTube on Web3? You'll see some project next day, YouTube for Web3. You will realize, why should not we have some project like this, Medium on Web3? You'll see projects like that already on blockchain. So once you start learning, you'll see that this field is growing very rapidly, and the adoption curve is much better than internet. So you have to, think about what you can build once you learn and become a Web3 developer. I see the answer in these 4 things. One is social media. There is right now the social media as a whole is very much broken. I'm going to talk about a little bit in this session as well. There are different sort of finance solutions. So after the whole crash and the whole market being down, now the focus is again on the developers, where people and these technologies care about the developers rather than bringing on Instagram and Twitter and these already big companies to Web3 and adding Web3 components. Now the focus is on you as a developer. So it's the best time, I would say, it's the best time. Ideally, it's the best time where you can build and collaborate with these companies and build some awesome projects. So social media, finance solutions, games, you can build to again onboard the people who left Web3 for a reason. There could be metaverse solutions. I saw a project in which people are creating NFTs in the metaverse, and tons of things are there. So yeah, personally, I'm very much interested in social media, because I believe the current social media as a whole is broken. There's censorship issues, now you are already and heard of Twitter and these things that someone is taking down their accounts, this account is banned, server down issues, since there is just one central or like a couple of central servers. There are issues of like downtime in these servers. There is no ownership. If I create 1,000 tweets on Twitter today, if Twitter deleted my profile, then I lost all the content which I created. Literally, I lost all the content and also lost all my audience which were there, which was there. Like you followed me, but my account is down, so you all unfollowed me automatically. So these things that I'm not owning my audience and not owning the content, these things, scare me that we should move away from these social media somehow. Right now, the solutions are not as good to migrate, but you have to innovate. You have to think how we can do something in this direction. There's huge cut in monetization today. Like if you create YouTube videos, you invest so much money and time, but still YouTube takes out 45% or even more than that for your ad revenue, and things like that are there. So that's why I'm working at this company called Subsocial. So Subsocial is basically a blockchain specifically designed to solve this burning problem of broken social media, where like you can use Subsocial blockchain and a JavaScript SDK, from which even if you are a front-end developer, you don't need to learn Rust or writing smart contracts and these things. You can just start building for real world and use this JavaScript SDK and our tooling to create a new social media, a Twitter of your own, a YouTube of your own, and with which people can, be a part of the website where they own the content and they have their own audience. So yeah, this is really cool. You can also try it out. You can connect to the blockchain in seconds using our JavaScript SDK. There is no requirement for you to even have blockchain experiences, like experience of writing contracts or Rust or anything like that. So yeah, that is it. Like this is how you can become a Web3 developer, where you have to learn a lot of things. You have to be a part of the whole community. You have to keep building. Like this is the spirit of Web3 world, where you never stop building. Every day you come up with a new idea. You grind yourself to build it and like convert your vision and imagination of a product to the market and take it down. With Web3, you can challenge, like this is the spirit of Web3, where you can build solutions and you can challenge the biggest giants in the world like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and you can create solutions for the whole world. You can sit in India and create solutions for the world. So with that spirit, just keep building and be a part of the community. If you want to connect me, so yeah, I'm available on Twitter. I don't like it, but still, so just connect with me over there, DM if you have any questions, and stay part of the ecosystem and keep building. So yeah, that is it.
Thank you, Tushar. That was really well covered. I'll just ask the audience here if they have any questions. Guys, feel free to raise your hand. No question is a stupid question. I mean, every question is important because that gives not just you, but others also some context. So if anybody has any, I saw some students reaching out to Abhishek sir post. Yesterday is a day. If you have any doubts here, Tushar is like, he'll definitely make sure that you understand if there's any doubt. I guess, Tushar, you covered it too well.
Yeah, perfect. It was nice that like everyone were able to catch up and understand,
Absolutely.
like were able to listen so much, because mostly it was theory part. But yeah, just now the practical begins, where you have to build yourself and learn and be a part of this whole thing.
Right.
All the
Tushar,
best.
once again, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for covering it in such details and with such clarity. Guys, a huge round of applause for Mr. Tushar Ojha.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day. Bye.
Yeah, I'll be back.
तुम्हारा जो बाहर का कोई बंदा आता है ना, उसका ख़त्म होने के पहले इसको दिखा देने का है पूरा ग्रुप। वो दिखाया भी, मुझे भी देखा होगा। इसमें स्टार्ट हो गया था, ये करना चाहिए तो आज ऑनलाइन में 2 आदमी।
All right, guys, we'll begin with the next session now. Deepak would appreciate if we can, yeah, perfect. So, right now, we have a person who has worked very closely with us, spent a lot of time with the IBC product and checking the ins and out. And guys, we'll appreciate some silence here. Yeah, this is for you only. If you miss this, everything that Abhishek sir has said, that Praveen sir has said, it'll go in vain. If you miss this session, if you are not attentive in this session, which is basically on introduction to the IBC product. So this is where all the fun will actually begin. So I would appreciate if everybody is quiet so we can begin it, right? So Avinash sir has spent a lot of time with us in all the intricacies of the IBC product, how, why, and all the questions that you would want to ask about the platform after the session. Make sure that you ask him, because we see a lot of students coming later on with some doubts. So whatever doubt you might have, note it down. We will tackle it one by one. Guys, give a huge round of applause to Mr. Avinash Pitti, CTO of Nitro Network.
Thank you all. Are we good with the screen sharing? People can see the screen, correct?
Yes, sir, we can. Thank you for joining us. Please begin.
Thank you, thank you. I think it's really exciting to see so many people on a Saturday who are coming in, willing to be part of a very good ecosystem. So I'm going to split this into 2 parts. One is the platform itself and how you can be part of this thing. And second is how you can contribute to learning in the platform. So one is, let me just minimize this here. You see IBC Media. There is this Medium documentation step-by-step guide. This link will be available on the Discord channel, where you can go over how to register yourself, how to be part of a hackathon, and how to track your progress, what is the stage of the application you are. So we have divided this into 4 steps. 1 is registration and sign up. 2 is application and participation in an hackathon, wherein you choose a track and you choose an interest. 3 is you submit the idea, and 4 is you upload very specific documentation about the product, about your idea. So we will go over quickly. We'll go over all these 4 steps. We'll keep things very, very simple. I'll not take too much of a time. I think I only have about 10-15 minutes. So we will run through the platform quickly. These are the 4 steps that you would need only for whatever is required in this stage, from registration, ideation, feedback process, and then submitting your idea, right? So if you just scroll down here, you have registration, you go to the website and you click on sign in, you go to events.ibc.media, you log in. In this case, as per the documentation, we have an email address, you verify the email, This is purely right now an email verification. Once you verify the email, you come to the portal, back again when you click on the link, and then once your email verification is done, you sign in, and here you choose your role. Right now you can choose a developer or a student, and then once you're successful, then you go to the second step. And this is just a walkthrough, and I'll also log in now after this, and I'll walk you through step by step. So now, once you log in, you will see programs, right? So you see hackathon 1, 2, 3. You click on a particular hackathon. You click on apply now, and this is a 7-step process. So every hackathon that you would be part of, you have to follow the 7 steps to apply. For example, here you have personal details. This is an application per team member, which means that you have to fill in the details, first name, last name, phone number, what you are, where are you from. Then you go to professional details where you say your College of Engineering, your BTech, you're finishing in 2023 or 24 or 22. And then you say some experience about what languages you are comfortable with. You might be good with Java, Python, JavaScript, or even Solidity or Rust going forward. Then you go to Team Foundation where you enter the team name, the member count, how many people. I think we typically are trying to follow a 3-member team format, but I think it's totally up to how the teams are formed going forward. And then you mention the team details. You add the team members. This is team details, which is like an optional step because this process keeps evolving. Then you go, and this is the primary step. So quickly, I'm going to log in, and I already have created an account here. So I'm going to sign in here. I have a Jason Norking. Okay, I log in. So we have added some features from where we were in the last documentation. So if you see here, once you log in, you will see this section where you can join the daily session if people are remote, and this is also for online session. Here is where you submit your idea. It's a shortcut navigation to actual application. And here is what we have done for our Hyderabad Alt Hack session. So for example, if I just go to Hack, I'll just navigate you through. We have Hackathon 3, 2, and 1. If you see here, Hackathon 1 is ended, Hackathon 2 is ended, and Hackathon 3 is running till 31st December. Now, again, we have another concept called Emerge. It already ended, but again, we will come to it in a meanwhile. So if I go to Hackathon 3, I click on View Details. If I am applying this for the first time, you would see apply now, but if I have already started filling the application, so I'm clicking view application, right? So here again, the same process. I have 7 steps. I'm filling all this information. I'm saying India, Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam, few details here. I click next. I'm saying my college name is this. I'm finishing it in 2023, computer science or mechanical or electrical or any department that you can fill in. Then I'm saying I can code a bit. I can do full stack. Let's say I just deselect blockchain. Languages, I could be good at C++, Python. Solo hacker doesn't need a team. Solo hacker looking for a team. You can just best describe yourself. And let's say I want to create a new team here. How did you learn about this hackathon? I could be here. And I click next. Now team member details, it's fine. We can add more details here. Now this is the main section here where we are trying to define some tracks. Now these are, as you were listening to Tushar earlier session, we have a lot of tracks, and you can also kind of choose which track you want to build on. For example, if this Polka.hack Impulse, IBC Innovation Challenge, Chingari. So all of these are like sponsors, and we have specific tracks. These tracks you can choose and build on it. For example, if you say that, oh, I have a use case and I want to build something on a particular use case, you can also choose. And if you say, oh, I'm comfortable with Hyperledger Fabric, or I'm comfortable with, let's say, Polygon framework, or just smart contracts, or even if you say Polkadot and you want to build something in Rust and you want to use a substrate framework, you can choose Polkadot Hack Impulse as a track. And then you have some themes wherein you are saying you're categorizing these solutions into tooling or a DAO or DeFi or even NFTs and interfaces, right? So there is again, this is definitely open to a lot of feedback that we have mentors, we can discuss this in person. I think we have team members on the ground there. We can talk to Abi, we can talk to Praveen and we also have, I think, Selva for any inputs around tracks and themes and what is the right platform that you should be choosing to build the solution. So the idea is one hackathon, you can choose a track and you can build on it. If you are comfortable with, or if you're anyways going in the direction for Polkadot, I think Rust is a very good language, and I think we should be going in the direction for substrate framework. Now here, if you click on this, learn more about tracks, it basically opens to all the information about the company, about the scheduling, about partners, about some of the timelines and mentors. And then obviously, let's say I choose this, I choose Polka, and I say I want to build something in this description, right? So I say solution for I'll just say test problems statement. Right, so now I can just say register your track, interest, and exit. So at first step, we are saying that you fill in the profile and you are actually submitting your interest, that I am interested in building Polkadot. So this will help us align some help for you, saying that, oh, we have so many people interested in Polkadot, or we have so many people interested in, let's say, Robonomics, or even Subsocial. So that way we can align some interests. And if you again go back to my dashboard, you can actually come back here. So when you say, let's say, navigate through, you have Alt Hack and you say my dashboard, you can again come back and say, go to the final step. Now, if I go back again, I can again re-navigate to see what I have submitted. Now, once I go to idea submission, here you will have to also submit your idea. And this ideation process is a reiterative process, right? So you can actually go back and forth, understand, take feedback, understand the industry, understand the solution, understand the implementation. We cannot build Google in a day, in a week, but at least have enough solution justification that you can say. Again, all of this is again a learning process of how best you can submit the application, and then we can submit the idea. And once your idea is submitted, you can also attach an idea document. The structure of this document will be shown in the following days, and then you can submit the structure in terms of problem statement, solution, framework used, all that stuff. So that structure will be explained to you, and then obviously the PPT, PPTX, and any of the formats will be available, and then you can submit your application. Now, hackathon submission is mandatory if you have to or if you want to be part of it. And again, all the incentive structure about participation, applying, shortlisting, selection, all of this will be explained in the coming future. So about the platform, the process is very straightforward. I think people have already started registrations on the platform. I see some registrations happening, but at the same time, as and when we move forward, we look forward for having more submissions of interest, like choosing the tracks. And then second is we will be having, one is track interest, second is idea submission, and obviously the final submission. Now, very, very important that we want people to be getting used to is GitHub, right? So I'm sure most people know it, but if people do not know the tool, very important that you guys understand GitHub and make sure that, because once you are shortlisted, the development roadmap, the process around development, the process about submissions, the process about feedbacks, code merging, working with multiple team members, all of this will have to be managed through this tool called GitHub. And very, very important, very core foundation concepts of how you can do continuous integration and continuous development. And then we will have separate repositories for people. We will have separate repositories for teams, and then we will make them collaborators for people to sign up for the repository and start submitting code, or start submitting presentations, or start uploading content for us to review. And that's the industry standard process. It's not like we're trying to invent anything. This is an industry proven process, and we want to follow the standard processes because there has to be a method to any madness, and we are trying to streamline the process for application, team formation, submission, management, and then obviously execution in the final step. So that being said, if anybody has any questions, I am more than happy to take it. We'll also be available offline, and then we can, offline in the sense, not in person, but anytime people can post me questions and I'll be more than happy to answer.
Everyone, this topic is very important because this is where depends if you will get an internship certificate or not, your participation certificate or not. Like, all is tied to this presentation. This is our internal tool where we track if you have done what is required to get your participation certificate, education certificate, and internship certificates. So make sure. Can we circulate this presentation from Avi to everyone again? So that if you have any questions, this is basically the tool that you will use to submit your ideas, your applications, which will be tracked, and not just the certificates, but also the report that goes to the college. So one thing, IBC Media is a lot of fun. We do a lot of good things, but we are also a very data-driven, agenda. We literally, when we talk to the employers, we report every activity that you do with us. You come one day, you don't come one day, that's reported. You take volunteer opportunity, you don't, that is reported. You submit an idea, we report it. You don't submit an idea, we report that too. So just make sure that you take all of your actions into account, because, it's easy to wake up in the morning, and say, oh, today I can skip it. But here's the thing, I remember what I told you. You're taking away an opportunity from another student who can be in your seat and benefit. Like, I wouldn't even go too far in the future. How many people have learned something about Web3 since morning? Do you guys know what Web3 is now a little bit? Right? And I can guarantee you, go walk around on this campus and ask 10 new people what Web3 is, they will not know the answer. And I will tell you, internationally, you will be among the first 100 million people out of the 7 billion people who know what Web3 is. And that itself puts you in a different category of students, developers, industry participants. So what Avinash just pointed out is a very important tool. You need to know how to operate it. There might be some kinks, but it's a product that we are also creating for your benefit. So please make sure, if you have any questions, ask, Praveen, relook at the presentation, ask our team so that you know what to do, how to upload information, how to fill out the application so that we can make sure that you get your certificates on time. Yeah? Deepak, over to you.
Thank you, sir. So, guys, what I have done is, most of you who have joined Discord and to those who have not joined Discord, I'll suggest that you do it right away. I've shared the links that was shared, the article link that was shared by Avinash sir, or the Medium article, right? So you can go access that. I've shared the platform registration link. Guys, Avinash sir and his team have done tremendous amount of work in the past couple of months, and especially in the past few weeks. There's a lot of effort that has gone into it just to make sure that your process, your journey is simplified to the best of our ability. So make use of this opportunity, and if there are any questions, I would appreciate if there are any questions, raise your hand. People who want to yawn through their hand, you don't need to.
Sir, can I able to see already submitted ideas?
Already submitted ideas. Sure, we'll share that. We'll share some ideas that were collected last time. So the question is basically, Avinash sir, the question is that can we see the ideas as a reference point to where they can, just a reference that they can take from where they can pass on.
Looking at my screen, here on our website, if you go to ibc.media, right, if you look at this best ideas repository, it'll take you down here at the bottom, and then you can actually see some template that people have filled. Again, this is the structure that I was talking about. There is idea, introduction, problem statement, why blockchain, proposed solution, competitive landscape, economies of the solution, and summary. The team name, again, these guys wanted to build on Ethereum. Idea in terms of choosing a domain, it could be healthcare, it could be finance, it could be banking in finance, and then in the problem statements of how, what, why do you need a blockchain? You will see going forward that you do not need a blockchain for every solution. It's really important to fit in this ecosystem. It doesn't mean that you do not come up with, but why blockchain as a basic question for the solution. Then we have proposed solution. All of this will be discussed, but if you look into the website, you have ideas here. So if you just scroll down, you have so many ideas that we have already got, and people are building on it. So you can just find out stuff here.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Any other questions? Right, so I guess that's it. Guys, a huge round of applause for Avi sir for the mad amount of work that has gone into the platform.
Nice work, team, everyone. Good job.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, now we'll begin with the next session in a minute. So hold you.
तुम
All right, guys, let's settle in. And, just for your information, I've already, so there's a IBC Alt Hack Vizag category made on Discord. So you can go over there in the event info channel. You'll find all the links that were referred in the previous session, right? And access it. So now we'll move on to the next session, which is about functional use cases of blockchain. You have been learning a lot. We have discussed about the importance of blockchain and how it will be revolutionizing the present and the future. But now, at the same time, what is important is a lot of use cases will give you an idea about how to come up with an idea, right? So you can also ask questions and discuss the same with our next speaker. And why it is important, because many companies you'll see today in Web3 are building a lot of things that might not even make sense today, but they might make sense tomorrow. And there are some comments as well which say that many are trying to solve problems that don't even exist, right? So this is where the context of functional use cases of blockchain come into the picture, and we couldn't have a better speaker to discuss on the same. Let's welcome Mr. Yosef from Morales. Guys, with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, guys. So, hello, my name is Yosef. I'm the head of community engineers at Morales, and I'm gonna explain to you guys the functional use cases of blockchain. So basically, as you guys know, blockchain is basically a distributed ledger that is essentially decentralized, and because of the decentralization feature, it basically enables like security, which enables like very important use case such as like the transfer of money, which is like one of the reasons why Bitcoin is created. But of course, like as we have gone further along, like more than 10 years right now, since the inception of Bitcoin. Essentially, like there's more financial use cases, especially in the blockchain space, that have been implemented, and I'm going to show you some of those use cases right now. So here we're going to discuss some of the fundamentals. We're going to go a bit deeper in each of them. So the first one is smart contracts. Second one is tokens or cryptocurrency. I think like fungible tokens is a more appropriate name. And then like the third one is going to be NFTs. So the first one is smart contract. So keep in mind that smart contract does not really exist in every blockchain. So it only exists in Turing complete blockchain, because smart contract is essentially like a programming language on top of the blockchain. Something like Bitcoin does not have programming language. You cannot really program anything on top of Bitcoin. So there's some difference beforehand. But yeah, smart contract in the beginning, the term itself is actually like not very new. It's already been created by a computer scientist and cryptographer called Nick Szabo. He coined this term first time in 1997. And essentially it means basically a machine that if we give any input, it's gonna give us a definite output. So it's like a deterministic machine. And I think like one of the most simple was an example, the earliest example of smart contract based on his definition is sort of like a vending machine, because like when you put coins in there, essentially no matter how much you do, you will get the things that you're choosing, whether it's candy bars or something like that. So that's a very simple example of smart contracts in his definition. But of course, like when we're talking about blockchain, we're talking about like programmable language on top of the smart contracts. So in this case, like, the contract itself is going to be digital. It's not physical, and it's going to be living on distributed ledger. And one of the key feature of a smart contract being like decentralized is was that basically because it's decentralized, which means like non-centralized, such as like what a lot of the system in Web 2, like using database or something like that, which is controlled by usually like certain entities. So there's like the big tech, like Google or Facebook, something like that. The decentralization essentially allows like basically contracts was it to be like non-controllable essentially by any one entity. Essentially, it's public, but like it's kind of like for everyone to use right there. Of course, like if there's some restriction, then like was that like no one can really change it because like it's decentralized. So this one of the key points in here when with smart contract is essentially like it removes the risk of having to trust a third party, such as like in terms of like the Web3 world or like traditional finance. Like we trust like banks or like financial institution for our money to keep them safe and not like mishandle them, something like that. But in terms of smart contract, when we implement something with smart contract, essentially like we don't need those third party. We essentially trust the smart contract to execute things that we want to do, basically like operations that is programmable, predefined all the time, like the same action, something like that. So these are basically like mini auto executables on chain essentially. And essentially, as I mentioned, like contracts are immutable and decentralized because of decentralization feature. And by immutable, sorry, by immutable, this means essentially that once a smart contract is deployed on chain onto the blockchain itself, essentially like there will be no way that it can be removed. That means that the logic is gonna exist there forever, and it's gonna work the way it is now, and it's gonna work the way it is much further into the future, and basically like forever as long as the blockchain exists, and no one can really change that. And basically like yeah, this is of course also like the network itself gonna enforce the contract, and no one gonna be able to change it. So the second application, very important, is tokens or cryptocurrency. In this context, we're talking about fungible token. And of course, like there's two types of tokens in this case, fungible tokens. So there's like native tokens, and the other one, which on the below right here, is going to be like ERC20 token. So maybe like ERC20 is more for Ethereum, but of course, like for other non-EVM blockchain, essentially like they have their own standards, but essentially like it's going to be fungible. Fungible means that like one Bitcoin equals another one Bitcoin. Of course, like it sounds obvious, but like because like when we say like one art and the other art, it's not gonna have the same value, but like money, like one Bitcoin is going to be always equals to one Bitcoin, and if people exchange it, basically there's no difference in value at all. So that's what essentially fungible means. And this technology, like for the native token, it's not built on top of smart contract, but the other one that we're going to talk about, I'm gonna like just use the term ERC20 token, which is more Ethereum centric, but like that's the most famous standards. It's gonna be built on top of smart contract. So for native token, essentially like it's an asset that is native to the blockchain itself or the distributed network. And essentially like the use cases usually like for people to own native tokens is like basically it's used as something called a fuel to run the distributed network, or what we call usually in technical terms as gas fees. So essentially when we're running application on top of this blockchain, like smart contracts, deploying smart contracts, running transaction, transferring tokens or assets, essentially those kind of stuff like will cost gas fees. Essentially, those fees will be distributed to the so in terms of proof of network blockchains is going to be given to the workers, to those who run the network, but for POS it's going to be like for the stakers, so something like that. And yeah, basically it acts as infra for the dApps to build on top of. And yeah, as mentioned just now, they are fungible. So like the other types of tokens, which is also fungible in here, are the what's it? basically like fungible but non-native tokens. So this usually like follows some certain of standards that is built with smart contracts. So in terms of like Ethereum, like you guys probably know, like something like ERC20 tokens standard, and then like for Solana, they call it like SPL token. So, but they're kind of like similar, but not one-to-one mapping, something like that. And basically, like it's a very important application. It's a very simple technology, to be honest. Like nowadays, there's a lot of libraries such as OpenZeppelin that you can use to deploy the contract within 5 minutes, and some of them are like RapBTC or ApeCoin and many other stuff like USDC, USDT. But essentially, like this technology allows like the tokenization of many other stuff. So like the basic application essentially is like USDC. It tokenized like was it fiat currency such as USD, or some people even like tokenize gold from real life, real estate, those kind of stuff. And of course, like they also tokenize some stuff that is native on top of the blockchain as well, which is like most of like what the DeFi application is doing, such as Uniswap, Compound, all those like vaults that can earn money. Essentially, they're all built using ERC20 token technology. And basically understanding like how it works is very important, and that's like where a lot of this like tokenization really take place in the DeFi world. So the last one is going to be the application of NFTs. NFT is another primitive of the blockchain itself. It's not a really new technology, although like maybe many of you probably just heard about it like last year during the bull market run, because like there's some kind of like NFT mania. But like technology itself is already like quite long way created, even before like the term non-fungible token is even like actually mentioned. So like some of them are like crypto kitties, crypto punks, those kind of stuff. They're was it NFTs? Essentially, like NFT is those tokens that are non-fungible. So like if fungible, I mentioned is like $1 equals $1 or one BTC equals one BTC. This means like one NFT, if you have an NFT and there's other people that have another NFT, they're not gonna have the same value. As essentially they're not exchangeable in terms of value, and that's what it means by non-fungible. So in terms of this, like what we can usually say is like real estate. So like one houses doesn't equal the another, or maybe like art, one art doesn't equal the value of another art. Those are essentially like what it means to be non-fungible. So like this basically brings in like one of the big applications that like this brings in ownership of an asset on top of the blockchain. So like one of the big things is especially like bringing in ownership of like art, online art, and then some of them could be application of music as well, something like that. And some could be like virtual real estate, or some even like there are prop tech companies in the Web3 space that are also like basically like tokenizing real estate, representing like a house as an NFT, which then can be traded in any NFT marketplace. So essentially, like if people want to buy a house, they can like basically like go to an NFT marketplace and buy the house through there. So it's much more simple, no third party, and definitely like you can avoid the big fees, something like that. And being non-fungible, essentially, like as I mentioned, like it's a unique stuff, you know. I mean, like a unique thing, like, and it's not going to be splittable, such as what fungible token is. Like $1, you can split it to $0.5 or to $0.5, something like that. But in this case, it's usually impossible and it's unique. So here it says like every ETH is the same, but not all NFTs are meant to be the same. And again, this is like an application that's built on top of the that smart contract as well. In Ethereum, again, it followed the ERC standard. Specifically, the most famous ones are ERC 721, and the other one is ERC 1155. ERC 1155 is a little bit different. It's what's called semi-fungible, so it means like it has the property of non-fungibility from ERC 721 and also the property of fungibility. So it's kind of like a combination of non-fungible and fungible token at the same time, and it has its own application as well. Usually, like it does play a lot of roles in gaming asset, which can be traded like Axie Infinity, something like that. So basically, like yeah. So one of the big application essentially with NFT is that like another thing is also like you can create birth certificate or any kind of certificate on chain. So essentially like with that, essentially like the government can issue you your birth certificate on chain live, and since like it's decentralized and immutable, like no one really controls it, only you own it, as long as like no one hacks your wallet, of course. But once you own it, essentially like those information usually like cannot be changed, and it's essentially safe as long as you still own the wallet where like you own the birth certificate itself. And of course, like from here you can have role-based access control, and yeah, instead of like taking days to process the certificates and everything, if it's being automated, probably could take like at most like 15 business minutes to do this, essentially like making things more efficient instead of you coming to the office and like take a bunch of days just to like resolve birth certificate, etc., etc., etc. And of course, like because of the security, data reliability could be ensured and fraudulence can be reduced. So basically, like giving authenticity when you're owning an NFT, the birth certificate as a form of NFT. So another big application is as well like another type of certificate is also like education on chain. So like when you're like finished kindergarten or school, high school or university, like you graduate, you get your degree, something like that. Then essentially, if your school process it and issue the certificate as an NFT, essentially like it will be like much easier for the school to issue those NFTs, making it very easy for students to get those. And of course, like once you have that, you can also like share your achievements on chain, because like usually like they would live in a public blockchain which is transparent to everyone. And so this one of the example of the NFT education, like the degree certificate that my friend has from Morales as well. So like essentially this is in a form of NFT, which is on chain. And once you have that, essentially then you can show it to anyone else. In this case, like actually like this is being used in was it like the Instagram digital collectible feature. So you can load it inside the Instagram application and share it with everyone else about your degree certificate if you like to do that. And then like the other big thing is of course like with NFT is the metaverse, which is like a really huge thing these days. And it's about like the social metaverse where you can meet people and friends in the metaverse. And of course, like the metaverse itself, was it there's the component of like the front end where usually like maybe like you're building it with game engines such as Unity or Unreal, but on the back end you're ideally want to have it like was that all the assets or transactions all handled by the smart contracts, by the blockchain itself, to keep it decentralized, not controlled by any one entity, such as like Meta if you're going to their metaverse. And essentially like it could be like a reflection of like what's happening in real life, but of course like no one's controlling you and no one's going to be like there to monetize you with ads and those kind of stuff as well. And yeah, and then like last thing will be like the DAOs. So DAOs is essentially like a kind of organization. It's a decentralized organization, which means that like instead of like a top-down CEO, COO, and those kind of stuff structure of organization. Essentially, decentralized organization is composed of stakeholders. Stakeholders are those that hold stake in the DAO in the form of NFT. Some are going to be tokens as well, depending on that. But like essentially, like when you have a DAO, you can vote. Your NFT will hold some weight for voting, so can like it's an open community. Essentially, you can was it with your community of the DAO, you can like vote for uh any proposal that you approve. If you don't approve it, you can not vote for it and essentially deny it. And essentially, like everything is gonna be run through that DAO. So if nothing is approved, then of course like nothing will go through. But if it is approved by the majority, then it will go through. So it's a really like revolutionary new ways of running an organization or company or those kind of stuff. So yeah, that's all for the presentation. Like, hope you guys like learned a lot from here on the use case of blockchain itself. So thank you so much. Any questions?
Guys, a huge round of applause for Yusuf. So a quick question, how many of you all enjoyed the GIFs over there? Yeah, so Yusuf, just FYI, all the hands are up for your GIF. Quite cool.
Yeah. No. Okay, nice.
Yeah, so how many of you understood basically what use cases are? Raise your hand. Okay, that's nice. All right. That's good. So majority of the students got the clarity, which is a lot because considering we are in the second day of the blockchain program in this Alt Hack. And Yusuf, I think the entire session will give the students a tremendous amount of clarity with respect to the time when they start coming up with ideas, because that is going to be the next step. And a lot of things that we discussed over here will be directly influential for them to work on the same. On that note, guys, I want to know if there's any question anybody wants to ask. If there's any doubt, feel free to ask. As I've said before, no question is a stupid question. We all are here to learn. Okay, I guess that was a like too informative and perfectly covered session, Yusuf.
Perfect, thanks.
Yeah. So we want to thank you once again, guys. A huge round of applause for Yusuf to join us and Morales for partnering with us in this program. Yusuf, thanks a lot. We'll be catching up with you soon.
Thank you guys. See ya.
Hi everyone. So we are almost in the first half of the second day, and this context of understanding where blockchain came from, why blockchain was created, understanding what tool you will use for IBC media interaction and be part of the IBC leader program, and we'll tell you, like all 300 of you. And just to give you a sense, I have a few hundred students waiting on a waiting list for you to drop out. So if you have a chair in this room, hold on to it very tight, because if you are not here even one day of the program, we will give it to somebody else. So I'm getting request after request to share this room, and you will see a few more people joining. In fact, we are about to add a few more rows here to include those students, to accommodate as many as we can, but obviously we are limited by the space we have here. So please I just want to give you a heads up because I don't want you to come to me tomorrow and say, I had this reason, I had to drop out, and we cannot help you because I love all of you the same, and all students are same for me, but if you take it for granted, I won't be able to help. I promise I won't be able to help. So I'm just being upfront and candid with you. Just be mindful of this little detail. Now, we are purposely, we had two choices. Either just push you directly into Rust, teaching you what Rust is, how to write syntaxes, what the environment looks like, and teach you the nuts and bolts of programming, versus giving you context of why you're doing this, how you will do this, what Web3 is, all of that. The reason why that is important, because until you understand, that you are building a car or you're building a plane which will take you from A to Z, you will not know why you're working on an engine. Have you ever wondered, sometimes sitting in the class, that I don't even know why I'm learning this? How many people had that feeling before? Right? But this is not that. This is a place where everything about this is real. It's in the world. This will get you a job. This will get you a grant. This will make a company. This will transcend into real world solution. This will transcend into real partnerships. So if you understand that part very clearly, learning will become far more fun, far more oriented, and you will understand why you're doing what you're doing. So we are purposely driving this from a perspective of giving you enough context of what is the significance of why you will learn Rust, right? So this session, which talked about use cases, should tell you why you're working on an engine and what kind of plane you can build. So for example, let's just say there are some technologies that have been created in the past that enable new use cases. And I want to give you this perspective because then you understand what use case is. Let's say I was giving this example to somebody yesterday. If somebody gives me a tire, have you guys ever played with a tire? Right? A rubber tire tube that you play with, right? If somebody gave you a wheel, I'm using a word tire, but wheel, and I ask you, and let's say I invented wheel, and I give it to you and say, tell me what you can build with it. Somebody will say, I will build a bicycle. Somebody will say, I'll build an auto rickshaw. Somebody will say, I'll build a bus, a school bus. Somebody will say, I will build a tractor. Somebody will say, I'll build an aeroplane, right? What are these all different applications? These are our use cases. But these use cases came from a single initial enabling tool called a wheel, right? So I gave you a wheel, you came up with the use case of that wheel, and that use case are for different purposes. A bicycle is for a kid. An auto rickshaw is for mobility. A school bus is where school children go to school. A tractor is used in field. An aeroplane is used for flying interstate, right? So these are all use cases, and you understanding that use case is your first step to think of ideas. So the use case is how once you understand how a fundamental technology works and how it can be used, understanding how other people are coming up with use cases will only give you ideas of how to use it in other use cases. So it's key for you to understand this part, and I'm sure my trainers and Praveen will do a more thorough job driving it home for you about how to think of use case and how to think of enabling technology, right? I'll give you one last example. Somebody created a chip, a transistor. Who knows what a transistor is, right? With which we make the chips, the processor chips. Somebody created that and gave it to, a few companies, and they said, okay, what can you build with this chip? This chip does X, Y, and Z, right? It has some function to it, and then that chip manufacturer said, I can do calculation with this chip, and if you add more chips together, it can do more calculations. Then somebody said, okay, why don't I create a calculator first? Is that a use case? Yes? Then somebody said, okay, why don't, if he created calculator, can I build a computer? So then they created a computer using that chip, right? Then somebody came and took that chip, and then they created other all electronic applications. How many current electronic applications are there? You have a refrigerator, you have a computer, you have all these lights that were switches that work using some sort of a chip inside it. You have radios that work with transistors, right? You have literally all electronic, devices, your mobile phones. If you didn't have the chip, there is no mobile phone. But somebody thought that I can take this transistor, these chips, and make a phone. So there are some technologies that are enabling technologies. That means you can use and build a use case on top of it. So blockchain is one such enabling technology. If I give you a blockchain, just like I give you a wheel or a transistor, you need to start thinking about how other people are using it and how you can use it, the capabilities, and build a use case. Does that make sense about what use case is? Yeah? Does that fundamentally, clarifies how to think about use case versus technology? Yeah? So this is a very key, important factor for you to remember, because when you do ideation, you will have to explore use cases and ideas about how to use this technology, right? And Praveen has already mentioned that we expect you to document. He said 20 ideas, but when we say 20 ideas, we're very, very serious about, research. So you remember, I'll mention this now, we talked about, we'll teach you how to Google, right? How many people take notes when you Google? Right? How many people take notes what you're researching in Google? Right? So there is nothing called research without documentation. If you don't do documented research, it's called browsing. It's almost like you going into a expensive store, doing window shopping and coming out. Does that mean you're buying something? No. That's the difference between documented research, targeted research versus just browsing, window shopping. When you are doing research for work, remember, you need to do transactions. That means documented research is called research. If you don't do any documentation, if you don't organize what you have learned, it's not research. So when we ask you to come up with ideas, we want you to start thinking of ideas from day one now, because the more you think about applied ideas of blockchain, the more you research, you will start thinking of new ideas. But the step one is you need to understand how people are using blockchain for you to come up with new ideas. So some of you obviously must be tracking the space and are ahead of the curve. You have new ideas. Fantastic. Keep going. But I'll tell you one thing. I have 8 patents, out of which 3 are granted. But I can tell you, every single idea that I have ever thought of has already been thought of. You cannot probably come up with an ingenious idea which has not already been thought of. The difference between you and them is you have the opportunity to act on it. Ideas are 1% of everything. 99% is execution. So please understand, be generous with ideas. Give time and money to people who can execute. But be generous with ideas. So for you, everyone here, I would say two things. One, please understand the basic fundamental difference between use cases and technology. Blockchain is a technology, you need to come up with use cases. Two, you need to start today of learning how other people have used blockchain to come up with solutions and use cases, and then start thinking what ideas do you have that you want to basically use blockchain for. How many minutes do I have, Deepak? Okay, I have 5 minutes. I'm going to continue to tell you how to think of ideas. First of all, you know, very personal example. You know, a lot of people asked me when I was in engineering, what is your favorite cuisine? I was like, what is that? I was like, so somebody explain me what cuisine is, like, you know, what's your favorite food? And I was like, whatever mom puts in the tiffin. Like really, I never paid attention to what's my favorite food is, what my favorite brand is, what my favorite shoes is. And a lot of people don't know. How many people don't know all of these questions? It's very, these are not, like, honestly, if you are self-aware of that much, hats off to you, but I was never self-aware. And it's very hard because we are so focused on day-to-day problems that we never pay attention to ourselves, asking ourselves, what do we like? What do I feel like every morning? We never ask these questions. So anyway, I was one of them. You guys are definitely brighter than I am because you're self-aware or you're lying. Well, let's say you're self-aware, and if somebody asks you an idea about something new, you're like, how can I come up with an idea? Like, coming up with an idea is not an easy thing. But let's say you're some of you are like me who don't know how to come up with an idea. I can tell you how to come up with an idea. How many people want to know how to come up with an idea? So almost all of you are like me. So here's how you come up with an idea. And who wants to come up with $1 billion idea? Right? Okay, so I'm going to give you a secret sauce about how to come up with $1 billion idea. So first off, you need to look at what problem. There are two ways to come up with an idea. One, you need to like something a lot. You can like motorcycles, you can like cars, you can like shopping, right? You can like music. You have to like something that you're super interested about. You may not be ready to get an idea, but you have to like something. You can like food, right? So once you like something, you are willing to appreciate the details in it. If you're a food, you're like, oh, I want to learn how to. How many people like biryani here? Right? So once you like something, you will start, noticing details. Saying, how do you make this biryani? Oh, wait. Just because I said biryani, you guys are getting hungry already. Wait up. So I'm saying, you need to like something, right? For which you are willing to spend time. Figuring out how a biryani is made. Or if you like cars, how many people like cars? Right? If you like cars, then you will say, okay, I want to know how is this car, how this car works. Like, how many people like fashion? How many people like cosmetics? How many people like shoes? Right? So when you like something, you start to learn about it, even you have interest in those areas. Right? You must be wondering why Abhi is asking all these favorite things, because I'm not giving gifts at the moment, not yet. But the reason I ask is that's the starting of the seeding of an idea generation. Because once you like something, you are willing to spend time on it. Now the second step there is either you need to find something that everybody likes, or either you need to find something that everybody has a problem in this area, right? So for example, how many people have actually gone to an airport and you find these small boxes of food that is available where you get like sambar idli, you know, that you can take on the plane in a box. You get like curd rice, you get like, you know, all this little food, right? You know, that company is $1 billion company. Why? Because somebody who liked food thought about it saying people who are going on the plane are not getting good food. How many people actually like the food they serve on the planes? Right? If you don't like what you get here in US, you will hate it. Because all they give you is like literally biscuits. So honestly speaking, the second thing you need to figure out is how many people have that problem. More the number of people, more better the idea. For example, Elon Musk. How many people know Elon Musk? What did he like? He liked cars and he liked space. He created $2 billion companies in the space that he likes, but he figured out the problem in cars, right? He figured out a problem in space. How many people know Jeff Bezos? So how many people know Amazon? So Jeff Bezos figured out what's the problem with shopping, right? Now he didn't like shopping, or maybe he did, or maybe his family did, but the point is he found a problem that everybody was facing. To go to a store to shop something, it's expensive, it's cheaper to basically get something at home, right? So how many people know Steve Jobs? Right? Apple, right? So Steve Jobs figured out that people needed personal computers. But my point is that the first step is to like something. The second step is to figure out a problem or a liking that a lot of people have. How many people use Facebook? Right? Facebook solved a problem of communication, but they solved a problem that 1 billion people had problem with, right? So first of all, you need to like something. 2, you need to figure out a problem within the car or the shopping or the communication or whatever that is that a lot of people have. If you can figure out a problem that many people are facing globally, and you can solve that problem with an idea, that idea becomes $1 billion idea. So when you walk out of the room, look around. You know, the best way to figure out the best fashion idea is just step out and look at what everybody's wearing and what is wrong with them. And you will say, oh, this is a great idea. Remember, everybody becomes a customer when you walk outside as an entrepreneur and say, okay, I want to figure out what's wrong with their food, what's wrong with their fashion, what's wrong with their watches, what's wrong with how they communicate, what's wrong with their gadgets, what's wrong with their cars, what's wrong with their bikes. Because they're giving you feedback, they're giving you ideas about what's wrong, but you will only pick up that when you like something. So please, like something. And I'll tell you, how do you like something? You only like something when you do research, when you study about things. If you only study about how do you get home fast, that's not going to help. You have to like something and you have to do research to learn about it, and then you basically figure out what is the problem that people are facing with the current system. And if most number of people on planet are facing that problem, then you have $1 billion idea. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So we will basically we'll give you this framework, but I expect when you look out for ideas, and especially in genuine ideas, I'll tell you genuine ideas will come from the places where you like, not from just research. Research will tell you what other people are liking, what other people are creating as new ideas. Does that make sense? So we expect that you will do research to figure out 20 ideas that other people are creating using blockchain, and then you will document them in a format that we will give you, and for that we will appoint a volunteer as well who will track all of that for us. But once you get through the 20 ideas that you visualize yourself, you will come up with your own ideas that will also transcend into solutions that you will build through these hackathons. Does that make sense? Clear? Yes, sir. Awesome. So, Deepak?
Yes, sir. Good? Yeah, good. Thank you. I don't think I need to say that, right? Okay, who all have empty chairs around them? Raise your hand. Okay, we have 2 here. Okay, 1 there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. All right, so what we'll do is basically some other friends also will be joining us right now. So we will accommodate them, right? So be gracious, welcome over. Don't put your bag on the chair and just, do the usual thing that we do. Instead, Praveen sir already started taking out the bag and keeping it down. So we'd appreciate if you do the same so that we can adjust them, right? Make sense? Okay. So my team members will bring those students and then they will sit beside you or wherever the seats are empty. Let's accommodate them and be gracious, right? Thank you, guys. So we'll take another 5 minutes for that, and then we will break, not break, but we'll start another important session. Yeah, guys. So now will everybody has settled? Anybody who doesn't have a chair or a place to sit, please raise your hand. Anyone? Or they are feeling congested? No one, right? Okay, so we'll start with another very important session. You know that session very well, which is the right. So we will meet at 2:50. The same.
మా ఒకసారి వినండి. సో లంచ్ సేమ్ వెన్యూ అమ్మా, మినీ ఆడిటోరియం. సో యూ ఆల్ షుడ్ గో టు మినీ ఆడిటోరియం. ఇక్కడ మనకి వర్క్ అవుతుంది. సో కింద నుంచి మెట్లు దిగి వెళ్ళండి. అండ్ మీకు గైడ్ చేయడానికి వాలంటీర్స్ కూడా ఉన్నారు. ఇఫ్ ద మినీ ఆడిటోరియం ఇస్ ఫుల్, దెన్ యూ కెన్ టేక్ ద ఫుడ్ ప్యాకెట్స్ అండ్ గో టు ద క్యాంటీన్. Am I clear, everyone? Yeah.
And guys, we will meet at 2:20. All right, 2:20 sharp. कैमरा चेंज कर कैमरा कर दो तो एक तो ये है आपका यही चल रहा था ना Guys, let's settle in. Students who are standing, please take your seats. All right, so yeah, guys, would appreciate your attention. So we'll begin with the session again, and once again, okay, let's just allow some students. Guys, please sit down, take your seats quickly. Please take your seats quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll continue with the session where we left with Praveen sir here, and I would like to call him on the stage again and continue the session. Please sir, if you would like to join us. Can we have the presentation on screen? Thank you. I'll share the mic.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Deepak. Am I audible? Okay, so good afternoon, all of you. Yeah, thank you. So, can we begin? Okay, so whatever we covered in the morning, let's take 30 seconds to recall that. Now, I want one volunteer from the group to explain what you have understood so far. Can I see some hands? Can I see some hands? I just want you to explain to me what you have understood. And it could be anything. Don't worry. Don't be hesitant. Anyone. Okay? Deepak?
Sorry. Hello, sir. Myself, Varshit.
Hi, Varshit.
And whatever we learned morning was I was a bit curious about this technology and this thing. So what I have understood is that blockchain helps us to secure data. And the structure of blockchain is that there are so many blocks which contain data in them, and excuse me, the hash of the next block, and the whole system is connected by chains through the process of hashing and some process like cryptography, etc., etc. In that way, we can secure data, and it is transparent to all the people, and everybody has a copy of that. And for that, for achieving the blockchain, we write some code. We should write some code, right? That's called smart contract. It performs some form of operations, etc., etc. on that. And the most important thing is, once we create a blockchain, we couldn't modify the data of it. And if we try to modify it, new hash will be created, and the total blockchain will be infected. It's not like infected, but it gets destroyed or something like that. And in that way, we could build many applications on that, sir.
Big hand to him. Yeah, Deepak, that side. We'll take one more feedback before we proceed. Yeah.
Sir, I'll just add one point, add on to whatever he said. I have learned one new thing, that how this blockchain got invented. What was the story behind it? That 2008 crisis. So that was very interesting thing. I just wanted to add it.
Thank you. Big hand for her. What is your name?
Sorry, sir. My name is Anusha.
Anusha. Good job, Anusha. Good job, Ashit. So, excellent. So, we have had several sessions from the morning, and we have covered quite a lot of fundamentals upon which, the whole, these 8 days are going to be built. We will have few more sessions today, and these sessions will strengthen your fundamentals of blockchain. See, I still want to keep my promise to you that we would like to make this as simple as possible, so everybody understands. And then, of course, you will have to go and dive deeper into this, because you cannot really depend on the sessions to give you 100%, right? That doesn't happen. But you will be excited after these sessions, that I can promise you. So let's start. So we talked about a few things. We talked about how do you define a blockchain? It is ultimately a chain of blocks, right? Now, chain of blocks with some very serious characteristics. And I talked about a few things which I will be demonstrating why those things are so vital. And was it that we invented these things, 14 years back? No. I mean, these techniques were available, these techniques were there for quite some time. Cryptographers have been working on these techniques for quite some time. There have been improvements in these techniques, right? How many of you have heard of encryption, right? So there is little difference between encryption and hashing. And let's understand this in next few minutes. What exactly is hashing? What exactly is encryption? And where do we use these, right? So there are, if you look at hashing, basically what you do, you give an input bytes. Now these bytes could be any data, okay? And again, so understand it, try to understand it in the most simplest ways, in the way I am explaining to you. So you give an input of strings or bytes to a particular algorithm. Now these are nothing but some mathematical algorithms. Okay, you don't need to go deeper into that. You could, if you want to become a cryptographer, you can always do that later. But for now, you give these inputs to an algorithm which does something, and finally it gives you an outcome which is a fixed length outcome. Say, for example, 256 bytes. That's what it does. This is called hashing. Hashing is very simple. There are different hashing techniques, okay? We will not go into that. There, it started with very simple one, MD5, then we got to SHA-1, then SHA-2, SHA-3. There are different ways of hashing, and all of these are improvements on the previous versions, but we don't need to worry about it. Hashing is very simple. You give an input, it will do something, and it will give you an outcome which will be of a fixed byte. So maybe, say for example, in particular case we are talking about SHA-256, which was used by Bitcoin for hashing. So this will be your outcome. Now, there are two things which is important for you to notice. Now, if you know the input, you can come out with hash. If you know the input, you can come out with the hash by applying this logic. But if you know the hash, you can never get back to input. You can never find what is the input for which this was the hash. So basically, these hashes are nothing but digital signature. Understood? Please interact in the class, it's very important. So that is number one, right? Knowing the outcome, knowing the hash, you cannot go back to this one, input. Second thing, for all possibilities, it is very difficult to find two inputs which have the same hash. Now these two are very, very important. I'll give an example of hash. So you are having an application in which you have user ID and password, correct? Yeah? Guys, are you guys with me so far? Yes. No, it doesn't look like. Are you still with me? Yes. Fantastic. So you have got an application which has got user ID and password. Now one way, in the earlier time, what used to happen, you will just go and store the password in the database, like Ramesh123, Suresh123, or whatever you call. And if somebody gets access to your database, then you are done, correct? He could do anything. This could be a bank password, this could be anything else. Now what happened here, that people started using hashing technique here. So what you do, you go and hash your input, password string, whatever you have, and once you hash it, then you keep the hash of the password that the user set right? And keep that hash in your database. So what happens when the same guy again tries to log in, what we will do, we'll go and take the new password, we'll again hash it, and then we'll check whether this hash is matching with the hash which is stored in the database or not. If it is matching, you will be allowed access. If it doesn't match, it means you are giving a wrong password. One example I'm telling you. There are several examples of this. So now this is something which is very interesting, and this was used brilliantly in Bitcoin. So what Bitcoin does? So Bitcoin is something where, you know, so many transactions are coming, right? Transaction A, transaction B, like that. And all these transactions are nothing but money movement from one place to another, one ID to another, right? Now, all these transactions will be, you know, first of all, these transactions will be hashed. And then there is something called Merkle tree. Now, I'll explain to you later in my, in my slide. But what exactly you are doing here, that you are hashing all these inputs and creating a final hash for a block that I talked about here, right? It could be any block. Okay, now once you hash it, then you go and do any transaction change, then the hash will change, right? Isn't it? Hash will change, right? Hash will change, it will nullify everything. So let me show you something interesting. So let's look at this slide. So this slide talks about hashing, you understand. Any confusion in hashing? Now these are the primary understanding that you need to develop when you talk about blockchain. Now these will be valid in all the different blockchains that I am going to be talking about. These are the fundamental premise upon which blockchain is built. Now there could be several other blockchains that we will talk about, such as Polkadot, which is our headline sponsor. So they have built a blockchain based on some requirement. They are trying to solve some problem. Similar to that, there are so many other blockchains, like our other speakers were talking earlier, Ethereum. And then there are, layer 2 solutions I will talk about a little bit later. Then you have got Avalanche, you have got Solana, you have got Phantom. There are several blockchains, but the fundamental premise does not change. If you understand this, you understand blockchain. Then there are nitty-gritties that you need to manage when you go into specifics of those blockchains. Guys, so far with me? Yes, sir. Fantastic. Now, we talked about hashing. Let's talk about transaction signing. Okay? Say, for example, Anusha has to give $10 to Deepak Singh. Okay? Now, Anusha has got an account in a particular blockchain. And say, for example, that could be any blockchain. And she has to sign, she has to give that money to Deepak Singh. Now, how can the blockchain ensure that the money or that transaction which is being initiated by Anusha and not anybody else? Correct? That's a valid question. Anybody can say that, I am giving $10 to Deepak, I am Anusha. That does not mean anything. How will Anusha identify herself? So she will be identifying herself by her private key. Okay, that is another beauty. I talked about blockchains are built on two fundamental premises. Guys, understand that point. One is hashing. You understand hashing right now? Second is basically asymmetric cryptography, in which you generate a pair of two keys. One is the private key, another is the public key. What is public key equivalent to? Your user ID, kind of, which you publish to the world. What is private key? It is equivalent to your password. So now when Anusha sends that transaction, Anusha has to sign her transaction by her private key, as if she is signing it. How does it happen? So the message that she is providing, that message is send $10 to Deepak Singh, right? That is the message. There are mathematical ways to represent that, we'll not get into that. But then she will say, okay, fine, I'm signing it by my private key. Now then that gives you an outcome, or we call it a message digest, we call it, whatever you call it. But so that message digest, when it comes to Deepak and when it goes to everybody else, then people will try to take that message digest, which is signed by her, and then they will take the help of the public key, and people will be able to figure out whether this message was signed by her or not. Is it any complex? Do you find it complex? No, the voice is a little low, so it means you are finding it complex. No? Okay, so it is very simple, and you have to understand this. Any blockchain you are understanding, you have to understand these two things very, very thoroughly. One is the hashing, where you go and, run an algorithm, mathematical algorithm, and find one outcome which will be used in several ways, which is hashing. Second is, whenever you send a transaction to the blockchain, you have to sign it with your private key, then only it becomes valid. Then there are so many other checks that happen. For example, Anusha is trying to send $10 to Deepak Singh. I am repeating it. Anusha is trying to send $10, but she doesn't have $10. How can she send it? She cannot. Right? So there are different checks and balances that we do to ensure that this transaction is a valid transaction, and all of these things are checked, where I will tell you. So do you understand transaction signing right now? Okay. You understand hashing? Very good. Now, let us go to the next one. Before going to blocks, let us look at consensus. Now, understand it in very, very simple terms. I talked about blockchain being a chain of blocks. Now, the first block got created with some transaction. Now, you have to create the next block. You have to create the next block. How do you create that? Sorry? Now that is, it is like, where do you stay? I am staying in India. No, not like that, right? It should be much more clearer. Let's understand this. Let's try to understand this. So what happens? Imagine there is a blockchain network. Bitcoin is a blockchain network, like that. Ethereum is a blockchain network. Solana is a blockchain network. Polkadot is a blockchain network. Right? Polygon is a blockchain. There are so many blockchain networks. What does it mean? Now, they could have their own mechanism of private key, pair key. We don't care. They have their own mechanism, so that all the people who are sending transactions, they could be identified. Because say, for example, there is one hashing technique or private key or public key technology that I am using. You don't use that. Then you will not be identified by the system. So you have to follow those fundamentals there. But anyway, let's continue. So what happens in any blockchain network? People are sending transactions all along. So for example, you could initiate a transaction, she could initiate a transaction, he can initiate a transaction. So what happens? All these transactions are being initiated by people. Now, some of these transactions will find their place in the next block, right? You have got so far block 1. Now you are creating block 2. There are 10,000 transactions people have tried, and some of them will find their place in block 2. Okay? Guys, ask me a question, because this is very fundamental, and I am trying to make it as simple as possible. So, the next block is yet to be formed. What happens now? Many people are sending transactions. Okay? Now, those transactions could be anything. It doesn't matter to me. It should not matter to you for now. Now, what happens? There is an entity which is called nodes. Okay? What really are nodes in blockchain? Nodes are the fundamental entities in blockchain which make these things happen. So one thing you have to understand, blockchain is not a central system. Blockchain is a decentralized system in which, and especially I'm talking about the permissionless blockchains here. Permissioned blockchains have a little different concept. We'll talk some other time. Let's not get into that. Right now, anybody can join the system. Anybody can say, does anybody stop you from creating your own private key, public key pair? No, you can go and create it. For every public key, there is a private key, mathematically. There is nothing, no central body coming and saying, okay, this is your key pair combination. No, doesn't work like that. Anybody can create. And anybody can create, anybody can send transaction. Now, there could be good people, there could be bad people. I want to go and disrupt the whole system. There are so many people like that. Correct? So it is a free world. Now these transactions could be basically, they could be anything. No. So understand this point. Transactions are coming. Transactions are coming. So yeah, please. So you can send a transaction, he can send a transaction. There are 1,000 people who are trying to make some transaction. All those, they are firing their transaction. Does not mean that they have been included in a block yet. Okay? It does not mean that they have been included in the block yet. So what happens? These guys, nodes, basically, nodes are the places. Now, I'm coming to that. So, based on certain criteria, these transactions will get included in the next block. Okay, if you have done everything right, if the nodes validator, I will come to that concept, if they include your transaction in the block, then it could be in the next block. But transactions will be included in the block, depending upon several conditions. Have I answered a question?
Can I intervene?
Please.
To simplify, I mean, what Praveen is trying to explain is a little complicated, but it's a very important thing to understand about blockchain. So take your time to get this thing right. Don't give up just yet. So I'll give you a simpler example. How many people use Google, email, Gmail? How many people had Hotmail? How many people have Yahoo Mail? Right? So just to give you a comparison, imagine all of these email services are different blockchains, right? They have their own storage, they have their own @gmail.com, they have their own user ID, they have your own password, right? That's just for example, purpose's sake. Now, every email you send, imagine that as a transaction, right? You send an email on gmail.com. It went from, Anurag to Deepak, and that's one transaction, right? Now, you can send n number of emails, but imagine if the email only goes through if it gets recorded on a blockchain for future auditing purposes. Now, you might do that audit to confirm that Anurag has actually sent an email to Deepak, right? You want to make that record. But that is a transaction. One email going is a transaction, and that transaction has to be recorded before the email goes. If that doesn't go on the record, the email never went, right? So you can initiate a transaction, but the email will only go through when the transaction gets recorded on a blockchain. Now this is where Praveen is trying to explain you. Let's say if Anurag is sending payment to Deepak, the payment will only go if it first gets recorded on the blockchain. Now the recording of that transaction, whether it's an email or a payment, has to go on a blockchain in certain blocks, in a collection of hashing that Praveen was trying to explain you. Now, that recording that happens on the block has a process and has some people who are distributed around the world who will run something called nodes. Praveen, I just wanted to give an example to get these people this far, but I want you to explain how nodes work.
Yeah.
So, okay. But are you guys understanding what is transactions? What do you mean by transactions? Transactions could be a communication or a payment or between two parties. Whether it's an email, doesn't matter. Whatever the transaction nature is. But the transaction only happens after it gets recorded on the blockchain for future auditing purposes. So that's a proof, it's an immutable proof, it's a non-editable proof in the future so that nobody can go and say that this transaction never happened. Right? Does that make sense? So now, Praveen, please, I wanted to clarify that because that is a very important point.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. So basically now, let's take an example here. It will give more clarity to you. So this PX1, transaction 1 is the transaction of $10 of Anusha to Deepak, for example, right? Now transaction 2 is $20 from Avinash to Ali. Let's take examples. I don't know many names right now. I want to be knowing more names, so you have to stand up and tell your name and then ask some questions, okay? Then only I will be knowing more names. Now, see what happens, if you see that there are so many transactions which people are firing. See, a particular, understand that point, a particular blockchain network is an ecosystem which does not have to do anything with the outside world. It may have 10,000 people who have created their private key, public key pair. They all may have some balance. See, imagine, when Bitcoin was created, what did Satoshi do? Satoshi, what he did, he made a provision of maximum 21 million Bitcoins that can ever be created. And what he did, now what is this, why is this called money? It really is not issued by any central government, but it is still money. Why? Because people find value in this. For example, if any currency from any country, if your shoppers, shops, they stop accepting those currencies for bread and egg, will you consider that as a currency? No, right? So understand, there is a technology here, but what I'm trying to say here that a system is being created which has value creation. Now, why will somebody take a Bitcoin? Because somebody feels that I can use this for a higher price in future, then only I will accept it. If, for example, if I give $10 to you in Bitcoin, and I'll say, okay, you give me some service, why will you accept it? You will feel that, okay, this I could use maybe, for higher price in future, right? That's how the perception, and that's where the buy and sell pressure comes here. Okay, let's not go into finance here. Okay, now the point I'm coming back to here, that a blockchain network such as Bitcoin or Ethereum or Polkadot, all these are independent. They all are independent networks. And that is one problem that this industry is facing, which is called interoperability. We'll talk about later. Guys, we have got few more days. We will be making sure that you understand this thing in and out. Coming back to the point. So this particular network, which has got its own people having the private key and public key pair combination, what does it mean? These guys can transact. You can transact only if you have got this pair available to you. You cannot sign a transaction if you don't have your private key. Can somebody send money to you in Bitcoin if you don't have your public key Bitcoin? No, right? You need to have your public key, then only you will say, okay, send me Bitcoin on this address, for example, right? So now all these people are throwing transactions. Everybody wants to do some transaction. Can all be included in one block? No. Every block has a maximum capacity of transactions, which is called block space. Now block space can have 1,000 transactions or whatever number of transactions it can accommodate. Now everybody will try to put transaction. Will everybody, do that? How will they do that? There only comes the concept of, in Bitcoin, it is called miners. You may have heard of the term Bitcoin miners, correct? Bitcoin mining was a lot of news in the past. So what do these miners do? Okay, these miners take these transactions. These miners there are many transactions. The miner will go and pick up some transaction. Which all transactions will miner pick? And coming back to your question, Anusha, that will my transaction be in the block? Maybe, may not be. So for creating one particular block, Bitcoin rewards the miner with some Bitcoin. Understand that point? If you are the node who creates the next block, then you will be rewarded by the Bitcoin software in terms of some Bitcoins. Everybody will want to get that, right? How will you do that? The question comes there that who does it the first? Which miner does creates the next blockchain first? Now, what are the things that miner has to do? Miner will first go and look at all the transactions he wants to include in the next block. Okay? And then he will make sure that all the validations are done properly. Whether you are sending money, whether you have format is this, or you are bluffing, not bluffing, he'll check there are some checks there. He will run all that. He will say everything is good. Now, which all transactions he will pick up? So there are two ways a miner gets rewarded in Bitcoin. One is if he gets to select the next block, if he gets to build the next block, then he will be rewarded by Bitcoin software. Second thing, every transaction, say for example, I am sending some money to Mr. Selva Raju. I can choose to include some reward for the miner in that transaction. For example, I have to give $5 to Mr. Selva Raju. I will transfer 5.25. Yeah, and I will say that give $5 to Selva Raju and give $0.25 to the miner. So for example, if Anusha has sent a transaction in which she had not included any extra money for the miner will choose to ignore her transaction. Do you guys understand this point so far? Absolutely. So there is no incentive for the miner to take your transaction. So in that case, what happens? The transactions which have got some extra incentive given by the sender to the miner, those transactions are typically picked up first. Now that is something which is not a great idea, but then that's how, and that is why is it important? I will tell you that point also. This point is important because this $21 million will get exhausted in some time. $21 million is, a finite number. What happens to miners after that? Why will somebody create the next block if there is no reward from Bitcoin software? So the money comes from here. This will be a perpetual source of income for miners. Do you guys understand this? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Excellent. So now I am telling you, these transactions will be picked up by miners, and miners will pick up some transactions which look interesting to them. Okay? They'll pick some transactions which they look interesting to them, and then they will do all these things. They will first do all the validations. After that, they will go and create a hash for this transaction. Similar to that, there will be a hash created for TX2, and then these two hashes will be merged again to create another hash, hash 1, 2. Hash is any input given to an algorithm giving fixed byte outcome. Do you understand that? That's what it has been done here. Now, once similar to that, 3, 4, now this is basically this, you can have 1,000 here, and all these things will merge, and finally you will come here with a particular hash, which is called Merkle root here. Now this whole tree is called Merkle tree. Okay, now go and say that, Anusha starts feeling little greedy here. You are not, but I'm just giving an example. And she said, okay, no, I'll give only $5 to Deepak. Okay, Deepak will settle with $5. She goes and changes this transaction here. This hash changes, so this hash changes, this changes. So this block hash changes. Now if this hash block changes, then all the blocks which are after this, their hash will change. Why? Because you already are including this hash from the previous block here. This hash changes, the hash of block 7 changes. Now if there are 1,000 blocks beyond block 7, all the hashes will change, all the blocks will change, the blockchain will become invalid. Do you guys understand this point?
So I want to add one value, but I'll let you ask the question first.
Anusha won't do only one transaction, right? She do many number of transactions. So why can't she become the miner itself?
You can become, see, I'll tell you a very good question. I was going to address that next. Abhi, if I can explain that. So look, miners are the people, understand that, who are miners? Miners are the people, and in Bitcoin it is called miner. In Ethereum and other blockchains, they are called validators. We will talk about consensus later. There are two types of consensus. There are many types of consensus. We will talk about two. But right now, miners are the people who have extremely high capacity of servers. Because hashing is a very complex phenomena, is computationally very complex phenomena, and you cannot run hashing on your laptop. I mean, you could do, when the Bitcoin just started, there was not many people. You could take your own sweet time to mine transactions. But what happened over the time, this Bitcoin price increased heavily. Now, everybody wants to get that money, right? So everybody is competing. So whoever mines the blockchain correctly first, that person will get the block reward, correct? Now what happened to the rest, all miners? Illa, nothing. They don't get anything. So whatever energy they put in mining, all is waste. So for being a miner, you need to have a very, very big infrastructure so that you can compete with others to come. And there are several different types of mining which have come, such as pool mining, cloud mining. Pool mining, what happens? 10 people come together, they put their infrastructure together, they all mine together, and whatever money they get distributed. That's another way you could do. But mining, Anusha, if she wants to become miner, well and good, but she will have to put maybe $10 million to put an infrastructure of server. Then she can become miner. Otherwise, anybody can always be a transaction initiator. So understand the difference here. Miners are very, very specialized entities who run the software. Which software do they run? They run the Bitcoin software on them. Okay? And then these guys are able to do the transaction. Then they can propose the next block. Am I making sense, guys? Yeah? Abhi, sorry, you're saying something.
Yeah, so I do want to, so you have to understand what's happening, right? One is this is what is happening inside a blockchain. So Praveen initially explained two people sending money to each other. I took another use case of two people sending emails to each other, right? In the case of Bitcoin, you might be wondering, okay, yeah, I mean, somebody send an email to somebody. What's the big deal? Like, why do we need a blockchain, right? But there is such a complex operation that is being done to just to document this transaction. What's the big deal? Can somebody tell me what's the big deal of why do we even have a blockchain for somebody to send money to somebody or somebody to send an email to somebody? The significance of having a blockchain here. Trust. Sorry, sir? Authentication. Privacy. Transparency. But why? Why are we doing all of this? My question is trust, but why do we need blockchain trust? Like you can have two companies, like you have Google, Gmail providing trust. Like why do you need trust? Data is used huge and complex. That's true. I can do that without the blockchain. It's still huge and complex. Immutable. Yeah. Monitoring. I can still do monitoring without the blockchain. Okay. Who said decentralized? Get up. Please give a round of applause. You can do monitoring, you can do everything, but remember what Bitcoin did. It took out somebody called middleman, which is a bank. Earlier, money used to be monitored, protected by the bank accounts. Is there a bank in Bitcoin? Is there a single bank you can tell that I am a Bitcoin bank, I created Bitcoin? No, it is run by people. It is a people's bank. Like, you can be a miner and you can be a part of the network, but it's run by a network just like internet. Does the internet has any one owner? Right? Now let me give you a little bit of business significance here, Praveen, because you have to understand why this is important. Why will we use a blockchain? If you want to decentralize, like today, how many people use Uber? Right? Ola, Uber. There is a transaction happening between two parties, a taxi driver and a passenger. But tomorrow, if you want to create a decentralized Uber without Uber company, how will you do it? You have to use a blockchain. So what does a blockchain does? It removes the middleman from a transaction. Who is the middleman for money? It's banks. Who is the middleman in a taxi driving company like Uber? Uber is taking commission from you and then pays to the driver, correct? How many people use Swiggy? Right? Who is the middleman when you're ordering food? Swiggy. Right? Now, if you want to create a Swiggy, a food service without Swiggy, and it's run by a network, how will you do it? You have to use blockchain. Where you have a bank without somebody. Today, if you go and take a loan from bank, you know how much money does the bank charge? No, they take 11% interest. They take interest. Correct? So when they take interest, how much interest does the Bitcoin network take? Do you know? 0. The only thing you pay for is the network fee for transaction. There is no interest when you do transaction between two people. You borrow money from individuals. See, in savings account, when you deposit money in India, how much interest do we get? Peanuts. What is peanuts? 2%? 3%? When you go borrow money from the bank, how much interest do you pay? 14% maybe? 11, 14, 18, right? Who do you think that money goes to? The bank. Now, there was in 2020, some company called Compound created this lending service on blockchain. And they said the bank takes 11% interest, which is called net interest margin, for borrowing and lending. Let me create a service without a bank for lending. And they applied blockchain network to track all transaction, and suddenly, and they give their own incentives, the borrowing using this company and everything came after that, the borrowing industry using blockchain went from 0. Does somebody want to take a guess how big it grew in 8 months? Let me give you an example. It is in billions of dollars. Can somebody wants to take a guess how many $1 billion in 8 months? And by the way, $1 billion is 8,000 crores. Just keep that in mind. So how many crores you think it went up to? It went to $165 billion in 8 months. Why? Because somebody, obviously, you remember I talked to you about how many people wanted to pay taxes, and nobody raised hand. I said how many people don't want to pay taxes, right? Because obviously you want to pay taxes to the government because you use cities for services. But when you go to banks, when you get to all these middlemen, how many people want to pay 20% to Uber when you take a cab? How many people want to pay 20% to Swiggy? See, you're not paying, but the restaurant is paying. You're not paying, or you're paying indirectly because you're paying a higher fare, right? But ultimately, if you want to create a company and if you want to create a transaction, whether it's an Uber transaction or Swiggy transaction, payment transaction, email transaction, communication transaction, these are all use cases. But for you to do that in a decentralized fashion, you need this to happen. Now, am I making sense? What's the significance of blockchain in a transaction? Yes, clear? Yes, I am going to ask you this question in the hallway, so make sure you are clear. Yes, yeah? Praveen?
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah?
So guys, by the way, towards the end of the day, we are going to be having a quiz. So seriously, I'm not joking. Deepak has a quiz for you.
So by the way, that is a fair point. Please pay attention because you have a quiz and all those results will be published to the colleges you come from.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, okay, so without worrying about the quiz for now, let us focus on the understanding part. Okay? Sorry, what was the question?
We have a question, everyone, we have a question. We want to know if you have understood who is going to authenticate the transaction. Did we get to that part yet?
Yeah, so I think let's give some more time. People will...
we have not completed that part yet. Yeah. But do we get the significance of blockchain so far? Yeah?
Okay, so...
there's a question.
Yeah, please.
Let's muddle over it. Yeah?
Thank you. Good question. Yeah. See, the point is that this could be done in several ways. What is your name? Janvi? Yeah, good Janvi. So this could be done in many ways. The point here is that we are trying to come up with a structure where you change anywhere, it kind of goes and impacts, this Merkle root here. Now, there's no specific reason for this, but then again, this is something which was designed by Satoshi, and he tried to cover that, make the widest foundation, and then maybe take those transactions, merge them, so that anybody changing anywhere would ultimately result into the finally changing the final hash of the transaction root there, right? So I think this is not so. This is an important question, but they're not so important in the big scheme of things, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Just to clarify, I'll It's called rolling up of a transaction.
Yeah.
If I create one block for every transaction, imagine how many blocks you will create, right? But if I merge two transactions and ultimately I can only save one hash key, so if I'm merging 10 transactions and saving one hash key, then you're creating one block for every 10 transactions. So the number of blocks will reduce and the cost of operation will go down. So it's called rolling up. It's an advanced concept of reducing cost in a particular chain. So your question of combining two is to reduce cost. You can combine one or multiple transactions in one transaction so that you reduce the number of blocks on a chain. The purpose of merging is to reduce the number of blocks on the chain.
And anywhere anything is touched, the final root gets impacted. So that's, see, ultimately the hashing, see, we are leveraging, and that's where the beauty of this particular concept. We are using the technology of hashing here to make sure that once the block is created, nobody touches these transactions. Okay? Okay, guys, thank you, Avi. So now let's pause for 1 minute and try to consolidate what we have done so far. It's a good way to go further. What we talked about? We talked about hashing. You understand hashing now? Okay, so I have got around 300 cryptographers in this room today. Right? And believe me, cryptography is one of the most interesting and advanced technologies even today also. So I think if you like, you could pursue in cryptography. Go and do some readings on this. Okay. Talked about hashing. Then we talked about public-private key pair. You understand this? Right? So for any public key, you will have, for any public key, you will have a private key. Private key is used for signing the transaction before you release your transaction to the blockchain network. This could be any blockchain. I don't care. The signing algorithm may differ, but everybody has to ultimately sign it. Without signing the transactions are not valid. The miners or validators will straight away reject your transaction. Understood? Okay, you understood this thing. You also understood different blocks. How are different blocks being created? So the blocks are nothing but aggregation of transactions, right? Depending upon the number of transactions a block can accommodate, which is called block space, right? And when these blocks are, done, then what happens? I'll tell you in little simpler language. So how it happens in the real life. So imagine we are talking about Bitcoin network, and there are, for example, there are many 10,000 or so, but there are, let's say I have got 1,000 miners right now. What these guys do, and there are so many people who are using Bitcoin for sending transactions. So people are sending transactions, and these miners are basically picking the transactions which they want to. And you understand why do they want to pick some transactions? Because of the incentive that they are getting from the sender of the transaction, right? So they will pick up some transactions. Oh, I want to include, these are called, there is a term in the blockchain which is called MEV, maximum extractable value or something like that, or minimum extractable value, MEVs. Okay, fine. So ultimately the objective there is to maximize the incentive when you create if you are selected to create the next block. Who will get that? The person who does it fastest. Correct? Guys, so far with me? Yes, okay. So now what happens? That all people are sending transactions. I am a miner. I pick up these 10. You are a miner. You pick up this 10. He is a miner. He picks up 10 or whatever number, and everybody is trying. So what happens when you are successfully able to do this process and you create the next block? What you do, you announce it to everybody. Hey guys, I have got the next block. What you do, you go and announce to the whole world that guys, I have got the next block. Now, people who are other miners who are also trying to mine their blocks, they'll get the message, oh, this guy already has got the block. Now there is no point in creating that same block again. What they will do, they'll go and pick that block. Okay, now for example, you are here. Now this person says, okay, I have got block 6. So everybody who are the serious miners, they'll go and pick this block and they will start building on top of that block now. So now everybody is talking about this block. Now again, all miners started working on blockchain block creation. And you are getting the point? So this process continues. In this process, what happens that the transactions which get picked up here, finally, if I am taking a block and say, for example, I am trying to work on this block now. So whatever transactions they have been included in this block, I will be excluding those transactions because they already are in the block as per me. Now this is the current state of the blockchain. So I know that these are all included. So these transactions he will not take, right? Like that. I mean, they're a very simple thing. Now this continues happening. And typically, if say, for example, if you are using Bitcoin for buying coffee, now it may happen that there is a rule in Bitcoin which is called largest chain rule, in which if there are so many, now it may happen at a particular point in time that there is a confusion and it is quite natural. Everybody is trying to mine the block, right? So what happens, the rule says that the block which is the largest number, that will be the final block. Okay, so there could be, now I can always go and create, I can take these transactions, he can take these transactions, but then the guy who takes the next block, that block will be considered the final block there. Okay, other blocks will be ignored. So that helps you, that it always keeps on moving, because the moment you say largest, then everybody will be acting on that large only, and that is how the chain works. Are you getting the point? No. Okay. So let's say like this. So there is a particular block, I am talking about block number 5, right? Block number 5 has got some transactions. Some transactions are included in this. So far with me? Okay. Now what happens? There are so many unincluded transactions which are there lying right now, which have not been included until this point, correct? They need to get in the block. So some miners have to pick them. Now there are so many miners who are working. Now, at this point in time, you understand that the miners are still working. The block state, this is called blockchain state. Now, people are still trying to include transactions. So, everybody is working now. Now, 100 miners are, for example, whatever number, 100 miners are working on creating the next block. Now, it is quite possible, understand that point, it is quite possible that all the miners would have included different set of transactions in their block. Am I correct or wrong? Right? It is their choice. There is no compulsion there. But typically what will they do? Everybody will go by the same logic. How do you maximize the profit? Correct? So normally there will be somebody who will be fool who will say, no, I will not include this. Typically I will always do the ones which are the best ones. Correct? So everybody is working. And suddenly one person from somewhere who has got fantastic server, who is able to do the first, right? He says, okay, guys, I have got block number 6. Now block 6, when that guy comes with block number 6, now that is the largest chain. Understand that point? Everybody else is 5, but this guy says, I am already 6. So everybody, what will they do? They will stop their current mining process. They will jump, they will take block 6. They will take block 6. Understand that point? They will take block 6. But block 6 may, whatever transactions this guy has included, can you do that again? You cannot do that again, right? These transactions are already final now. So you will go and exclude this and then see, okay, whatever transactions are remaining now, take them and start working on block number 7. Now, so everybody will start working on block number 7 now. That is the flow. Are you guys getting now? Yes. So now everybody is working on 7 now. So block number 7, everybody again gets into the same rush. Okay, find out all the transactions which can be included, which gives me the maximum value. Okay, put them in the block, mine them, and then somebody comes. Now this time, this guy who got block number 6, he had got a power outage, maybe somewhere in remote part of India, right? Or wherever. So this guy could not. Now another person comes, guys, I have got block number 7. What happens then? Everybody will look, oh, this guy already has got 7 now. There's no point in building 7, right? So they will go and take his block number 7 and start working on that to create block number 8. What will he do? He will ignore all those transactions which are included here because they are already in the block. No point in, you cannot take them again now, right? So these transactions will be marked as already included, and then this guy will again. So now that is how it works. Do you have an understanding of how Bitcoin works? Right? Now, the question is that I was talking about, you guys understand this. I don't need to repeat this, right? You know hashing, you know collision free, right? You cannot find X and Y if, you know, X is not equal to Y and HX is equal to HY. Okay, what it says, there cannot be two inputs, okay? And those inputs are not same, but their hashes are same. Means Ram, hash of the word Ram, hash of the word Sham cannot be same. Is it any problem? Ram will have a different hash, Sham will have a different hash. Right? That's what I'm saying here, which is, it's called collision free. Second, hiding. If you know the hash, can you find the origin? You cannot find that. That is not possible. It is just saying you can only check it, that the hash that you had done last time, now hash you are doing, if the hash is same, then most probably one in million time only inputs can be different. Otherwise, if your hashes are known, you cannot go and find the input there. Got it? No? Any confusion here? Okay. You already understand the signature. Do I need to repeat this? Okay. Let's come back. So, okay, now I have already explained this process, right? So let me tell you, try to summarize before I go to the next topic. I want you to be very thorough with this. You understand hashing. Just tell me yes or no in complete confidence. You understand hashing? Yes. You understand the signature? Yes. You understand the mining process? Yes. Okay. Do you understand the transaction signing? Yes. Do you understand how blocks are created? Yes. Okay. Do you understand nodes? Now the voice reduced. I understand that. Okay. Let me go to that point. Yeah. Okay. No. So ultimately, see what happens. The question what he's saying that if there are 3 miners who are mining, and miner 1 and 2 they are slow, if they have included some transactions in their block creation, and if they don't get to create the next block, then what happens to those transactions? Am I right? Absolutely. So this is a good question, good way to think. Thank you. What is your name? Akshit. Varshit. Yeah, good question, Varshit. Thank you. We can sit down. So see, the point is that, Varshit, that the transactions mean anything only when they get included in the block. Everybody keeps trying, they don't matter. Once this gets, that is another interesting question. I was giving an example. Okay, and understand this point very clearly. So I am going to a coffee shop and I am paying coffee in Bitcoin, for example, right? There are many places which happens. Now, blocks are getting created. Okay, blocks are getting created. And, it may happen that somebody gets extraordinary mining power. And he takes another route. It may happen that sometimes somebody takes a route, somebody comes and he takes a faster route due to many circumstances. But then now what happens that now people are confused. That leads to something called forking. I will not get into those details right now. But what happens that if the transactions are included, the transactions cannot be deemed complete or final until the next 6 blocks are formed. So the finality of transaction, there is a term in blockchain which is called transaction finality. Transaction finality is achieved through probabilistic manner in Bitcoin, especially in the proof of work kind of consensus. I will talk about consensus later, right? So what happens if your transaction is included in a particular block? It could be block number 6, for example, and you go to block number 7. Can your transaction be called as complete? Yes, technically yes, but it may happen that just after that, there is another chain which gets created, which is the rule of longest chain. You remember that, right? Now there could be, just after that, there could be another chain which becomes longer than you. Then your transactions are excluded. Then you are not a chain. You are not on the main chain. Understand that point? Some other chain has become longer than you. Then your whatever you thought that I have paid for coffee, you got coffee also, you drank coffee also, but then suddenly his chain got changed and there is another chain. Your transaction is, you don't get money. I mean, right? The guy will not get money. So what happens? So this is called, so if really you see, transaction finality goes like this. So you keep on moving. So it is typically said that if your transaction, and please pay attention, if your transaction is included in a particular block, then typically you should wait for 6 blocks after that. After that, you can consider your transaction as final. Okay, typically 99.99%. Is it 100%? No. But it is very less chance that after 6 blocks, some other block will come. Means 6 blocks means in Bitcoin, each block typically takes 10 minutes to create. In 10 minutes, you get 1 block. Okay, so it is considered that after 60 minutes, you typically get into the situation, your transactions will typically not be reverted. Because it is not possible for somebody to create another chain which is longer than the chain on which you are there. Your transaction is there. Guys, you are getting this point? Yes, okay. Now, so nodes I talked about. So nodes are the people who run these softwares. Bitcoin is a software. Ethereum is a blockchain which has got software running which is called Ethereum Virtual Machine, EVM. Now that runs, who run these softwares? Is there a server, Ethereum headquarters where they run it? No. Every node will run these transactions. Now I am transitioning into the next topic. So pay attention here, guys. Okay, very important point I am going to talk about right now. So these nodes are the guys who run these softwares. Understand that point. Blockchain is a decentralized, like Abhishek mentioned, somebody answered there. These are decentralized systems in which all these softwares are run on individual nodes. Everybody, you want to run an Ethereum node? Please go ahead and do that. Do you want to run a Bitcoin node? You can go and do that. You can do for various purposes. I will talk about that later. But nodes are basically places where these softwares are run. Understood this point so far? I'll make it more clear later. But do you understand this point so far? No? Why so low voice? Do you understand this? No, please don't deceive me. Are you really getting it? Okay. So what happens then when these nodes play a very important role. And as I talked about, so if you understand the basics of node, let me come to this consensus mechanism here. Now, let's explain this in few minutes, and you will understand this, guys. It's very simple. Whatever we talked about in Bitcoin, which is called proof of work. Why do we have this consensus mechanism? Or let's not call it consensus mechanism. There is a term which is called Sybil resistance. Okay, so I'll not go into too detail. It's too technical here. So Sybil resistance is a term in which the network security is achieved by proof of work mechanism. Do you guys get it? Just say no if you don't get it. Did you guys understand this? No, very good. So how it happens? So for example, every miner is given a task of solving a puzzle, the madam was asking, solving a puzzle, and if the guy who is being able to solve this puzzle first, he is the miner who gets to create the next block. That's what I was talking about so far. What is this puzzle? That puzzle is basically take all these validations, take all these transactions, create their hashes, create the Merkle root, include some other things, include previous blocks hash, okay? And then come up with a hash, next hash, with some, for example, 8 or 10 leading zeros. Understand that point very clearly. You take all the inputs. Getting the point? No. You are a miner who is trying to create the next block. How will you do that? So you have picked up some transactions which you think is the most profitable one. You also have the hash of the previous block, right? And then what you do? Sorry. Then what you do basically is that you are given a challenge that try to come up with a hash which has got 8 or 6 leading zeros. Hash is a number of 256 bytes, correct? These are random numbers. These are random numbers which have alphanumeric 0, 1, X and all that, correct? So I want you to get a next hash which has got 6 leading zeros. Means in the beginning of the hash, the first 6 digits should be 0. How can you get that? I want this answer. How can you get that? Tell me who answers. Deepak will give a chocolate to that person. Deepak, yeah. How do you get that? First 6 leading zeros. Tell me. I want some smart answer. Yeah, it means automatically is fine, but how do you get leading zeros? Yeah, 0x on all. It's normal, hexadecimal. How do you get first zeros? What the miner has to do to get? He was very close, but then I want more precise answer. How does the miner get? Does the miner do to get first 6 bytes? First 6 bits 0. Sorry? No, you can't pad 0. Come on, boss. You can't. You pad zeros and give it to Bitcoin is not fooled like that. Okay, yeah. Tell me. Sorry. One by one, please. Deepak, I need your help. No, you can't. Hashes are not predictable, boss. You can't do any manipulation there, guys. How do you get the next hash with 6 leading zeros? Silva Saab is smiling. Sorry? No. Yeah, but how do you get the hash which has got 6 leading zeros? No, madam. Anusha, madam, no. Tell me, who? Yeah, sorry? You are the miner, you are mining it. I want you to tell me how do you get first 6 leading zeros? Okay, let me. So Deepak, your chocolate is saved. Yes, I want that chocolate. Guys. Yeah, that's fine. But how do you get first 6 zeros? Okay, the answer is you could not have imagined. Sorry? No, I think one by one, please, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry? No, all those things are fine. Don't give me Gyan here. Tell me answer. He is getting close, but the answer is, it is by chance. So, there is no rule. You cannot do that because hash is something that you are not controlling, guys. Yeah. Deepak, she wants to say something. Sorry? No, I didn't get that.
Starting block doesn't have any values.
It also has hash, but then it will not have the previous block. That is fine. But it starts from there only.
So hash is 0, sir.
No. That's not the answer I was looking for. So what I'm saying, you have to understand, go back to the basics, what I taught you in the morning. Hashes are, say for example, capital A, apple. After apple, guys, focus on this, please. Are you guys liking what you are studying here? Okay, so if you write apple with A capital, what is the hash? And if you put a dot after apple, small change, but the hash will be completely different. So hash outcome you cannot predict. But if you do hashing of the same thing again and again, the same outcome will come. Do you understand what I'm saying? The hash of apple with A capital will never change. You do it million times, outcome will be same. So the getting of the first 6 leading zeros is by chance. So how do you improve the chance? Do as many times as you want to. That's what you are saying. Keep doing. You may take 1 million times, and if I ask you that, okay, find a hash which has got 1 0. Is it easier or difficult than 6 0? Easier, right? So imagine when the Bitcoin was started, people were given the problem of 1 zeros, 2 zeros. Fatafat people used to calculate. And people were getting so much of, they started with giving 50 Bitcoins for each block in the beginning. Right now it is 6.25 away, right? Something like that. So the question is that every 4 years they are reducing. 50 became 25 after 4 years. After 4 years again it became 12.5. After 4 years it became 6.25. I think I'll have to check. Right now it is 6 or 3 points, whatever. What I'm saying is that you have to do so many times. Now that is where these nodes are basically, very critical function, the miners. Now I was talking about consensus mechanism, right? Now all these things we talked about basically is proof of work, where, guys, it's very important. There will be a question on this topic, quiz, Deepak. So the point here is that proof of work mechanism is called Sybil resistance mechanism. What it says that you have to give some proof to the network. What is the network called here? Bitcoin is a network. Network means what? Network of computers, network of miners, network of nodes. That's what is network, right? Ethereum is a new separate blockchain network. Polkadot is a separate blockchain network. Are you guys getting it? All are different blockchain networks. So here, so you have to do, why do we want to put this leading 8 zeros, leading 6 zeros? Why do we do all that? Are we too complicated, or are we mad, or what? No. There is a reason. If you don't do this, people will create blocks in seconds. Correct? This is what is taking time. If you start say, okay, fine. Now a very interesting question I'm asking you. So if you have got a block, for example, blockchain, which has got say for example, 10,000 blocks already created. Now we are working on 10,000 first block. Possible? Now if somebody wants to go and change a transaction which Anusha had given to Deepak 6 years back, that time she had given $100, for example. Okay, Deepak, you are getting a lot of money today from Anusha. Yeah? So now the point is that if you go and change that transaction, now Anusha says, no, I should not have given $100 to Deepak, let me make it $5. If she wants to do that, she will have to go and touch the block in which block her transaction was included, correct? You will have to do that? No. Anusha had given to Deepak Singh $100 6 years back in some block. That was block number 555. Now the current block number is 10,000. Understand, guys, please? Yes, now Anusha changed her mind that, okay, I should not have given $100 to Deepak. Let me make it to $10 or $5. What will she do? She will go and, what will she have to do there? She will have to go and look at that block in which her transaction was included that time and go and change that. Correct? That's the only way. Now, if she does that, she will have to go and, so it means she is changing the hash of that particular block. No? If she does it, you would have changed the hash of that particular block. Now, what happens? The hash of the next block? All gone. Nothing is valid now. She cannot do that, because if she has to do that, very interesting point I'm going to make it. Please pay attention, complete attention on this. If she wants to do this successfully, she should be able to redo all the blocks from 555 to 10,001, recalculating hash and everything, and reach 10,001 before somebody else who is already working on 10,001 and be ahead of that person. Then her chain will become the longest chain. Understood? No? You guys understood or not? Now, if that is the case, and if you don't have a problem of proof of work here, then she can do it in next 5 minutes. Can you do it in 5 minutes? Simple 10,000 logic, run in a loop, and anybody can do this, correct? Now what we are saying, okay, boss, fine. For creating a block, you have to find the next hash with 8 or 6 leading zeros. Now you are into a situation there. You are creating a hash of the next block, keep running, doesn't matter. Then run for 10 minutes, then you get the next block, then again keep running. So keep on doing, then you reach the 10,000 first, then that guy would have already moved from there. So he is again longest. You can't touch him. But you have wasted so much of energy anyway. But understand the point. If you are not getting the winning, if you are not becoming the winning mining block, then your effort is useless. You don't get, ऐसा नहीं है कि I get 10th, some block reward. The person who comes second, they will also get something. Nothing. You get laddu. Correct? Now that's the beauty here, and that is where it is called proof of work. For every mining block generation, you have to show that you have done some work. And that work is finding the next block hash with some leading zeros, and please do that work and show it to us. That's what Bitcoin says. Guys, any confusion in this so far? Now this is called proof of work. But proof of work has got several problems. What are those problems? Now one person gets to mine the block, but then everybody is trying. Now this is a huge energy consumption. Big problem for the planet Earth. So while this was a great security mechanism, guys, please focus. Hello, please, I need attention. Everybody's attention. So when you are doing this, then you are definitely securing the network. What is the purpose of doing all of this? Securing the network so that people don't go and misuse it. Right? But the problem there is that you are consuming a hell lot of energy. That is where, now that is, which I am talking about here is consensus or civil resistance, whatever you call it. So, you understood proof of work, right? Bitcoin mechanism is called proof of work. Even Ethereum 1.0, Ethereum in the last form, right now they are upgrading to ETH 2.0. But then the model is proof of work where a lot of heavy consumption of energy is happening. Now then people said, okay, fine, can we find some other mechanism which gives me good enough security, but it does not consume so much of energy? Is it a good ask, right? You still could get some security, good security, so that people could not come and cheat here, but then your energy consumption is minimized. That is where comes the proof of stake model. So proof of stake is very complicated. I will try to touch here, but again we can continue talking on all these things. We are still here for next 5-6 days. We can continue talking on all these things, so that you understand these things better. But in the nutshell, what proof of stake model talks about is you don't need to solve that puzzle of finding those leading zeros, etc. But what you need to do basically is that you put something at stake. For example, all people, and proof of stake, people who create blocks, they are called validators. They are called validators. In Bitcoin, it is called miners. Now, what all these validators need to do, all these validators need to go and put something in deposit into the contract or in the system. So everybody has to deposit some $100 or $200 or whatever, $10,000 or $1 million. I'm not talking about that. And then they are asked, so somebody will be chosen. Deepak, how much time do I have? 30 minutes, right? Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, thank you. So Deepak has given me warning of 30 minutes. So let's respect that. So, okay. So the question here is that if you are depositing some money in the system and then you perform the job of validation or the next block. So people are typically chosen at random, okay, to create the next block. There are different ways in which it can be done. So now imagine, now what you need in Bitcoin, who was the person who was creating block? Who was the fastest, the first one, right? But in the proof of stake model, what we do, we go and everybody, all validators are required to put some money at stake. And once they put some money at stake, and then we will be choosing some person to build the next block. And if that person behaves interestingly, what we do? We go and penalize him. So there is an economic incentive or disincentive to behave weirdly in the proof of stake model. Do you guys understand the first basic premise here? No. Very good. So please say no also loudly. Very good. So in proof of work, how are you securing the network? By forcing everybody to do some work which will take some time, and then you cannot fraud it, right? I gave the example of Anusha, $100 to $5. You guys understood that, right? So that when she has to change all the blocks from that point to the current time, it is not possible. You understand that point? Yes, very good. Now that is the way you are securing the proof of work mechanism system. But in proof of stake model, that model is no. So what we say, everybody is running so much of energy, wasting so much of energy, that is not a great idea. So what people do, that they were looking for some alternative. That alternative could be that without expending so much of energy, can we find some mechanism in which we can still secure the system? And one alternate came, which was pretty interesting one, is that everybody, all validators from the proof of stake model, should put some money at stake in the system. If you want to become a validator node, I will ask you to put $10,000, for example. It could be 20,000, could be 500,000. In fact, ETH 2.0 right now, they were talking about doing something 32 ETH everybody had to put in to become a validator node, right? So, it could vary from system to system. But the point here is that, and if you put in money, imagine you are putting your money in the bank, and if you are behaving something interesting way, if you are doing, so there are two ways you can do as a validator, which is not expected. Understand the point? A validator node is expected to do what? Creating next block, do the validation process, create the block. That's why the purpose. Now, if this person does two things, then it is a problem. What is the first thing? The person becomes offline. It is a crime. If I choose you to create the next block and you say, I am sleeping right now, I don't feel like creating a block, then it is a problem. Why did you become a validator in that case? If you have become validator, please take the responsibility of creating the block whenever we need you. Now, when we tell you different mechanism for different blockchains, people are being too innovative in that area. Not worry about, let's not worry about that. But if you are a validator and if you are becoming offline, we have a problem. As a blockchain, I have a problem. I will come and penalize you there. Are you getting this now? Now, the second point that is also important, that, behaving some weirdly, like, double signing the transaction. For example, you say sometimes something and you say sometimes something else. You are confusing the network. If you are doing that, that has got more fierce penalty. So, the proof of stake model basically is a model in which all validators have to put some money at stake. And if you are behaving weirdly, you will be penalized by slashing. Now is it clear? Understood? Excellent. So there are different ways in which, now see, there are different ways of avoiding Sybil resistance. Sybil resistance is a term which you will understand, later, that, how do you secure the network? In proof of work network, I think it is around 33%, is a percentage where, the network gets compromised. And in proof of a stake model, it's around 2/3 majority. Now, if somebody is being able to do that, then it becomes a problem. So now you understand this. These are some of the most important concepts in understanding blockchain. And as I said earlier, you talk about any blockchain, these fundamentals are not going to change. These fundamentals are going to be the same. The implementation may vary. The consensus mechanism, you can come up with tomorrow another blockchain for yourself and say that, okay, I have got some innovative idea about doing consensus. You could come up with something like that. Okay, you cannot say, I will not have transaction signing. Those are some of the fundamentals. Okay, you also could go and choose different hashing mechanisms. There are different hashing mechanisms which are available. Now, hashing has been, improving over these years. It was, I was reading somewhere that it was something called MD5, which was giving an outcome in 120 bytes outcome. Whatever you give, it will give you 120 bytes. But now we are talking about, SHA-256, the SHA model, secure hashing algorithm, something like that, where you get 256. Now it is difficult to go and do something in 256 bytes, right? The probability of matching is different. It is more secure, right? Again, at the end of the day, what happens inside is just pure mathematics. So if you're interested, you go and read about it, you will find that. Okay. So now, I had some demo, but then I don't have time right now. We'll do that some other time if we get. So basically, so far what we talked about, these fundamental concepts of blockchain, right? Deepak, how much time do I have? 1:05, okay. So let's spend some more time here. So now, let's talk about, you guys understand the fundamentals to a large extent now? Can I assume that? Yes, okay. And that should get reflected in your score in your quiz also. Otherwise, I will talk to all of you individually tomorrow. Okay? Okay. So now let's see one thing. So what we talked about blockchain, Bitcoin, which gave a foundation upon which the whole blockchain that we see today has been created. So now what happened? Bitcoin was just money to money, peer-to-peer money transfer. But this did not have any programmability where you could just do money transfer. You could not do anything else there, right? Now, but this problem is too specific. So people needed to have something in which you could do other things also using blockchain. And that is where Ethereum came around 6 years later. I think that was being talked by the earlier speaker also. So this, basically, Ethereum brought a new dimension to the whole blockchain, which is called programmability, the smart contract platform, what we call, where you are not just moving money, but you are saying you are putting a condition to moving money there. Now,
Can I add something there, Praveen, to the same thing? Guys, I just want to make sure you understand how this is relevant to you. So as we spoke about that in this entire context, there are two parts. One is the transaction, which is the Bitcoin money transaction or an Uber transaction or a Swiggy transaction or an email transaction, right? The second part is recording that transaction on a blockchain, which is what Praveen just explained to you. By the way, you will never get this kind of an explanation in detail. So Praveen did a phenomenal job explaining you this. But so if you are an engineer or a developer building the nuts and bolts of the blockchain side of things, then you are called a core developer. What are you guys called? If you are on the transaction side, which is Swiggy, you're building a decentralized Swiggy, you're building a decentralized Uber, you're building a decentralized bank, then you are a not an app developer, you're a DApp developer. DApp developer is a decentralized app, right? Because you're creating something decentralized. Correct, Praveen?
Absolutely.
So it's very important to know why we are teaching you this, because if you are working on a blockchain directly, building, the skeleton here, and you're working on any of these parts, you are a core developer. If you're building a DApp, you're building the transaction side of things, and you're connecting that to a blockchain, you're called a... Clear? Praveen?
Absolutely. Thank you, Abhi. And very, very important point that Abhi mentioned, that the difference between the core and the DApp developer. Now, one thing that I can, extending from what Abhishek mentioned just now, I want to tell you, all of you, that in these next 7 days, 6 remaining days, right? 6 remaining days from tomorrow, we would have given you something which people take years to acquire. And believe me in that. The objective of this program is to take you to a level which people cannot imagine in 8 days. And we have done this before, we have seen this happening, and that's what we are doing. And I want you guys to pay complete attention, be here. Just do not be physically here, be mentally here, participate, discuss among yourself, and that will take you to the next level. Okay.
So, Praveen, I want to make a recommendation. You have done a very good job on explaining this. I think we should also explain how token demand is generated here on top of this, because I think that's very relevant. Why Bitcoin will go up in value as more number of people use the network.
Right. No, I'll cover that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So guys, I think, again, Deepak, how much time do I have? Sorry for asking that again. 10 minutes max. Okay. So I do not think I will be able to finish everything that I wanted. But in this session, did you go deeper into what we started with after lunch? Right? We will continue having more sessions as and when time permits. I don't know, Deepak sir, how much time he will give me. But then, yeah, whenever he gives me time, I will definitely spend time with all of you. We have got another excellent, educator, Mr. Selva Raj. I think I will have Selva speak to you. I think he has got wealth of knowledge in many areas that we have not been able to take his help yet, but we will plan that also. But before that, let me try to consolidate today's position and close at a point from where we can start in our next session. So what happened? We talked about validation. We talked about validators. We talked about proof of stake model. Do you understand these things now? Okay. Now the point is that there is a very typical problem here. The problem is that which is called can you guys see the screen? Now, this is something which is very interesting problem that this industry is facing. And I want to stop here, and then we will go to the next things later. This is called trilemma. Now, look, if you have got a network which has got a very limited number of validators, right? If you have a system in which there are security concerns, there are scalability concerns, there are decentralization concerns. The beauty of this trilemma, or the tragedy of this trilemma, is that you can always handle 2 aspects, not all the 3 aspects. What do you mean by decentralization? Now, we have talked about decentralization at length. If I want to ask you, what do you really mean by decentralization? Sorry? One at a time, please. Absolutely. But so now, I think when I ask you questions now, you have to go deeper now. Don't give me the answer which you would have given me yesterday morning. No. I would expect deeper answers now. Okay, fine. Coming back to the point, I'll explain that to you. So what happens now? You have got validator nodes. What do these guys do? They create the blocks. They do the validation, right? Now what happens here? That the more number of nodes that you have, guys focus here, the more number of nodes you have, the more decentralized you are. Can I say that? Right? if you have got only 5 nodes and say I am heavily decentralized, are you? You are not. Now the question is that now there are some other factors. All these validators, they have to put some what? What money? For staking, they have to put some money there, correct? Then only they can participate in the validation process, right? Now the question is that how much money is it required to be put in the staking for being a validator? Now different blockchains have different ways to look at it. And why I am coming to that point? Every blockchain also has some validator hardware requirements. You can be a validator. Some blockchains say that you can be a validator if you have got 8 GB RAM machine is good enough. Somebody says, no, I want 32 GB RAM. I want 64 GB RAM for being able to validate the system, transactions. Okay. So now the point I am trying to say that depending upon all these different parameters, a system can attract validators or they may not attract validators. For example, if they say, okay, if you want to become a validator in this particular chain or blockchain, then you need to deposit, say, $500,000. How many people can do that? Not many people, right? $500,000 is what? In Indian currency, it is around 4 crores. So not everybody can do that. But somebody says, okay, no, you can become a validator if you just put 10,000 rupees. How many validators can you find? Many, many. Right? That is one thing. Second thing, if it says that, okay, no, for doing the validation, you need beast machine, big machine of, so much RAM, so much hard disk, etc., etc. Because one thing you understand, all these nodes, very important point I am telling you, all these nodes, they store the data on chain, means they store the data on their machine. There is no server. So, depending upon what you are storing. See, all these are basically very, very specific requirements for the nodes. And depending upon what kind of node, you can be different types of nodes. You can be a light node. You can be a, archival node in which you go and store data for all the transactions from the Genesis file. Or you could be a node which just does the validation process. You can choose to be the type of node. And for being a type of node, you need to go and install. You run that particular software. Like in Ethereum case, you run, what do you run? You run your machine called EVM. That is called Ethereum Virtual Machine. What does this EVM do? This EVM runs all the smart contracts that you kind of write. Whatever smart contract we talked about in the morning, all these are executed on the EVM. Okay. So there are so many things. So coming back to the point, what I was talking about, that all these chains, blockchains, they basically have looked at this problem. Now Ethereum had Ethereum in 2017, Avi, right? So CryptoKitties came in 2017, right? So there was a game which came on Ethereum in 2017, and that was massive, adoption. And Abhi can talk more on that.
So I do want to explain this concept. I'll take 5 minutes, but I think I want to build on what Praveen has already sort of created the clarity. And look, I'm from Harvard Business School. I only worry about how we can make money, just because we are taught that. And I want to bring that perspective about how you can make, at the end of the day, top salaries or top, capital for your company. So let me take a stab quickly, Praveen, on this. So how many people, let me just say, there is a song called, we like diamonds. How many people like diamonds and jewelry? Right? Come on, like you can't like that bluntly, man. Okay, who like watches? Right? Who like cars? Who like motorcycles and cars, sports cars, any cars? Right? Don't tell me you like buses. Come on. So we like diamonds and jewelry, right? Now, can you live without diamonds? Yes? You can live without diamonds. Can you live without water? No. Right? You cannot live without water. Then how come diamonds are more expensive than water? Supply demand. Who said supply demand? Get up. Round of applause for this man. See, you take the risk of answering something and you get a round of applause. You know, that's what IBC Media does. But isn't it strange? Isn't it strange that you cannot live without water, but diamonds are more expensive than water? But let me do this. I will convert every drop of water into diamonds on this planet. Now what is more expensive? Suddenly, something changed. And something changed in what he just said, supply and demand, right? If supply is more than demand, it's cheaper no matter what that is. Even if you cannot live without it, it's cheaper. If supply is less than the demand, then it's expensive, just like diamonds, right? So keep this in mind, because this is what will make money for you in the future of anything you are doing in life. If you can create something for which the demand is going to increase and supply is going to go down, it's going to go up in value. Right? We just talked about it. Right? Now, can you tell me what is the current, let's just take the first use case of blockchain, right? Which is payments, which is Bitcoin. Right? But you need to understand Bitcoin, because once you understand Bitcoin, Bitcoin is just one use case. Correct? We talked about it. So now Bitcoin is increasing demand of Bitcoin the Bitcoin network is increasing demand of Bitcoin network. Why? Because for people to do transactions on Bitcoin network, they have to use Bitcoin in gas fees to pay to the miners, to pay to the nodes, right? They're using Bitcoin. So more number of transactions, more amount of Bitcoin that has to be used to pay gas. So the fees that you pay is called gas, right? So now, is it gas only for Ethereum, or you actually pay gas for BTC also? You pay gas for BTC too, right? Yeah. So basically, more number of transactions, more demand for Bitcoin, because that is the currency that is given to the nodes and to the miners. Is that simple enough? Right? Bigger the network, bigger the demand for the currency that is being used to incentivize the miners. Easy to understand? Are you with me? Yes, sir. Okay. So let's say in the beginning of the days, there were only 100 people using the network for transactions. Today, there are 40 million people using the network. What happens? More transactions, more demand of the token. Correct? But guess what? There are only fixed number of Bitcoins in the world. So imagine, who knows the painting Mona Lisa? Who knows the painter Picasso? Right? Is Picasso alive or dead? Dead long ago. So every painting of Picasso is super expensive. Why? Because there is no more production. Correct? So that means there is no supply left for Picasso paintings. Am I right, everyone? Yes, sir. So there is no supply, there is more demand, and the price of Picasso painting is going up every day. Likewise, imagine Bitcoin is a payment network. The network is growing every day. More people are using Bitcoin. And now there are only 21 million Bitcoins. And the supply is going down. What is going to happen to the Bitcoin price? Increase. Now imagine you created the Swiggy, call a Swiggy token, right? You created a new token like Bitcoin called Swiggy. So Swiggy token or Swiggy GVP token is now being used by more number of drivers and more number of passengers, and the passengers are growing and the drivers are growing and more people are using and more people are doing transactions, more the demand for the Swiggy token. What happens to the Swiggy token value? And imagine if you have out of the million tokens, okay, or 10 million tokens that you created for Swiggy tokens, you own 1 million tokens and each token goes to $1,000. What are you worth? You have 1 million tokens and each token goes to a value of $1,000. How much? You have $1 million? $1 billion. So, I'm just telling you the formula of becoming a billionaire right now. Who wants to be a billionaire? Come on, like that has to be a fast hand. Like, you know, my mom says, at least you have to say one thing and that thing comes right in life at least once a day. Who wants to be a billionaire? It can just happen. So I'm just saying that for you to understand the token, so just so you know, like guys, hold on, give me 5 more minutes before we switch. I want to make sure, and Praveen, I would like you to emphasize this supply and demand issue and the use of network and how this price goes up. So I want to clarify. So just to keep the Bitcoin use case in mind, what just happened? More people, as they use the Bitcoin network or the use case network, more the demand of the token, because more nodes have to be paid, right? More people participate, more transaction fees that get used using that Bitcoin token, and the price of the token goes up. If you create a use case, right? If you create a use case and you have a token and more people are using your use case on the network, they are consuming the token to do the transaction, more the demand of the transaction, fixed number of supply, and the price of the token goes up. And if you own 10% of those tokens, you become a billionaire. Is that an easy understanding of how you become a billionaire? Okay, just make sure you don't tell people that you got this advice from somebody who studied at Harvard Business School. But I am telling you that you start from the left, you create a use case, you start growing demand for your use case. The more people use the network, the more demand for your token. The more demand for your token, your supply will reduce, your demand of the token goes up. And by the way, it's called a token. What you create, just like Bitcoin is called Bitcoin because of the payment network, what you create, it's called a token, right? That rides on your use case. So payments use case was called Bitcoin. Your use case will call a token, right? Yeah. So with that, guys, we will elaborate more. I'll let Praveen to talk more on this, to drive this thing home. You have to understand this, because once you know that how the token works, you will understand, when you come up with ideas, how the token will create value for yourself. With that,
I think, thanks, Abhi. We have a separate session on token economics anyway. Yeah. So we'll be covering these topics in depth. Right now, I think we have the next session lined up. Deepak. Sorry. But I want to say that we have covered quite a lot, and I'm sure this would have given you some perspectives on some of the very, very basic and fundamental things in blockchain. And we will, guys, give me 15 more seconds. Hello, all. Excuse me. No listening. Okay. Thank you so much then.
Amazing. I just wish that rally between Praveen sir and Abhishek sir wouldn't have ended. But we have more things to cover, and obviously we are here. Yeah. Unfortunately. So
but obviously we have more vast syllabus to cover, and we will be here. Abhishek sir will be here, Praveen sir will be here. You can obviously reach out to them after the sessions are over for any questions or idea discussions or anything for that matter. And I'll just check with my team for the next session. We'll be starting in a minute now. Thank you.
Yes, that would be the best option.
All right, how many people here thought, they will not understand Web3? And they now feel they're getting a little bit of a Web3 vibe and you're easing into it. How many people are comfortable thinking about Web3 now? Yeah? You think it's fun? Yes, sir. So we will definitely get a chance to talk about how to be a Web3 developer. Obviously, we will touch a lot of things on the technical side. And frankly, it's very, very intellectually challenging and intellectually interesting. The more you go on the core side, it really tests your ability to be smart. If you like to think, you want to be one of the smartest developers, then you can go as crazy as you want, or you can go as financial. So the thing about Web3 that you should know, it gives you ability to either be economically smart or technically smart, or even, bridging. Like you can basically be a bridge between the transaction side and the core side, which is basically the full stack development also. So please enjoy the time so far. I think we have the next session coming up. Deepak, right now? Yeah.
Sorry about the chaos.
Yeah, can we get our next speaker on the screen, please? Perfect, thank you. So guys, may I have your attention, please? Yeah, I know this is the last session for today, and then we'll be passing on to the quiz, so you might want to pay attention, right? Okay, so the next speaker we have is Mr. Philip Norman from Morales. I'm super excited for this session because he's hell of a speaker, and will be clearing out a lot of your doubts that might help in the quiz. So he will be covering blockchain technology, architecture, and distributed database. So database is a very important element of blockchain, and it's going to help you a lot, but only if you focus. Guys, thank you. Thank you. Yes. So Philip, we are super excited to have you here. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
How's everybody doing today? My name is Phil. I'm head of events and head of research for Morales Web3, and we are an infrastructure provider that provides APIs for moving from Web 2 over into Web 3. And so that's our main goal as an organization, is to empower developers to build the next stage of the internet, which we believe is Web 3, and that's what we empower people to do. I've got some slides here I want to share with everybody. Let me put those up on the screen, and then we'll get into the presentation here.
Guys, anybody wants to go outside? You're free to go.
So I started in blockchain all the way back in 2013. And back when I started in blockchain, there was what we could do with this technology was a lot more limited compared to what we're doing with it now. We had things like colored coins and other things in order to try to create additional utility. And a lot of these things failed, but what it led us to was a completely functional shared public database. And what I'm going to do here in this presentation is I'm going to challenge what you maybe thought a blockchain was. And I'm going to challenge the idea of what a blockchain can do by looking at it a little differently with you. And so that's going to be maybe the heart and soul of what we go over today. We're going to talk about the blockchain as a public compute engine. We'll talk about three-point accounting and what that's done to advance society, really, because three-point accounting, which is something that blockchain introduces. So let me talk a little bit about that right now. Before blockchains, anytime we had money held by businesses and shared books where there was interlocking funds for one reason or another, those books needed to be reconciled at one point. You needed to make sure that the transactions which were held in one set of documents matched what was held in the other. And if they weren't, then you needed to go through a process to fix that. With three-point accounting introduced by blockchain, we have the blockchain as the third point. So rather than us keeping separate books that may have inconsistencies or errors, we're all going to the blockchain as that public financial record, that record that we know that we all can trust. And for that reason, it truly is the new plateau in financial accounting. Of course, in order for that to reach fruition, it would require that we be using these blockchain assets or assets which are on chain as our world money. Of course, right now we're still using fiat. So while the system is there, which mathematically, logically, could already replace the current accounting systems that we're using, we haven't made that transition yet. And that's why it's so important to organizations like Moralis that we empower people to be able to do this, to be able to build the next step of technology that's going to take us to where three-point accounting is the standard worldwide for all money, and where we can have better transparency and better practices worldwide. Now, moving on from that, I'm also going to talk in a bit about EVM model and how that works, a little bit about smart contracts, consensus, and then finally, blockchain's role in Web3. I'm going to wrap up talking about that a little bit more. Moving on from here. So what's a public database? I'm going to talk a bit about blockchain being a public database. And what I'm really talking about is that not that blockchain has all these differences from the databases we've been using before, but really that it's very much the same. That for obviously a fee in this case, you can put whatever data you want on the blockchain and you can retrieve it whenever you want. However, the difference is that it's that we've never seen before. So where you have other databases like MongoDB and services that allow you to store some of your information, that information could be deleted at any time by the consortium or group that's running that protocol. In the case of blockchains, there's too many players. There's no way to completely shut down the network ever. There's already millions of copies of the blockchain worldwide. That data is completely permanent. This introduces a new paradigm in public databases where we need to consider that no encryption is strong enough to store private data on a blockchain, no encryption that we have right now. Why is that true? Well, that's because we know in computer science that all elliptic curve cryptography will eventually be broken. So what that means is if we use any type of current cryptography to store this data on chain, it'll eventually become public. And so we need to treat public databases, these new blockchain public databases, as though they're much more exposed than anything we've seen before. Even if the data is private today, if that encryption is broken later on, there's no way to remove the encrypted data from the blockchain. So that introduces a level of permanentness that we've never seen before. And it's very exciting. Now, what about publicly available, publicly hosted, and immutable? Now, I was talking about this just a second ago when I mentioned that there are too many players, and that's absolutely true. The reason why this data exists forever is because anytime something's published to the blockchain, it's copied by every single one of the nodes that's connected to that network. And that's not a backup feature, that's a function of the consensus itself. So it necessarily happens in order for the blockchain to continue producing blocks. For this reason, these elements, these advantages that we're talking about right now, they're never going to change for blockchain, because if you ever were to change these aspects, you'd be changing what blockchain is. And so these it becomes a new type of technology that we need to treat with a different kind of respect towards how we use it, but also with an understanding that we have introduced and created a new level of permanent data that's never existed before. And that's very exciting. And certainly, leads us to other conclusions as well. So what about computation? Blockchains are these somewhat hybrid things that are in one sense databases, in one sense compute engines, in one sense permanent storage that even to an extent we've never experienced before. But what about the compute aspect? Well, it's also exciting. And the reason why it's so exciting is because for the first time ever, we're performing computations on a global level. We're participating in singular computational events together all across the world, all at once. If you want to prove that you performed a particular mathematical function, put it on the blockchain. Everybody in the world can see it. Not only that, other people in the world actually helped to process it. It's provability on a new level, public access on a new level, and really global cooperation in a way that we haven't seen before too, which is super exciting. And we see a microcosm of that as I'm coming to you today from the United States, and everybody there is on the opposite side of the world, and that's just a wonderful aspect of the same type of environment that we're cultivating in Web3, and I love that, and I hope you do too. Now, moving on from global computing, I believe that we have not reached the pinnacle of what this means. Global computing could mean things like proof that your vote was counted at the election. It could mean actual mathematically sound projections on retirement savings. It could mean all sorts of things that right now we need to trusted authorities in order to access. This entire idea of trusted authority is so important to the Web 2 infrastructure. If you don't have a Google account or some other type of access account, maybe an Apple ID or something like that, you need this in order to access all sorts of different services. Well, blockchain is reinventing that. It's permissionless. So when you access it using your account, there's no gatekeeper there that says, oh, is this account still valid? No, all accounts are valid. Now, we have seen some challenges to this recently with specifically the Tornado Cash incident. I believe that these things are, we can call them growing pains. At the end of the day, it's much like the internet. With the internet, we saw a lot of resistance up front. We saw governments concerned about privacy, but they may be more concerned about their own security. And then in the end, though, what won out? Well, this global internet that very few countries in the world restrict, and even those that restrict don't tend to restrict it entirely. We still have, some degree of worldwide infrastructure. And I believe global computing is going the same way. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that with government cooperation with different blockchain protocols and things like that. And that's all very, very good and exactly the direction I want us to be thinking about. Because when we're thinking about the way that we move from the old methods of doing things to these new methods of transparency and public access, that's when we start to really experience the value of blockchain in a way that nothing else ever achieved before. So we talked a little bit about this earlier, accounting traditions and how two-point accounting was the method for decades and still is the primary method worldwide. We're seeing this failing with in all sorts of areas. I mean, at the end of the day, the failure of FTX was not a failure of blockchain. It was a failure of two-point accounting, where they had a private bookkeeping system that wasn't public to the entire world, that proved to be fraudulent and completely failed. Are we approaching an era when multi-billion-dollar business can mathematically prove on-chain in some way that their books are sound? That's the dream at the end of the day, because in a world where so many of us are invested in all sorts of different corporations and other endeavors in order to secure our families and our future, we need to make sure that we can trust those organizations. And we're moving, or I should say that the mentality of crypto, which has always been don't trust, verify, is finally seeing the importance in the mainstream, I feel, or at least it will here very soon as a lot of these issues come to light that we've faced recently. We talked a bit about three-point accounting. All of these are elements of the Bitcoin blockchain. Bitcoin on its own can do three-point accounting, as I explained it. It can do a certain degree of global computation, though it's not Turing complete. For the developers in the audience, they know what I mean there. But basically, it can't repeat operations that it's performed. And for that reason, it's limited. Ethereum reinvented the model and allowed us to perform full-form computations on a blockchain, and that was the Ethereum blockchain. It maintains that standard today. It does it through something called Ethereum Virtual Machine, or EVM. Now, EVM is very important because EVM is the prevailing global compute standard worldwide right now. Now, this is nothing against any of the chains that are offering alternative methods. I'm a big fan of Cosmos. I think Cosmos ecosystem is very exciting and quickly emerging there, with its own gains and its own really exciting aspects like IBC compatibility, things like that. However, EVM is still to this day the #1 language that smart contracts are programmed in. What does that mean? That means that most DeFi apps, most value on the blockchain, and most computation is done by EVM environments. So if you're a developer and you're looking to get into Web3 and you're trying to decide, what environment should I develop within? My suggestion to you is start with EVM. Why do you start with EVM? Start with EVM because that's where the money is. If that changes later on, of course, expand your knowledge and move from there. But I believe that there is significant value to dApps that are released right now that are EVM compatible because they can be moved to so many different blockchains very quickly and very easily. There's different advantages when you're looking at IBC and EWASM environments. I'm not going to get into that during this presentation, but definitely look into that further if that's the direction you're more interested in. I think a dApp coming out today that works on EVM is going to have that composability across chains that's really needed, and I certainly advise people to explore that route if you're looking to develop a dApp in this current climate. And because building in the bear market is always advantageous. Some of the best projects that we've ever seen, things like Aave, Compound, MakerDAO, these were built during the bear market and then had their heyday when the bull run came. Just talking about EVM as the compute standard. And so what's the next steps? Well, I believe that the next steps is bridges that we build between these two types of technologies. So you have EVM environments, you have WASM environments, WebAssembly environments, and they're largely incompatible with each other. However, what we're seeing is virtualization of one or the other on top of the alternate. So in EWASM environments, we're seeing things like Evmos and injective protocol. These are protocols which introduce EVM compatibility within an ecosystem that supports new interoperability, which isn't there in Ethereum and other things. And I mean, this is the evolution of blockchain that we're witnessing before us. Now, much like the emergence of the internet, there are going to be a lot of experiments that don't move forward all the way. But it doesn't mean that they won't teach us things about what we need to do next to build a better blockchain that computes faster, that has better interoperability, and that leads to just better use for everyone on the planet. We're just talking about emulation. And now there is an alternate view on this. We were just talking about EWASM environments and the advantages that those can bring. Alternatively, some projects are looking to scale through better smart contracts. Can we just make the smart contracts on Ethereum good enough or better to the point that Ethereum itself does what we need it to do? Possibly, and it's certainly in the short term, that's a great solution to pursue. What we're seeing is that a lot of the smart contracts, especially standardized ones like AMM model version 1 that was introduced originally by Uniswap, is now prolific throughout the crypto industry. It's easy to find a clean copy of the boilerplate code to launch your own automatic market maker. For those of you who don't know, that's an exchange protocol that runs on chain. These types of things, along with lending contracts and other things, have been boiled down to their base components by organizations like Chainlink and other organizations like that. So rather than starting from scratch and having to build out all this logic from what we're figuring out on our own, we can actually start with a working smart contract that's clean, that does this function. These are the types of building blocks that will one day lead to bulletproof contracts that are ready for billions or trillions of international dollars. The other area where we're seeing a lot of advancements is through scaling of base primitives. When I'm talking about base primitives, I'm talking about the blockchain itself. That's where I'm talking about these IBC, inter-blockchain communication environments. That's where I'm talking about Polkadot, and I'm talking about anything which seeks to reinvent the model. It may or may not implement EVM at the end of the day in a layer 2 or something like that, but that what they're really seeking to do is increase throughput in terms of the architecture. So from that perspective, we can look at things like Cosmos environment, Polkadot, with some less known and maybe not doing quite as well projects like Nerve Network, things like this, which are introducing all these different throughput enhancements that potentially take us to the next level in blockchain. At the end of the day, even these advancements require smart contracts to make it a user experience that's inviting. IBC on its own isn't that accessible to regular users. It becomes a little bit more accessible when you start using a Kepler wallet, for example, which is a Cosmos-capable wallet, and then you're able to perform bridge functions from within the wallet. Or then it becomes even easier when you go to something like Osmo or Osmosis, and then you're using the user interface to easily move assets between chains. And then compare that directly to the experience that you have when using something like Hop protocol, where you're having to synthesize the interaction with both chains through either a mint and burn function or a token wrapped function in order to move assets from one chain to the other. I'm getting into some pretty heavy things with interoperability here, but all of this can be made more simple when we scale through improving base primitives. When we scale through improving smart contracts, we oftentimes introduce more complexity on the back end. However, we can still straighten that out on the front end so long as the user experience is clean and easy to use. Let's talk a little bit about native interoperability and WebAssembly. Like I was saying, I think that these are alternate models to what's the mainstream model right now, which is EVM compatibility. However, it doesn't mean that, that these shouldn't be pursued right now. It depends on what you're building for. If you're looking to launch a dApp in the next month, I think EVM is probably the best option for you. However, if you're looking to launch a dApp in a year, you might want to consider, do the WebAssembly environments provided by Polkadot ecosystem and Cosmos ecosystem provide better access to what you're looking for? And I say that knowing that Moralis, the strongest support that you're going to get using our product from Moralis is for EVM. And so this brings me to, so what's our our focus at Morales? Why are we so focused on EVM? Part of the reason is because we are a production protocol. If you have 1 million customers, 10 million customers, and they're ready to use your dApp tomorrow, then you're going to want to deploy that dApp on the most hard-tested environment that exists today. Now, that's probably going to be Ethereum. But if you're looking to save on resources, you might consider Polygon, BNB Chain, or even Phantom, 3 organizations that are fully, or I should say 3 blockchains that are fully supported by Morales. And that said, WebAssembly and natively interoperable chains are something that our protocol will support down the line as well. So really, regardless of where you're looking to develop, I want to encourage you to consider Morales as a development partner. We offer full support to all of the developers that are using our product, and we really do want you to be successful in this environment. Something I've been saying recently is that any developers that are building with us today are really the heart and soul of Web3. I mean, this is the deep bear market right now where we're seeing the lowest prices we've seen in quite some time. Now, I, along with our CEOs, believe that we are very close to the bottom, even if it takes a while. And of course, I'm talking a little bit about price, but what am I really talking about? I'm talking about market excitement. I'm talking about when is the influx of new users coming? Well, if the market turnaround is right around the corner, then the influx of new users is right around the corner too. You don't want to start building your dApp when those users are already trickling in. You want to have your dApp already ready to go. You want this beautiful storefront that says, explore Web3 the way that I've designed it to be experienced, and join in this global computing phenomenon with me through my dApp. And if we can find a way to do that, make that exciting, make that inviting, and also hopefully make it safe, then we're on the right track to true global adoption of this amazing world-changing technology. And then that brings me to my kind of final spot here. Blockchain and Web3 is the future of information and value. You know, we've talked for a couple decades now about how we're in the information age. We are leaving the information age. We're moving to the age of value. And in the age of value, all value will be transparent on the blockchain and easy to transact with. That's a future that our children will get to fully enjoy, but only if we build it today. So let's build a future that is inclusive, that gives everybody a seat at the table, and that allows us to build a better life for our families and for future generations. Thank you so much to IBC Media for having me here today, and to all of you for joining me as well. Here's my contact information. I fully encourage you to reach out to me on Discord, Telegram, Twitter, or even by email. I'm available to talk to you about why I'm so passionate about blockchain, why I think that you should make it your life's work as well, because it's going to take millions of us to build the future that we want to build. And I want you to be a part of that, and I want you to build that with me. Thank you again, and have a wonderful day.
Thanks a lot, Phil. I mean, you've put it perfectly when you say that developers are the heart and soul of blockchain. And we appreciate the fact that you're here. I would go to the audience and check if we have any questions. Guys, do we have any questions? All right. So we are also trying to appreciate the same fact that there is hunger for developers in the industry, and that's where IBC Media's role comes in perfectly. And we appreciate the fact that we, in support with Morales, are able to get speakers such as yourself to come and explain it to students, because that is creating a huge ecosystem over here with us. So once again, thanks a lot for joining us, Phil. Guys, a huge round of applause for Phil. And obviously, we'll be speaking to you soon again, and hoping to see you again on another Alt Hack platform, sir.
everyone. You know why we have a cameraman here? We actually look at your videos afterwards to find out who is that whisperer who just starts off as soon as everybody stops talking. You know, and hopefully we'll give them a whisperer award. You know, just make sure. I want to see how many hands, show of hands please, people who have joined the Discord, IBC Discord. Okay, and people who have not joined it, they're about to go on the stage and do a dance performance. So everybody, can we put up the Discord, Discord QR code please? Okay, I'm going to give a last chance for people to join Discord because in the next 10 minutes, 5 minutes, we are about to post the quiz. So in Discord, and you will have to be part of Discord. Now, how many people who have just come and have not joined the Discord? Anybody who is not part of Discord? You have just come? Right? So we'll show you the Discord. How many people have been here since morning and have not joined Discord? Okay, I'm giving you 2 more minutes, otherwise you'll be on the stage doing a dance performance. All right. Huh? I'll get you some help. We'll help. Anybody else have any technical difficulty in logging into Discord? Anybody has, guys at the back, anybody has technical difficulty too? Anybody else has technical difficulty logging into Discord? Anybody else? Okay. So Ali, can we have Shweta help? Here. There and there. All right, everybody new who has just come, joined us, please scan this QR code, join the Discord channel. Okay, so the cool part about this thing is I'm going to take a few more minutes for you to talk about some very interesting volunteer opportunities to basically get some very cool merchandise from IBC Media. This will include t-shirts, the winners, you'll also get leadership volunteer certificates, you'll get recognition in your school on the notice boards, and by the way, when I say schools, I mean colleges. In America, we call, colleges as schools, or universities, unis, they are all synonymous. And I think, as we identify people who like to talk to the friends when they're sitting around, we will switch these places. No, I'm serious. Like we definitely love to do that. We like to make you sit with 2 people you don't know, because that way you'll talk and make friends. That's the least you will get out of the program. But, Shweta, are we ready with the presentation? How's the... Guys, if you're leaving, you'll miss the quiz. So we want to make sure that you do the quiz with everyone.
हम लोग ईमेल भिजवा देते हैं। लेट मी आस्क रीना टू सेंड
5:45 हाँ तो 5:30 टाइम दे देते हैं उनको खत्म करने का 5:30 to half.
Guys, I have a choice I want to give you, and I will take a raise of hands. And this is not an easy choice for us, because we definitely wanted to spend more time with you. We love you all. But here's the choice. And this is going to be a majority win choice, frankly. I mean, I know you might not be in that camp, but if you choose to be in that camp, it's great. Now, you have two choices. And again, we will have to go with the majority. That doesn't mean we don't love other people. We love everyone. But it was brought to my notice that some people obviously come from far away to come to join this program, and tomorrow being Sunday, you can have two choices. We spend 30 more minutes now, after your quiz, or you come back tomorrow morning. So if you want to spend 30 more minutes, raise your hand, or you come back tomorrow morning. Whoa. I didn't say, I don't want to hear it. I just want to see a raise of hands, guys. Hello. All right. Who wants to spend 30 more minutes now? Okay. Down. Everyone quiet. Or else everybody will spend an hour here. Quiet. We won't get out on time. Or the second choice is you want to come back tomorrow. Who wants to come back tomorrow? I mean, almost split like a split. So, all right, okay, I'm confused. Guys, if you speak, there are like 300 voices in the room. I want you quiet, please. Or I seriously I'll make you guys dance, come here and dance with us, which will be fun, then may as well enjoy. But because this is time sensitive, I want to make sure you guys either stay or leave on time. I'm trying to figure this out. It's not an easy job. So again, anybody talks, I'm going to call them up on the stage, I promise. Don't mean anything, don't mean to offend anybody, but we want to get out on time. So, one last show of hands, right? How many people want to stay, because you're going to write 15 minutes for the quiz that's about to go out. How many people want to stay another 30 minutes today? Raise your hands, no talking. Okay, down. That's like 100 people. And how many people want to come back tomorrow? Raise your hands. All right, guys, sorry, coming back tomorrow seems like the answer. So we will finish the quiz and we'll come back tomorrow. I will tell you, that's a choice you guys make, I understand. But we will go with the popular choice. Deepak, what's the status?
We have shared the link for the quiz.
Can you please come back up and just start the quiz time, please?
Yeah, so guys, seriously, raise your hand if you have not joined Discord yet. Please raise your hands, then only we'll be able to help you, right? Raise your hands, please, properly. Guys, this is for the quiz. If you don't give the quiz, there is no moving forward, right? So you'll have to raise your hand for us to figure it out.
Okay.
Okay, you're facing an issue with the scanning? People in the back, you're facing issue with the scanning or what? Okay, fine, let me come.
Okay, Deepak, can we just email everybody the link? Because I think we can email everybody the link.
The notepad
Ali?
they have a QR code on that. If they scan that, it will directly take off.
Yeah, but for some people it's not happening. And for those who are already on Discord, you have the link over there. Go and start answering the questions.
Guys, the link for the quiz has been posted on Discord. Please take the quiz. If you don't take the quiz, we will mark you absent. Please take the quiz. People who have come late, you still have to take the quiz. If you don't take the quiz, we will mark you absent.
Yeah, guys, those who have joined Discord, there is a category called IBC Alt Hack Vizag, right? You all found it? If you haven't found it, the quiz, I'll tell you where the quiz is. The quiz is in IBC Alt Hack Vizag. Okay? Over there is a quiz section. So you go there, you click on the link and open. It's a Google form and then you put in your responses.
इसको आगे जो बोलो ना इसको जिसको प्रॉब्लम है पीछे भी ना just tell them to come forward. What I'll do is I'll give them a demo. Yeah. Deepak, share this laptop. All right, everyone, people who have challenges with Discord, please see.
Okay guys, so if you see over here, we have a category called IBC Alt Hack Vizag, right? So you go under this and you will see a section called quiz, right? So you click on the quiz. Okay, you were not supposed to say all this, but fine. Anyway, I'll delete it. So you see, this is the form link, right? So you click on the form. No, it's okay, it's simple. I'm here only, I'm not running away. Yeah, so there is a quiz section. So I'll tell you about Discord, okay? Everything that you're seeing like this, right? IBC Alt Hack Vizag, IBC Alt Hack Hyderabad, Information Center. These things are called categories. So it's a category and this is a channel. This quiz thing is a channel. So under IBC Alt Hack Vizag category, you'll find a channel called quiz. So you go over there, just click. Link is not visible to you all.
Okay, and the other thing, we have also sent you the quiz in your email. So you should have it in your email, the email you shared with us. It's either in your email or you can go through Discord.
try to answer it independently without talking to each other. बोलना है क्या? Please try to answer the quiz independently yourself. गलत नहीं है?
Capacity like how much they are taken?
There are many ways in which the capacity of one thing is that particular block size. I talk about block space. Now there are many other factors which come into play. So, for example, you are talking about one main chain, then you can do as many transactions on the chain. There are different techniques in which you scale the transaction. So I think I will try to cover some sessions again in which I will be covering how do you scale the blockchain. How do you go to the higher throughput, higher speed, all of it. We will cover that. So we have.
Is that if we have a database like we have all the data in it, but when it comes to blockchain, it is decentralized. So we can't. It will marvel all the transactions.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. मीना सबको मेल भी कर रही है.
कर दी है.
क्विज लिंक हो गया, मिल गया उसको.
So when it comes to decentralization in the blockchain, where will store all the transactions? It is difficult now, sir. When it comes to
So what happens here? I talked about different nodes, right?
yes.
Guys, you all got the mail for the link,
All the
right?
nodes have data also.
Anyone who does not have the link yet, even now, raise your hand.
Yeah, anybody who has not gotten access to the quiz.
Hold that data. So there will be 1,000 copies of that data.
Everybody has access to the quiz?
Complex now, sir. When we'll have
Access to the quiz?
data like
No. So what happens here? On chain we only keep simple data. Now if you really need to keep bigger files and all, then there is a provision for storing data off chain.
or like another hard disk.
I mean, it could be anywhere.
Yeah.
So there are different things that we will talk again. So there are so many things that I will explain to you guys. But what happens is on a decentralized storage, and the storage is also decentralized only. It's not like any hard disk anymore. And from there you take the hash of that, you keep that hash on chain. So that way you know that you are just storing minimum data on it.
Sir, I think that is that blocks are virtual, like we can't store.
No. Blocks are normal nodes. Like you can run a node and you have got your own hardware. You can store data on that. So for example, in a particular blockchain, if there are 1,000 nodes, all 1,000 will have the same copy of the data. That is where if one person becomes malicious, doesn't matter because all 999 will have got the correct data. That's where the power of community comes in.
Okay, so Deepak, how many questions were in the quiz?
You said that
15. How many people are still working on the quiz?
Sorry?
the miner will
Okay, I'll give you 5 more minutes.
get more insight.
Don't work for the neighbor, work for yourself.
If A trans
Everyone.
wants to send some $5 to B, but you said like if he sends 5.1 something, so that is an incentive to the miner, right? So how will the miner know that that is the incentive given?
No, so it's not like that. So the paper, take paper from copy. So what happens? Say for example, so what happens here?
Shweta, come up.
So what happens? For example, so basically there is always there is a concept called UTX.
Independently.
Unspent transactions. So, say for example, A and B. A has got, say for example,
Alright, how many people still working on the quiz?
so what I will say that,
Okay, 2 more minutes.
let's say that so $15 I have, I'll say okay, transfer $5 to B, and if you don't want to give incentive, then you say that give $10 to me. But if you want to give some transaction incentive, then you will say give $5 to B.
Alright, so while other people working on, I'm going to take liberty taking 5 more minutes.
I promise to get you guys out. Only if you keep quiet. People, you know, if you want to leave, you have to keep quiet for 5 more minutes. Everybody. Pink shirt. Everyone. 5 more minutes.
And another doubt, Abhishek sir said that on banks there is like 11% interest rate and all. So in 2021 lending.
Okay, I'm going to start calling out names.
Like developed a blockchain. So
All right. Thank you. 5 more minutes, everyone.
banks will gain profit from
So we basically at IBC Media give a lot of giveaways of great merchandise, and we do have wonderful things to give. But before we do that, we don't reward doing nothing. We only reward participation. We have t-shirts, water bottles for IBC Media Hack Fest. We have certificates, all of that, but you don't get any of that for just sitting here. FYI, even for your participation, there are rules of engagement for you to get your letter of participation. So please pay attention, because you would like what I'm about to say next. So before I do anything, before I say anything else, I want to introduce you to Shweta. Shweta, say hello.
Good evening, guys.
So Shweta is our, you can say she is the one with the bag of cookies, and goodies to give you. But again, you can't do it without doing much. So I'm going to tell you, we will be inviting a bunch of volunteers now who will be helping us conduct some of the social media exercises, to engage you and engage everybody in this program. So before I go there, I would like to tell you that for you to become a Web3 developer, so this program will convert you into a Web3 developer officially, but for you to become a Web3 developer, there are certain things you need to learn that we talked about earlier, but I'm going to refresh your memory. Number one is how to Google, right? So number one is how to Google. Second one is how to do YouTube, right? What is the second one? How to do YouTube. The third one is how to learn how to do social media, right? The third one is how to do social, right? Fourth one is how to do leadership, individual leadership. Fifth one is how to do debugging, how to do problem solving. So if you get stuck when you're building something, you need to problem solve. Whether you're stuck in a code, whether you're stuck in a problem, but when you get stuck, you need to know how to solve something. So it's called debugging in our computer science language, right? The last one is how to share. Everything in Web3 is open source. All ideas are open source. So you need to learn, number one, how to Google. Second, how to YouTube. Third, how to social media, right? Number four, how to leadership. Number five, how to debug. Last, how to share. So if you are able to do these 6 things perfectly well, you are a great Web3 developer, because you will be able to learn, collaborate, and go extremely fast as a developer. Because here's why. Our job here is not to give you food when you're hungry. Is that counterintuitive? Yes, it is. But our job here is to show you how to cook. Giving you food will solve your hunger for day one. showing you how to cook. What does it do? Solves for lifetime, right? So we are here learning how to cook, not to give you fish or not to give you food when you're hungry. So with that, the exercise, the volunteers who will come forward will learn these skills in an accelerated pace. They will get leadership opportunity to manage 300 people, right, in different capacities. So I'm going to take a show of hands and invite volunteers on the stage for doing certain activities. The volunteers would get the leadership certificate from IBC Media. They will get t-shirts at the end of it, and they will basically get merchandise from IBC. Now, when they manage an activity, there will be winners who will come out of this program. And those people will also get participation certificates, also get merchandise from IBC Media. So the first volunteer, we will be getting the volunteers for ideas. Now, when I say volunteer for ideas, what does that mean? That volunteer is responsible to basically make sure all 300 people in this room are sharing 20 ideas by the end of this 1 week. They need to track them. There is a Google form that everybody needs to fill, and this volunteer is responsible to make sure that everybody has done that. I want a show of hands who wants to be the ideas leader volunteer in this class. Volunteers, there are great rewards for being volunteers. Who wants to be a volunteer? All right, yellow first, please come forward. What's your name? Please come forward. Round of applause, guys. And I'll tell you, there is great merit in becoming a volunteer, because when we give recommendations for internships, hold on, excuse me. Whoa, where's the whisperer? Where's the whisperer? Okay, so when we give recommendations for internships, these volunteers do get the first recommendation for internships because of the leadership activity they take up. Next, knowledge base volunteer. This volunteer is responsible for having 300 people share links of knowledge on Web3. That means you need to share, everybody in the room will have to do it. You have to share 10 links on videos about Web3, about everything that you learn on the core side, on the DApp side, and you need to share 10 links of knowledge from anywhere, YouTube or wherever you want to find them, in any channel, that we want this person to track that everybody has done it and report in the end. So we will be having one person who will be tracking these knowledge-based database that will be created by 300 of you by sharing 10 links each. I need a volunteer. Please come forward. So, whoa, whisperer. I want to find this person and basically have a word, and basically make them talk on the stage. Next, creative post. Who likes social media here? All right, I want to see what creative post does. So this volunteer is going to track who is going to be posting the most creative post about their time with IBC Media here in the next 7 days. By the way, we had people who, had done many reels in other hackathons. We want to find people here who are creative and can create very creative posts and tag us, and this particular volunteer will basically track who has created the most creative social media post on Instagram or any other channel you like, but they need to tag us on Twitter so that this volunteer will track and keep the track of the top 5 most creative posts. Now, why am I saying most creative post? Here's why. The people who come up with the most creative post will get an award on the last day of the ceremony. So I need a volunteer to track, higher. I need a volunteer to track the most creative post. More hands. Okay. I have two boys, I'm going to take one girl. Please, come forward, come up. Guys, a round of applause. Please come up. Wait, so this is not over yet. Okay, did you notice, guys, hello? Only I speak at this time, and if you want to come join, speak, come up here. If you notice, the first one was ideas. Ideas teach you how to Google. If you want to find ideas, you will learn how to Google. Does that make sense? Yeah? And the volunteer, these guys will learn these habits at a very, very fast pace, compared to everybody here. Knowledge base is YouTube. You're going to learn how to do YouTube. I'm sorry? Okay. Next is social media. Do you see the connection between what you're doing here as a volunteer and connection with what skills you need to have as a Web3? They're all correlated. Next is sharing. Guys, how many people think you have actually learned something new in this program in day one? Right? Now Web3 is all about sharing and having an impact about students who you don't have in the program here. So we want, because all of this program will be broadcasted online, and we want to share with as many people as possible. So here's what's going to happen. The top 10 people who have shared the most amount of, who have added the most number of people to our Discord channel will get an award on the last day. So I want to know, I need a volunteer to track the top 10 people who will add the most number of friends you have in your college to our Discord channel. I need a volunteer. Social media, I'll take the green. Please come forward. Consistent. Please, a round of applause. Okay, next. Internship profile. Who wants an internship? Who wants an internship? So here's what we will be doing. We will be creating an internship profile for you before we end this program. And obviously we will be recruiting ourselves from this class, but also we have several other employers who are looking for interns. And we would like to make sure that you have created your internship, and you do that by filling out a form, and internship profile by filling out a form and creating a video on yourself. Can we play that video? Shweta, can we play that video or no? We haven't added that. Okay, so we'll send you a video format that you need to create a video about yourself, but the reason for that is we will basically use that for giving you an internship, as well as having other employers give you internships. So, having said that, I need a volunteer to track progress on everybody submitting their internship profiles. I need a volunteer. I have, this school, we don't have anybody from this school, so how about in the center? Come forward. Okay. More leadership, Glean task. This is, again, social media. This has to do with everybody making sure that you guys are registered and active, and we need to make sure that you guys are participating in the social media side of the things. If you have never done social media, this is a good opportunity. I need a volunteer. Green, please come forward. Okay. Now this is one. What do you get? Okay, so what do you get? I think this was Shweta. Is this our last volunteer? Clean task for this. Okay, I think we'll have a few more volunteers for getting, oh no, you know what? I need 3 more volunteers to be done. And these tasks are not listed here. So as the finale to this program, we need you to submit 3 major requirements. One is to submit a presentation on your idea. 2, to submit a banner for your idea. 3, you need to create a GitHub repository to go with your idea. So I need 3 more volunteers, and we will appoint them tomorrow. There is no rush for that. But these volunteers, again, volunteers, can you come forward, please? Main stage. Right, please introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sampath from IT department, 3rd year. I am from Gayatri Vidya Parishad College of Engineering.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vizag Karthik. I am from NSRIT College. I am studying I am from CSC department, 3rd year.
Good evening, guys and respected sirs. This is Vaishnavi from Gayatri College, 2nd year CSC.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ganesh from Gayatri Vidya Parishad College of Engineering. I am 2nd year CSC.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karthik, and I am from CSC department, 2nd year, from Gayatri.
Hello, friends. This is V. Shubhankar. I'm going to volunteer for knowledge base. I'm looking forward to have support from you guys.
Perfect. Guys, a big round of applause. Where is the St. Anne's sitting here? Can St. Anne's people stand up? Okay, so I'm going to appoint the 3 other volunteers we need. So I need 1 volunteer from St. Anne's. Come on, come forward, please. Which other colleges we are missing? Okay. Please sit down. Who is from Avanti? Please stand up. Okay, I need a volunteer from Avanti, and you are the volunteer from Avanti. Please come forward. Which was the last one? People from Nadeem Palli Satyanarayan Raju Institute of Technology, please stand up. So we do have one person from you guys. Okay, I'm just seeing. Thank you guys, sit down. Okay, any college which is not on the stage, please stand up. What college? All right, I need 1 volunteer. Please come forward. Okay, one volunteer. So these 3. Okay, so whoa. Cool off everyone. We are almost done here. So introduce yourself, please.
Good evening, everyone present over here. I am G. Harshita Rani from St. Anne's Degree College, and I am pursuing my bachelor's in arts. Of course, not a science background, but yet interested in computers. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lavanya. I'm from Avanti Engineering College from CSM department.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, I am Kishore Vasareddy
and I am from Sai Ganapati Engineering College, and I am BTech final year.
Okay, so you guys will be volunteers for the final deliverable from everyone. Your point of contact is with Shweta. Shweta will be basically guiding you on what needs to be done. Guys, guys and girls, all of you, if any of these people come to you with a question, they represent me. Please be respectful. They are trying to do a leadership job. We have one single, rule of thumb, which we have zero tolerance for. And I want to, put it out there for you to make sure you understand. We value respect. Please do not take liberty at any point to make a comment or a gesture which any of you individually might find offensive. If that happens, unfortunately, we will have to end your program here and you can go back to the class. Respect is the most critical value that we have among us when we work as friends. If you cross the line where we find somebody got offended, and again, respect is something, not what you think is respect. Respect is something what the other person thinks respect is. So keep that in mind, because respect might mean different things for different people here. We all come from different backgrounds, different cultures, different, geographies. So we want to make sure that everybody feels respected. Am I clear, everyone? So if any of these people come to you and request you for information, and if you are behind, I expect that you will have a very polite answer with a clear agenda of when you will submit it. Likewise, all volunteers, just because you're a volunteer doesn't give you right to be rude to anybody. Respect is number one thing that you would obviously apply, correct? So please make sure that our volunteer team gets the opportunity to work with you. Please make friends, with everybody who is working with you. And that is something that is a cardinal rule for IBC and the team. And we value that. Shweta, this is your team, right? And everybody here, again, a big round of applause for our volunteers. Now, I'm going to end this session with reminding you the 6 values of being a Web3 developer. You need to remember this by the time we end this program. I'm going to stop you in the corridor and ask you what they are. Number 1, how to? Number 2, number 3, social media. Number 4, leadership. Number 5, debugging. Number 6, sharing. Right? With that, Deepak, over to you. One more time? All right, guys, one more time. It's worth it. One more time and then you leave, I promise. All right. 6 values to become a very good Web3 developer. Number 1, how to? Number 2, how to? Number 3, how to? Number 4, how to? Number 5, how to? Number 6, how to? Share. So once we get these things clear, you are going to be a fantastic Web3 developer, I promise. With that, thank you everyone. Thanks for joining us on the stage. We'll see you soon. Deepak, over to you.
So let's prepare for the next session. Guys, don't leave yet. Please, 1 second, 1 moment. All right, so before you leave, और कुछ emergency your work is not left. ठीक है. Yeah, guys, just FYI, if there is any confusion, tomorrow there will be no sessions, okay? Thanks, team. Right, so there we are yet to inform to some of the faculty, some of them are already aware. We will inform them, but just FYI, there will be no session tomorrow. We will update the faculties as well. We will see you all on Monday at 6 a.m. in the morning. At 9:50, right? So we can begin on time. Once again, thank you Abhishek sir, thank you Praveen sir, thank you Sarva sir, and thank you all.